Hey guys, welcome back to CRUD channel, and I'm really happy to have you again in my channel. Today I have something super special for you, a full stack monorepo blog project with NestJS for the backend and NextJS for the front end, all within a single repository for better organization and scalability. So in this video, you will learn everything you need to know to create a production-ready full stack project with NestJS and NextJS. You will learn everything you need to know about how you can create a powerful and scalable backend application with NestJS framework, and also you will learn how to create a beautiful, efficient, SEO-friendly front-end application with NextJS framework, and you also learn how to connect these two projects efficiently with GraphQL and also the REST API. So as I said, for this project, we're going to use a powerful tech stack including NestJS for the backend, NextJS for the front end, Turborepo to efficiently manage our monorepo setup, Prisma for seamless database interaction, GraphQL and REST API for connecting the NextJS application and NestJS backend application, authentication and authorization in both projects, and also we're going to integrate the Google Auth authentication in our NestJS backend application and then consume that functionality from our NextJS application. We're not going to implement the OAuth authentication in our NextJS application directly with NextAuth. Instead, we are going to handle that in our backend NestJS application and then consume that functionality, as I said, from our NextJS application. So everything will be handled inside our backend API. We are going to use ShadCN UI for building a beautiful and modern UI with Tailwind CSS. Alright, so now let me quickly show you the key section of this project here. We're going to create this app bar and this homepage, and inside the homepage we are going to render the latest post created by the users, and then we are going to implement the authentication system. Here we can sign in with our email and password and also with our Google account. So now let me quickly sign in with my Google account. So I choose my account here, and as you can see, this is my avatar in the Google. We're going to get that from the Google API, and then we are going to create a blog page for each post. We're going to render the post data inside it, and then we're going to create a comment section so we can write a comment here. And then we are going to implement the like section for each post so we can like and unlike a post in that section. Then we are going to implement a dashboard panel for each user. So as you can see, this user doesn't have any post. So let me just sign out with this user and sign in again here. I'm going to sign in with another user. I've created these users and post with database seeding in our backend application. So now if I go to the post section, you can see we have the post of the user. So the user can edit an existing post or delete one. As you can see here, we can delete an existing post. We are going to enforce row level security authorization, which means that a user only can edit and remove its own post, not the other user's post. So we're going to enforce that level of authorization in our application, and we can also create a new post. So here, as you can see, we have a generic form. I'm going to show you how you can create a generic form with different functionality. For example, creating a new post or updating an existing post with just one form with different functionality. We're going to do that with the help of the use action state hook from the React 19 and NextJS version 15. So yeah, that was the key sections of this project that we are going to implement in this application. We're going to write every details of this project in this video so you can master both NestJS framework for developing a scalable backend application and also master the NextJS version 15 for creating a beautiful front-end application. And then you're going to learn how to use GraphQL and REST APIs to connect these two projects together. So if you're ready, let's get into the first section of this tutorial in which we are going to create a monorepo with Turborepo. Alright, but before moving to the first section of this video, let me introduce you my second channel, Tech Simplified Lab. In this channel, I break down the best and popular computer science book into easy to understand videos. So whether it's algorithms, system designs, coding principles, or microservices, you will get the key takeaways fast. Especially if you're preparing for a job interview, you need to check the content of my second channel, Tech Simplified Lab. So check out the link in the description below, and I would be really happy and appreciate if you subscribe my second channel to help me grow faster on YouTube. Thank you so much for your help and support. And now we can go ahead to the first section of this tutorial. All right, guys, now in the first step in this project, we need to create our monorepo with Turborepo. So here I am in the Turborepo documentation. We can go to the installation section and run this command, create turbo at latest, and it will create a monorepo with two Next.js projects inside it. Of course, we need to install the Turbo package before running the create turbo command. But at the time I'm recording this video, Turborepo creates a Next.js version 14 project for us. But since the version 15 of the Next.js is now stable, we want to use the Next.js version 15 in this project. So in order to have a Next.js version 15 in our monorepo, we don't use the create turbo command to create our monorepo. Instead, we're going to create our monorepo with Turborepo, of course, but manually. It is really easy, it just takes few steps. So without further ado, let's get right into it. All right, I open up the terminal, and here let me first create a directory for our monorepo. We're going to name it blog turborepo. All right, and let's navigate to this directory. Let's open it up in the VS Code, and let's open up the terminal here in this directory. Now, in the first step, we need to initialize a repository. So here I'm going to run the git init command and then initialize the npm packages, npm init-y. So as you can see, it creates a package.json for us. And now we need to install the turbo package inside this directory. So I'm going to say npm i-save div and then turbo. All right, so let's wait until the turbo package is installed. It's done, and now we need to create a turbo.json file. So here, create a turbo.json file, and inside it, I'm going to just paste a JSON object that I've copied from the turbo documentation. You can also find it on the GitHub repo of this project. All right, now we need to open up the package.json file in the root path of our monorepo, and then we need to do some changes in this file. First, we need to replace the script object here. It has now three commands: dev, which runs the turbo run dev, build, which runs the turbo run build, and then lint, which runs the turbo run lint. Also, we need to define the package manager. I'm going to use npm and then @sign, and then you need to put your npm version. And lastly, we need to define the workspaces. So here, after the package manager, I'm going to add a workspaces list, and inside it, we're going to define the apps/star. So everything inside the apps directory is going to be a workspace for us. It means that we need to create the projects that we are going to create in this monorepo inside the apps directory. And of course, we haven't created the apps directory. We're going to create it in a second. But as I said, keep in mind that every project that we are going to create in this monorepo, we need to put it inside the apps directory. And here also keep in mind that the dev script here, which runs the turbo run dev, looks for the package.json files inside the apps directory, and inside those package.json files, it will run the dev command. You will see in a second what I'm talking about. So now let's create the apps directory here. And as I said, we need to create our projects inside this directory. So here in this project, we need to have two projects: a Next.js version 15 project, which we are going to use as our front-end application, and a NestJS project, which serves as our backend API. So now let's create our projects inside the apps directory. So first, let me save these two files. All right, so let's close them off and let's open up the terminal. First, let me close this off, go to the apps directory, and here, let me first create a Next.js project. So npx create next app at latest, name the project, for example, front, and just go with the default options. Use the app router, of course, and also use the turbo pack because in the Next.js version 15, turbo pack is stable now. All right, so let's now wait until the packages are installed. All right, it's done. And also let's put the node modules on the git ignore file, and let's go to the apps directory. You can see now we have a front directory, which inside it we have our Next.js application. So if I open up these src and then apps directory, you can see the layout.tsx, page.tsx, and so on. And here, as you can see, we have the next.config file. So now let's run the application, but instead of running the npm run dev inside the front directory, we're going to go ahead one level up back to our root path of our monorepo. So let's go one level up. Let's clear this up. As you can see, we are on the root path of our monorepo. Now we can run the npm run dev, which runs the turbo run dev command, right? As I said, it looks for all the package.json file inside the apps directory. So we have a package.json file inside the front end directory, which is inside the apps directory, and it looks for the dev script inside these package.json file. And as you can see, we have a dev script which runs the dev server of the Next.js. So if I open up the terminal again, you can see our front.dev script is running, and we have a Next.js version 15. And if I open it up in the browser, you can see we have our Next.js up and running. Right. So now let's get back to our VS Code and create our Next.js backend API. So here, let me turn off the dev server, go to the apps directory, and here I'm going to use the Nest CLI for creating a NestJS project. Of course, before creating the NestJS application, you need to have NestJS CLI installed in your machine. So I've already installed that, so we don't need to install it again here. Let me just clear this up. I am in the apps directory of the monorepo. Now use the Nest CLI, Nest new, and then here we're going to put the name of the application. I'm going to name it API. All right, it will create a NestJS application. Choose the package manager, and we need to wait until the application is installed. Okay, it is installed, and if I go to the apps directory, now we can see we have an API directory, and this is our NestJS application here inside the API directory. Now here, if I open up the package.json file, you can see we don't have a dev script here. We have the start::dev for running the dev server of the Next.js. But as I said, the npm run command on the root path of our monorepo looks through the package.json file inside the apps directory and run the dev command. So we just need to rename this start::dev to just dev, and we're good to go. Now we can run our monorepo. Let me clear this up. First, let me go up to the root path of our monorepo. And here in the root path, we can run npm run dev. And here, as you can see, now we have an API.dev, which is for our backend NestJS application. And it already complains about the port 3000 is already taken by another application, which is our NextJS application. So let's go to the main.ts file inside the src directory of our NestJS application. And here, let me change the running port to 8000, for example. Let's save this. And if I open up the terminal, you can see our NestJS application is running. And let me first just restart the monorepo npm run dev again. You can see now Next.js is running on the port 3000 with the label front::dev, and here we have the Next.js application running with the label API::dev. So both of our projects, our Next.js and Next.js, are running in our monorepo. So let me just open up the browser. Let me refresh the page. You can see we have our Next.js application up and running. And let me just run the port 8000 on the local host, and you can see the hello world message which comes from the Next.js application. So that's it for creating a monorepo with two projects, Next.js and Next.js. And before ending this section, let me go to the gitignore file in the root path of our monorepo, and we have already put the node modules inside the gitignore. As you can see here, we have the node modules, but every project inside the apps directory also has a node module, so we need to put them here in the gitignore file. So let me just put this line: gitignore every node module in every subdirectory inside the root path of our application. Also, let me put the dist directory and also build directory in the gitignore file. So yeah, that's it for creating the monorepo. And in the next section of this video, we are going to add and configure the Prisma as the ORM for our Next.js application. So let's get right into it. All right, in this section, we are going to integrate the Prisma in our backend NestJS application. So let's get right into it. Right, I open up the terminal. Let me first turn off the dev server, and let's navigate to our apps, then /API directory where the NestJS application resides. Let me just clear the terminal. Now let's install the Prisma npm i-d. It's a dev dependency, and then Prisma. All right, it's done, and now we need to run the npx Prisma init to create the schema file for us. So let's say npx prisma init, and we can also define the database that we are going to use with the data source provider. And I'm going to use the SQLite for this project because SQLite is an excellent choice for lightweight application. Of course, anytime during our project development, we can switch to a more powerful database like Postgres. We just need to change the database URL and put the URL of the Postgres database. That's it. We don't need to do anything more about it. So here, I'm going to specify the SQLite. And as you can see, it creates a Prisma directory here in our NestJS application. And if I open up the schema.prisma file, you can see the provider is SQLite, and the URL of our database is come from a database URL env variable. Inside our env variable, you can see it comes from a file which will be located in the same directory of our schema file. We have a dot here, means that it will be put inside the same directory of the schema file, and then its name is dev.db. And if you decide to change your database to, for example, Postgres, all you need to do is to change your provider here to PostgreSQL and then put your Postgres database URL here instead of this file path here. All right, so now let's create the schema for our application. And for the schema, I've created a simple diagram here. We're going to implement this inside our Prisma schema. We have a user table, post table, tag, and also a comment table. Each user can have multiple posts. So as you can see, we have a one-to-many relation between the user and post. And also each user can have multiple comments. And also each post can have multiple comments, but each comment can only belong to just one post. And also we have a many-to-many relationship here between the post and tag. It means that each post can have multiple tags, and each individual tag can be associated with multiple posts. So now let's get to our VS Code and start implementing this schema in the Prisma schema. So here in the first step, let us create the user model. So I'm going to say model user, and then here the first field is going to be ID of the user. Its type is going to be int, and let's mark it with the ID decorator, which makes it the primary key of the table. And also let me put the default decorator inside it. Let's call the auto increment. It will set it as auto increment ID field, which means that every time we want to insert a new record into this table, we don't want to set the ID. It will be auto increment. All right, now the next field is going to be name. Its type is going to be string. The next one is email. Of course, it is a string. We have the bio. It is also a string, but let me mark it with question mark, which means that this field can take null value, right? The same way we have the avatar, which is the URL of the avatar image of the user. So we need to type it as string and also mark it with question mark to be able to take null values. We have the password field. I'm going to set it to string type. Also, we're going to have the created at field, which is going to be a date time, and set the default value and just call the now function. So every time we insert a new record into this table, it will be automatically initialized with the current date time of the system. In the same way, we can have the updated at field. Again, it's a date time. And also we can just mark it with the updated at. So every time we update a record of this table, this field of that record will be set to the current date of the system. So let's save this. That's it for now with our user model. Let's get back to our schema. Here, now we need to create the post model. Get back here. Let's create the post model, model post. It actually contains the posts of a blog application. So every post needs to have an ID. Its type is going to be int, and let's mark it with the ID because it's the primary key of the table. So let me just make it auto increment, use the default decorator and call the auto increment function. We're going to have this slug, which is going to be a string. It can take null, so mark it with question mark. Also, it needs to be unique, so mark it with unique decorator. Each post needs to have a title, so let's add it. Also, we're going to have the content. Again, it is going to be a string. We're going to have a thumbnail, which is the URL of the thumbnail of the post. So let's type it with string. Also, put the question mark. Next, we're going to have the published, which is going to be a boolean. And then we need to define who created this post. So we're going to have the author ID, which is actually the ID of the user that created this post. So we're going to type it with int because the ID of the user here is also int, right? Now we can create the relationship. So we're going to have an author. Let's type it with the user model and use the add relation decorator. We need to specify which fields inside this table, the post table, will refer to the ID at the user table. So here we're going to specify the author ID and say it references to the ID of the user table. So the fields need to be one of the field inside the current table, and references needs to be our target field inside our target model, which is the user model. ID is the ID of the user here, this ID. All right, now it says that we need to also have a post field inside the user table. So if I save this, I believe the Prisma extension will create this field for us. And yeah, we have now the post, which is a list of posts. So every user can have multiple posts, but each post can only belong to just one user. So we have just one author ID here. So all we need to do here to change the spelling of the post to post with the lowercase p at the beginning. All right, now let's have just updated and created add fields inside the post table as well. Just paste them here. All right, now let's get back to the diagram of our database. Now let me create the comments model. So let's get back to the VS Code. Here in the Prisma schema, let's have another model, name it comments, and they also have an ID. It's going to be int, primary key of the table, and it is an auto increment. It has a content, which is actually the text of the comments, the body of the comments actually. So we need to set its type as a string. We need to define this comment belong to which post. So we need to have post ID here. We're going to set it to int, and now we can have our relationship. So I use post here and set its type to the post table, and we need to use the add relation here, specify the fields, its post ID on this table, which references to the ID of the post table. So if I save this, you can see it automatically creates a comments field here, which means that each post can have multiple comments, but each comment only belongs to just one user. So again, let me change the spelling to comments with a lowercase at the beginning. All right, each comment also has to have a writer or author. So again, just like the post, we're going to have an author ID is going to be int. Now we can have the relationship. So I put the author here and set its type to the user model, use the add relation, specify the fields here. It is author ID, which references to the ID of the user model. All right, so if I save this, you can see here inside the user, now we have a list of comments. So each user can have multiple comments, but each comment only belongs to just one user. All right, it's a one-to-many relationship from the user to the comments. Again, let me just fix the spelling here. And as the last thing, let me just copy the created ads and updated ads, paste them here in the comments model. All right, now let's get back to the diagram. Here we are going to create the tag table. It has a many-to-many relationship with the post table. So we also need to create this type of relationship, a many-to-many relationship. Let's get back here in the VS Code. First, let me create the tag model. So model tag, it has an ID, which is going to be int. It's the primary key of the table. Let's set it as auto increment. All right, it has the name, which is going to be a string. It needs to be unique, so let's use the add unique decorator. And now we need to create the many-to-many relationship between the tag and post table. So let's get back to the diagram, and here, as you can see, we have directly related these two tables with a many-to-many relationship. But in physical database, we cannot directly create a many-to-many relationship like this. We need to create a pivot table which sits between these two tables, and each of these two tables are main tables, post and tags, needs to have a one-to-many relationship to that pivot table. But the Prisma actually abstract away creating this pivot table, so we can just easily create the many-to-many relationship between these two tables. So let me show you how we can do that. First, we need to have a posts field, which its type should be a list of posts. So now each tag can be related to multiple posts. Now we need to have a relation, and in the relation we just need to set the name of the pivot table. So just name it post tags. We're not done yet. We need to create the relationship on the other side of the relationship on the post model. So if I save this, I believe it creates a relationship here, but this is not the type of relationship that we want. Each post can have multiple tags. So let me just remove this tag ID, which is created by the Prisma extension. Also, we don't want this relation here. So we're going to have a tags field, which its type is going to be a list of tags. And all we need to do is to specify the name of the pivot table. So we're going to name it the same pivot table that we have set inside the tags table. It is post tags. That's it. You can see we have a list of posts here in the tag, which means that each tag can be associated with multiple posts. And here we have a list of tags here in the post, which means that each post also can be associated with multiple tags. It's a many-to-many relationship, and we have created this type of relationship implicitly with Prisma without creating the pivot table explicitly. All right, this is one of the benefits of using Prisma as our database OR. And you know what? Let me show you how we can create a many-to-many relationship explicitly with Prisma. Let me add a like table, which actually stores which user likes which post. Right, so let me create it inside our database diagram. Here, let me open up the codes here. It's a really great diagramming tool that I'm using here. So we're gonna have a like table. You can have a icon. Let me set it as a heart. All right, here is our table, and we're gonna have the ID, which is going to be int. Also, we're gonna have the user ID, which is the ID of the user that likes a post. Also, we're going to have a post ID, which is the ID of the post that this user like it. So it is going to be an int again. And yeah, this is going to be like a pivot table that actually implement a many-to-many relationship between the user and post. So each user can like multiple posts, and each post can be liked by multiple users. It's a many-to-many relationship. So let me just add the relationship here. So each user can like multiple posts. So it's a one-to-many relationship to the like table. And here, let's specify the user ID. So now each user can like multiple posts. Now we need to create the same relationship from the post to the like table. So each post that ID can be liked by multiple users. So it's a one-to-many relationship to the like table. So I choose like here and specify the post ID. So now if I see the like table here, you can see we have a one-to-many relationship from the user to the like table, and also a one-to-many relationship from the post to the like table. So as you can see, like table sits between the post and user, which serves as a pivot table. So why we do create it explicitly, it has two reasons. First, I'm going to show you how you can create a many-to-many relationship explicitly with Prisma. And second, I'm going to show you that when we create a pivot table explicitly, we can store a extra data in that pivot table about our relationship. So we can also store the time that user like a post. So we can add a created at field here, which its type is going to be datetime. So now we can have an extra data about the relationship between the user and post. All right. So if you want to store extra data about your relationship, you need to create your pivot table and many-to-many relationship explicitly here in the Prisma. So let's get back to the VS Code and create this model. So let me quickly do that. Model like, we can have an ID, which is going to be int. Let's set it as the primary key of the table. And also at default, which is going to be auto increment. We're going to have the user ID, which is ID of the user that likes a post. It is going to be int. The same way we need to have the post ID. It is going to be int. So now we know that which user likes which post, right? Let's create the relationship here. We're going to have the user, set its type to the user model, and use the add relation decorator, specify the fields, and inside it put the user ID here, which references the ID of the user. Let's save this. It will create the like list in our user model. As you can see here, let's change the spelling to the likes. All right, now each user have a list of likes inside it. Actually, it doesn't keep them inside the user table. It's just a relationship. The data will be kept inside the like table. Let me create the relationship to the post table. So we have a post field, which its type is going to be post at relation, specify fields, and specify the post table, which actually references to the ID inside the post. If I save this, it will create the list of like here in the post. You can see here, change the spelling. So now each post can be liked by multiple users. All right, so now we're done with our Prisma schema, and all we need to do is to run a migration to create the database with this table inside it. So open up the terminal. Let me clear this up and make sure that you are in the API directory. So I'm going to say npx prisma migrate dev and then put a name for it or name it init. Right? Let's run that. It will create a dev.db file and also running the generate command, which actually creates the corresponding types for each table in our application. It also create the Prisma client, which we're going to use to do CRUD operation with our database. So now let's run the Prisma Studio. I'm going to say npx prisma studio. As you can see, we have all the models, comment, like, post, tags, and also the user. So if I open up the user, you can see it doesn't have any data inside it. And actually all the tables are empty now. So in the next section of this video, we are going to seed our database with some testing data. So yeah, that's it for integrating the Prisma in our application. And as a last step in this section, we are going to create a Prisma module and Prisma service in our NestJS application. So every time we are going to do a CRUD operation, we're going to use that Prisma service in order to access to the Prisma client, which offers lots of CRUD operation for us in our NestJS application. So let's get back to the VS Code, and here let me turn off the Prisma Studio. Now I'm going to create a Prisma module and then create a Prisma service inside it. So here I'm going to use the Nest CLI, Nest GMO, name it Prisma. All right, as you can see inside the src directory, now we have a Prisma module. Now let's create the Prisma service inside it, NestJS Prisma. Okay, now we have the Prisma service here inside the Prisma module. So here in the first step, we need to extend the Prisma client. So this class Prisma service extends the Prisma client. All right, now every method and services the Prisma client offers, it will be available inside the Prisma service. And then we need to implement the on module in its interface. So here I'm going to use implements, then on module init. All right, we have an error here, and that's because we need to actually implement the on module init function here. So it is going to be an async one, async on module init. And inside this, we are going to connect the Prisma client. So every time this module is going to be initialized, we are going to connect the Prisma client. So I'm going to use this.connect. And this function is a function from the Prisma client. And since this class extends the Prisma client, all the method inside the Prisma client will be available under the this keyword. So here, don't forget to put wait before it. And we're done with the Prisma service class. And inside every other modules and services, when we are going to use the Prisma client, we just use the Prisma service to do the CRUD operation. All right, that's it for integrating the Prisma in our NestJS application. We have created our schema, and then we create the Prisma service. Now in the next section, we are going to seed our database with some fake data for testing purposes. So without further ado, let's get into it. All right, in this section, we are going to add seeding functionality in our NestJS application of our monorepo. And with seeding process, we are going to add some testing data in our database. So here inside the Prisma directory where the schema.prisma is located, I'm going to create a seed.ts file. All right, inside this file, I'm going to create a Prisma client. But as I said in the previous section of this video, when we are going to do CRUD operation, I said we're going to use Prisma service. But since this file is going to be run independently from our NestJS application, I mean, we are going to run it directly from our terminal, we can't use the Prisma Prisma service. So we need to create a Prisma client directly inside this file. So it is really easy. Just use const Prisma and set it to a new instance of the Prisma client class. Now we can use this Prisma for doing CRUD operations. So here I'm going to create a main function, async function main, and inside this main function we are going to create the testing data and insert them to our database. So first let me create 10 users, and then we're going to insert them with the Prisma client into our database. So here I'm going to say const users, and here let me create a dummy array with 10 elements. So use the from function and pass the config object, and inside it we're going to set the length of our array. I'm going to set it to 10. So now we have a array of 10 elements. So now we can map through them. Actually, we don't use the elements of this array. We just create a 10 array so we can use the map function with this function. So here in the callback inside the map function, we're going to return a user object. So finally, we have an array of 10 users in the user array here. So let's return a user object here in the callback and set its name to something random. And in order to initialize the properties of each entity, we are going to use a package called faker. It creates some random fake data. So I open up the terminal and install the faker.js package. npm I at faker-js/faker. All right. Now let's get back to our seed.ts file. We can use the faker here. So faker, as you can see, it comes from the faker.js/faker. So let's remove this dot here. It might raise some problem when we are going to run it from our terminal. So here, in order to initialize the name, we're going to use the faker.person. Actually full name. It will create a random full name and set it to name property. For the email, we can also use the faker. So faker.internet.email will create a random email. And for the bio, we can set it to faker.lorem.sentence. It will create a random sentence. And also we can initialize the avatar and set it to faker.image.avatar. It will set it to a avatar image URL, which is actually valid on the internet. All right, so that's it for our 10 users. Now, after running this user contains 10 users. So we're going to use the Prisma client to insert them to the user table. So I'm going to use await Prisma.person.user and then .create many function. So I'm going to pass the config object, and for the data, we're going to specify the users. It will complain about the data and actually says that the password needs to be inside the users. So let me just go back to our schema file and set the question mark with the password. So now it can take null values. We need to run a migration again to make these changes effect. So here I'm going to say npx prisma migrate dev for the name. I'm going to say fixing password. Okay, let's run that. I think we have some misspelling. npm prisma, prisma migrate. Let's fix that. Okay, it's done. And here, get back to the seed. You can see the error is gone. All right, now let's create some posts in our database. So here I'm going to say const post, and then just like the previous one, use the array.from, and this time let me create 40 elements. So let's set the element to 40. Okay, map through this dummy array, and each callback should return a post object. So for the title, I'm going to use faker again, faker.lorem.sentence. It will create one sentence. We need to create a slug here. So in order to create a slug, I'm going to create another function. So I'm going to say function generate slug. It should take the title as string and it return string. So I just grab a piece of code from the internet, create a slug based on the title. It actually turn all letters to lowercase and then trim the text, remove the empty spaces from the beginning and end of the string, and then replace all the spaces with hyphens, and also remove all non-bold characters. This way we'll create a slug based on the title. So get back here in the post, we're going to set the title to generate slug function and pass a title faker.lorem sentence. Okay, next we're going to set the content of the post. We're going to set it to faker.lorem.paragraphs and pass 3, which actually creates 3 paragraphs for us. Next, we're going to have the thumbnail. I'm going to set it to faker.image.url from, for example, Flickr. Then we're going to have the author ID, which is actually the ID of the user that creates this post. So again, use the faker.number and actually create an int from 1 to 10. So set the min to 1, max to 10. Why we do this? Because here we adding 10 users and the ID of the user is auto increment in our database. So the first one is going to be ID 1, the second one is 2, and so on all the way to the ID 10. So we have 10 user from ID 1 to 10, and that's why we are going to set the author ID to a random integer in range of 1 to 10. Okay, and also set the published to true. All right, now the post RI will contain a RI of 40 posts. So now we need to insert them into our database, but we are going to create some comments for each post on the fly when we are going to insert them. So I use post.map, right? And we're going to pass an async callback here. For each one, we're going to use the Prisma client to insert each post. So I use await prisma.post.create will create one post, and here in the config object, we're going to set the data to post. So just spread the post here. So we need to have each post in the callback of the map function. Now we can spread each post here in the data object. And then for the comments, we are going to use create many. So it will create many comments, more than one comment for each post that it is inserting. So in the comments many, we're going to have an object, set the data, and then we need to pass an array of, for example, 20 comments to this data. So use array.from. We're going to use a dummy array with length of, for example, 20 elements. And then we can map through this array to create a comment for each element. So again, with the callback, and each callback needs to return a comment object. So inside it, we're going to set the content. We use faker to initialize that, faker.lorem.sentence. Okay, and also we're going to set the author ID of the comment. Again, we can use this expression here, set a random integer in the range of 1 to 10 for the author ID. All right, let's save this. And here, for each post that we are going to insert, first we loop through each post inside the posts list, and then for each one, call the create function, pass the current post, and for the comments of that post, we are going to insert 20 comments on the fly. All right, this map function will create an array of 40 promises. As you can see, we have an async, so finally it has a array of 40 promises. So we're going to use the promise.all to resolve all the promises inside it. So here use promise.all and pass the post.map promises. All right, this will resolve all the promises that map function returns. Now here we're done with the seeding, so we can just write something to the console indicating the seeding is completed. So console.log seeding completed. All right, now we can call the main function. So main, since it's an async, we can change the then function. So if it is successful, we're going to pass a callback. First, we need to disconnect the Prisma, and then call the process.exit past the 0, indicating that the process is ending normally. All right. Also, we need to change the catch function, catch the error, and first we need to disconnect the Prisma and then log the error. So I'm going to say console.error, pass the error here, then use the process.exit with the 1, which means that the process is interrupting with an error. All right, now we can run this command from our terminal. In order to do that, we need to go to the package.json file, and here in the script section, we are going to create a script command, for example, db seed, and here inside it, we're going to run that file with ts node and put the address of our seed file relatively to the package.json file. So here is going to be inside the Prisma directory, and then seed.ts file. We have an error, and that's because we didn't put a comma here. All right, now let's go to our terminal, and here in the APIs directory, we're going to run the seed command. So npm run db seed. All right, this is done without any error, seeding completed. Now let's run the Prisma Studio to see if there is any data in our database. So let's say npm Prisma Studio. As you can see, we have users inside our user table. Also, we have the posts, but we don't have any post inside it. So I think we have a problem in our seed file. Let's get back to our seed file. Here is, yeah, we forgot to use await here to resolve the promises. Let's save this, open up our terminal and run the db.seed command. Okay, run the Prisma Studio. Now you can see our post here in the post table. So yeah, that's it for seeding process. And in the next section of this video, we are going to integrate the GraphQL API in our NestJS application. So if you have watched up to this point of this video, I will be very happy if you support me and hit the like button and also subscribe to my channel for more content like this. This will actually help me to grow faster on YouTube, and I really appreciate your support. Thanks for supporting me on this channel. And yeah, let's go to the next section of this video. All right, in this section, I'm going to talk about the basics of GraphQL in NestJS. We have two main approaches for implementing the GraphQL in NestJS, the schema first and code first. So I'm going to talk a little about the differences between these two approaches so you will understand which one fits your need. So let's get started. But before diving into the approaches, let me quickly recap what GraphQL is. So GraphQL is a query language for your API that gives the client exactly the data they need, no more, no less. And instead of REST multiple endpoint, GraphQL just uses a single endpoint with flexible queries. So let me show you the single endpoint of the GraphQL in action. Here, as you can see, we're on the localhost 8000, which is the address of our NestJS dev server, and then /GraphQL. This is our single endpoint. So every fetch request from our front end must be sent to this single endpoint. So we just have this single endpoint. And here, let me show you an example of fetching data with this endpoint. Here we are on the playground of the GraphQL. We can test our GraphQL API. Here we have a query which its name is getPostById. It takes the ID of the post, and here on the client side, we can select the data we need. For example, here we need the ID of the post, the title of the post, also the thumbnail, and from the author of the post, we need the ID, name, and email of the author. So if I run this query, you can see we get getPostById. It has the ID of the user, the title, and also the thumbnail. And here from the author, we have the ID, name, email. For example, we can also say that we want the slug of the post. So we just select the slug. As you can see, we have a nice autocomplete here. And if I run the query again, now we have this slug on the returning object. And also we can select more or less data from the author of the post. So here, if I hit the control space, we can also select the avatar of the author. So if I run the query again, now we have the avatar on the returning object. So yeah, this is what I mean by fetching exactly the data that we need, no more, no less. So on the front end side, we can decide what data we need and what data we don't need. This is the first one benefit of using GraphQL API. I will show you how you can create these queries and also mutation for mutate the data on our server with GraphQL throughout this course. So now let's get back to our introduction of the GraphQL. As I said, we have two approaches, schema first and code first. So the first one is the schema first, which starts by defining your GraphQL schema manually in .graphql files. And this is an example of creating a product type in a .graphql file. You need to define all of your queries and all of your mutation in .graphql files. And once your schema is defined, you need to write resolvers in your code to handle the operation for the schema. And this approach works great if you're collaborating with teams who prefer language agnostic schemas or already have a schema defined. The second approach, the code first, flips the script. Instead of writing the schema separately, you define it directly in your TypeScript code using decorators. And NestJS will automatically generate this schema file for you. This is an example of creating a type with the code first approach. You define a class and decorate it with object type of the NestJS/GraphQL, and NestJS automatically creates this GraphQL schema based on the code that you define here. So this approach keeps your schema and code tightly integrated, making it ideal for TypeScript heavy projects. So which approach is better? It depends. The schema first is great if you want full control over your schema or need to collaborate with teams using different languages. But the code first is faster to set up and keeps your code base cleaner and takes full advantage of TypeScript and type safety. And for this video, we will be using code first approach. It's efficient, developer friendly, and aligns perfectly with NestJS TypeScript Foundation. So now let's get hands-on and build our first GraphQL API using the code first approach. Let's get into code. All right, in the first step, we need to install the packages that we need to install in order to set up the GraphQL on our NestJS application. So first, let me navigate to our NestJS project, cd apps/API, and then here we need to install 4 packages at NestJS/GraphQL, at NestJS/Apollo, at Apollo/server, and also the GraphQL. So we need to install these 4 packages in our NestJS application. All right, it's done. Now we need to go to the app module, and here in the import section, we need to add the GraphQL module. So here before the Prisma, we're going to add the GraphQL module, which comes from the NestJS/GraphQL, then call the forward function. In the generics, we need to add the Apollo driver config, so Apollo driver config, and then in the function, we need to pass a config object, and here we're going to set the driver to Apollo because we are using the Apollo as a driver. So we're going to set it to Apollo driver, which comes from the @NestJS/Apollo. And then here, if we want to go ahead with the code first approach, we need to set the auto schema file to true. In this way, we're going to tell the Apollo driver to create the GraphQL schema file based on the schema that we are defining in the TypeScript. And here also, we can define the path of our final GraphQL schema. So here, instead of true here, we can specify the path. I use the join function, which comes from the path of the Node.js, and then here specify the current directory. So I use the process.cwd and then add the src/GraphQL/schema.gql. All right, and also we need to put the parentheses here for the cwd function. So it will create a GraphQL directory here in the src directory. Then inside it, it will create the schema.gql file, which is our final GraphQL schema file, which is created based on the schema that we are going to define in TypeScript in our NestJS code base. So now we need to define our entities and then define a resolver in which we actually define our queries and mutations. So with queries, we fetch the data, and with mutation, we can insert or edit or delete data from our database. So in the next step, as I said, we need to define our entities. So for example, let's first create the post entity for our GraphQL API. So I open up the terminal again, and let me create a module for the post in our application. So I use the nest CLI here, nest g. We're going to use a res, which actually creates the module, services, and controller, and also the resolver for us. So I use the nest g res, and then let's name it post, and then -- no spec because we don't want it to create the test file for us. And here, instead of the REST API, we're going to choose the GraphQL code first. All right. It says, do you like the generate the CRUD entry point? I hit yes here, and here it creates the post module for us. Inside it, we have a post resolver, which inside it, we're going to define our GraphQL queries and mutations, and also a post service. So here we have also a post.entity.ts file in which we need to define the post entity. So if we use the type-orm in our NestJS application, it's really easy to integrate it with GraphQL. We're going to just go to our type ORM entities and decorate the entity with the add object type and decorate each field of our entity with add field. So it is really easy because we already have our entity class. But since we are using the Prisma here, we need to define our entities manually here and then mark them with the add object and add field decorators. Yeah, this is an extra work that when we are using the Prisma. So TypeORM has the upper hand in this case if you're going to integrate the GraphQL in your NestJS application. But as you know, Prisma has its own advantages over TypeORM. So we choose to have the Prisma in our application and we need to define our entities manually here. So let's define our post entity. As I said, we need to mark it with the add object type. In this way, we tell the Apple driver and GraphQL API that this is going to be a GraphQL type. So it will create a GraphQL type based on this class on our final GraphQL schema. So make sure to mark your class with add object type. And then, as I said, we need to define our fields in our entity and mark them with add field decorator. So let me just remove them. The first one is going to be ID, which is going to be a number. It should be in sync with our Prisma post model. So it has an ID, which is going to be a number. And then we need to mark it with the add field decorator. All right. And then we're going to pass a callback here, which actually define the type of this field in the GraphQL types, which is int. All right. Then we're going to have the title, which is going to be a string, and also mark it with the add field decorator. And for the string, we don't want to pass the callback and return the type of the field. The default type is string, so we don't want to specify anything in the add field decorator. Next, we're going to have a slug, which is going to be string. Let's mark it with question mark. It is optional. So here in the field decorator, we need to set it as nullable. So I pass in config object and set nullable to true. All right. Next, we're going to have the thumbnail. Its type is going to be string. Also, it is optional. So let me just copy this field and paste it here. Okay. The next one is content. Its type is string. Let's use the add field before it. All right. Next, we're going to have the published. It is going to be a boolean, and also we need to mark it with add field decorator. And here we need to pass a callback and return the type of the field in GraphQL. It is going to be boolean with the uppercase. All right. Next, we're going to have the created add and updated add. Both of them is going to be of type date. All right. So let's just copy this and rename it to updated add and mark them with add field. So with date type also, we don't need to define the returning type because this is going to be returned as a string. And also we need to specify the author comments and tags field, but since we haven't defined those entities yet, we're going to put them later in this entity. So for now, let's save this and also save the app module. And here I go to the post resolver. Here, as you can see, each resolver must be decorated with the add resolver and specify the entity that this resolver is designed for. So here, this decorator comes from the NestJS/GraphQL. Then here, as you can see, the NestJS will create the mutation for creating a post, a query for returning the post, a query for returning one post, and a mutation for updating and also deleting the post. So for now, let's just remove all of these queries and mutations. And here, let's just have one query which returns all of the posts inside our database. So here in the query, we need to define the returning object of this query. It returns a list of post entities. So we need to put them inside a square brackets, which means that this query returns a list of posts. And here we need to define the name of our query. And when this query is called from our GraphQL API, this will actually runs this function, and this function, which is called the postservice.findAll function, this will created by the NestJS CLI. So let's go to the findAll. Here, let me just remove all of these created functions. Just keep the findAll function. So let's use the Prisma service here and actually fetch and return all of the posts from our database. So in order to use the Prisma service, we need to inject it in this service. So I use the constructor here and say private Prisma and set its type to Prisma service. It comes from the Prisma module and Prisma service. They put the body of the constructor, and let's go to the post module. Here, as you can see in the providers, we have used the post resolver and also post service, and we also need to include the Prisma service because we are using this Prisma service in this module. So just add it inside the provider Prisma service. All right, now we can use it inside the post service. So here, instead of using this dummy message, let me fetch the post from our database and return it here. So here, return await this dot prisma dot post dot find many, and actually it returns all of the posts from our post table. Let's mark this function with async. All right, we're good to go. So here in the post resolver, we have a query. Its name is post. So let's just rename it to posts here, and actually it calls the post service that find all, which return all of the posts from our database with Prisma. So let's save this and let's run the application. Let me go back to the monorepo root path and let me clear this up. So npm run dev. As you can see, we have an error, and let me see what is the error. It says the query root must be provided. So we need to at least have one query in our schemas. So here in the post resolver, we have already a query. So it must have actually with the app module, and here in the imports, we don't import the post module, which includes the post resolver. So here we need to import the post module. All right, let's save this. And if I go to the post module, you can see it uses the post resolver. So it probably solved the error. Let me open up the terminal, and yeah, the error is gone. So let me just go to the browser in the localhost 8000. You can see now we have a GraphQL API up and running here. So if I hit the control space, we have the query, and inside the query, you can see we have the post query that we have just defined in the post resolver. So if I here choose the post and open up a curly braces, we can select the fields for each post. For example, let's say we want to have the ID, title, and also the slug of each post. And if I run the query, you can see we have a data object inside it. We have the post list. Here, if I get back to the VS Code and go to the post resolver, you can see we have defined the returning type of this query to be a list of posts. All right, let's get back to our GraphQL API. You can see each post have an ID, title, slug inside it. And yeah, we have the list of these posts with these three fields that we have defined inside the query. We can also have more or less field here. For example, let's have the created at. And as you can see, now we have the created at for each post inside our returning object. So yeah, that's it for creating our first query with GraphQL in the code first approach in this project. All right, so let's get back to the VS Code. And here, as you can see, inside the src directory, we have a GraphQL directory. And inside it, we have the schema.gql file. So here, if I get back to the app.module, you can see we have specified these paths for our schema file. So GraphQL module creates this file based on the entity and resolver that we have created inside the post module. So if I open this file, you can see in the first line, it says that this file was automatically created and do not modify it. And as you can see, we have a type post, which was created based on the post entity file, this class. And then let me get back to the GraphQL schema. You can see we have a type query, which inside it, we have defined a post query, which returns a list of post entities. And this query was created based on the post resolver and this query that we have defined here. So yeah, this is for the code first approach. We create our types and query and also mutations inside our TypeScript code base, and GraphQL module will create the GraphQL schema based on these TypeScript codes. All right, so now let's get back to the post entity and add the author of the post, comments of the post, and also tags of the post. For adding the author, first we need to create the user entity because the type of the author should be of type user entity. So let's open up the terminal and create a user module, and then inside it, we're going to create the user entity. So first, let me navigate to the NestJS project app/API. Then inside it, we're going to use the NestCLI, rest to create a module. Let's name it user and let's put the dash dash no spec flag because we don't want to create the test file. All right, let's choose the GraphQL code first and let's create the CRUD entry points. All right, so now we have a user module here, and inside it we have the user module, user resolver, user service, and also DTOs and the user entity. So let's go to the user entity and let's add fields of the user entity. It should be in sync with the user model in our Prisma schema. So first, make sure that it is decorated with the object type, and then for each field of the user, you need to mark it with the add field decorator, just like the post entity. So I use the add field here, and the first one is going to be ID, which its type is going to be int. So ID, its type now in TypeScript is number, and in GraphQL is of type int. So don't confuse between these two types. All right. The next one is going to be name of the user. It is string, and let's mark it with add field. Since it is string, we don't want to specify the GraphQL type. The third one is going to be email of the user. Its type is string, and let's mark it with add field. The next one is bio of the user. It is going to be optional. Make a question mark here and set its type to string, and use the add field decorator, pass the configure object, and set nullable to true. Next, we're going to have the avatar of the user. Its type is going to be string. Also, it is optional. Make a question mark. Let me just copy this field decorator for the avatar field. Next, we are going to add the post of the user. So it is going to have posts field. It is optional, and we need to set its type to the post entity. Here, as you can see, we have a post that comes from the Prisma client type, and the next one is the post that comes from the post entity inside the post module. So this one, we can't use the Prisma type from the Prisma client. We need to set its type to the post that is marked with the add object type, which comes from the user module. So if I go to this post, you can see it's our post entity. We have defined it manually and mark it with the object type. So let's get back to the user module, and it is going to be of type a list of posts. So this is how we define a list of posts in TypeScript. But here now, pay attention to how we can define a list of posts in the GraphQL type. So you use add field decorator, pass the callback, which return the type of this field, which is a list of posts. So we're going to put a pair of square brackets, and then inside it, we need to specify the post. So this is how we define a list of a type in the GraphQL. So if I get back to the post resolver, you can see here the return type of this query is also a list of type, and you can see we put the post inside the square brackets. This indicates that the query returns a list of post objects. All right, let's get back here in the user entity, and then we need to define the comments of the user. So since we haven't created the comment model, let's postpone defining the comments after creating the comments entity. So for now, let's save this, and now let's create the comments model. So I open up the terminal again. Let me clear this up first. Use the Nest CLI to create a module for comments, NestJS, and then comment and dash dash no spec. All right, choose the code first and also create the CRUD entry points. All right, let's close this off and go to the comment entity here. Let's go to the entity section, and here we need to define the comment entity. We already have a comment type in the JavaScript, so let me just rename it to comment entity. All right, now let me remove this dummy field and let's have an ID. It is going to be a number. Let's quickly define all the fields and then decorate them with the field decorator at once. So next one is the content is going to be a string. It has the post, which is the post that this comment is written for. So its type should be a post that comes from the post.entity file. Do not use the Prisma post that comes from the Prisma client. It doesn't work. That's why we are creating the entities manually. Right, next field is the author of the comment who writes the comment. So its type should be of type user. Again, choose the user from the user.entity file and also create it at, which is the date time of the comment that is created. So now let me mark them with the add field decorator. The type of the first one should be int. For the content, I just use the field because for the string, we don't need to specify the GraphQL type, and then we have the post. So use the field. Here we need to return the post entity. All right. The author, we need to return the user entity, and for the we need to return it in a callback. All right. And then for the created at, we just need to put the at field decorator because its type is date and it is delivered as a string in the GraphQL. So let's save this, and now we can get back to the user model and have the comments field set its type to the comment entity. Actually, it's a list of comment entities, and then we need to mark it with the field decorator and pass a list of comment entity. Inside the square brackets, pass the comment entity. I think we're done with the user entity, and now let's create the tags and like entities. So let's open up the terminal and use the Nest CLI to create the tag module, NestJS tag -no spec. Using GraphQL and create the CRUD entry point. Here in the tag, let's open up the tags entity, and for the tag, it should have an ID, which is going to be number, and name, which is going to be a string, and we can also have a post which specify the post that uses this specific tag. So we need to set its type to the list of post entities. All right. Now let me mark these fields with add field decorator. The first one, let's return the GraphQL int type. Let's fix that. All right. For the second one, it's a string. Let's just use the add field. And for the third one, use the add field and return a list of posts in the callback. Okay. And actually, we don't want the tag service and tag resolver because we don't want to create a query or mutation directly inside the tag module. I will show you how we can insert the tags on the fly when we are creating a post. So just delete the tag service and tag resolvers. And as the last entity, let's create the likes module and create the like entity. So open up the terminal and use NestJS like -no spec. Choose the code first and create the CRUD entry points and go to the likes module. Open up the likes entity. Let's remove this dummy field. It should have an ID, which is the number, a user, which is of type user, comes from the user entity, and also a post, which is of type post entity. Again, do not use the types from the Prisma client. Let's mark them with the add field, return the GraphQL type, and the user just return the user entity, and for the post, just return the post entity. We have an error, and that's because we need to return the type of the field in a callback. Now also let's create a created at because it should be in sync with the Prisma like type. So it has an created at which is of type date, and let's mark it with the add field decorator, and we're done. So let's get back to the post entity. Now we can have an author of the post. So we're going to add the author. Its type is of type user entity. Mark it with add field decorator. Return the user entity type. I think this one is from the Prisma client. So yeah, let's remove the type that comes from the Prisma client, and both of these two types now refer to the user entity. Next, we're going to have the tags of the post, which is going to be a list of tags entity. All right, use the add field and return a list of tags. Okay, also let's have the comments of the post. Its type should be of type comments entity. So let's mark it with the add field decorator, return GraphQL type, which is a list of comments entity. All right, also here we need to have a list of comment entities. That's it for the post entity. And now let's run the application to make these changes take effect in the GraphQL schema. So let's get back to the root path of our monorepo, then run the npm run dev. So we have these errors cannot find the module tag resolver and tag service. So let's go to the tag module and remove these two import because now we don't use them. Also, let's remove them in the provider section and here in the comment resolver. Now let's rename the type of the resolver to the comments entity. Okay, let's remove the comment type. Now we have another error in the mutations of the comment entity. Just rename the comment entity. We need to rename all of these comments to the comments entity. Now let's save this. Hope this will do the job. And yeah, and if I go to the schema.gql, you can see we have the user type, comment entity, we have the tag type, post, like, and also we have all the queries that are inside the resolver of each module. So now let's remove some of the mutation and queries that we don't want to be inside our mutations and inside our resolvers. So let's get to the comment resolver and let's remove all of the mutations and queries that the NestJS CLI created for us. We're going to create only the queries and mutations that will be needed in the front-end application. So let's do the same for the like resolver. Just remove all of these extra mutation and queries. Go to the post resolver and we just have the first one which returns all of the posts. So let it be here. And also let's go to the tags. We have just remove the resolver and service. Go to the user resolver and remove all the mutation queries. All right, for now we have created all of the entities. And now we can go ahead to the next section of this video and set up the authentication module in our NestJS application. Alright guys, in this section we are going to create the authentication module for our NestJS application, and since we are using the GraphQL in this application, it's a little different to implement the authentication in this project, but don't worry, I will show you how you can set up the authentication when you are using GraphQL in your NestJS application. So if you're ready, let's get into it. So in the first step, we need to create a auth module. So let's go to the NestJS application apps/API and then create a nest module, nest.js. Let's call it auth --no spec. Choose the GraphQL code first. And we don't want to have the CRUD entry point. So I hit no here. And here, as you can see, we have the auth module, and here inside it, we have the auth resolver. So in this resolver, we need to create these sign-in mutations. So with sign-in mutation, we pass the username and password in a GraphQL mutation, and then we're going to check the username and password, and if they are correct, we just create a JWT access token, pass it to the client. But before creating the sign-in mutation, let me just create a mutation for registering or creating a new user in our NestJS application. So let's go to the user module, and inside the user resolver, let's create a mutation for creating a new user. So here in the user resolver class, I'm going to create a mutation. So I use @mutation, which comes from the @nestjs/GraphQL. This mutation returns a user. So let's define the returning type of the mutation, and then we need to create a function for this mutation. So it's an async function. I'm going to call it create user, and it takes an object as its parameter for creating the user, in which we're going to pass the, for example, name, email, password, and avatar of the user for creating a new user. So in order to define a parameter for our mutation and also queries, we need to use @args_decorator, which again comes from the NestJS/GraphQL, and inside it we need to define a name for it. I'm going to call it create user inputs, and then here we can have a parameter. I'm going to just call it create user inputs, and we're going to set its type to the create user inputs that the NestJS CLI created for us. All right, it's come from the DTO directory inside the user module. As you can see, the NestJS CLI automatically creates a create user inputs and also a update user input. So let me put the body of the function here, and let's go to the create user inputs. As you can see, it is decorated with a input type. So an input type is something like the DTOs when we are using the REST framework. So here, input type are used as our DTOs. So we're going to create a class and mark it with @input type. Then we're going to define the field that we need to have inside the input type. So the client must supply the name, which is going to be a string, and also a password, which again is going to be a string. Email, its type is string. The bio of the user is going to be optional. So let's put a question mark for it, and also avatar, which is going to be a string. Let's mark it with question mark to be optional. Now we need to mark each of these fields with the @field decorator, just like the object type. So @field, and then pass a callback, which returns the GraphQL type of this field. So for string type, we don't need to pass the GraphQL type, but we can also do that. So we can just return a string with the uppercase, which is a GraphQL type. And then for the password, as I said, we don't need to specify the string type, and let's go for the email, use the add field. Also, we can use the class validator decorators for validating the input type. So let me just quickly install the class validator, npm I class validator. All right, it's done. Let's close this off, and here we can use at is email, which is come from the class validator. The bio, let's use the field, pass the config object, set the nullable to true. Let's copy this and paste it here for the avatar. All right, since we are using the isEmail decorator for validating the email, we need to enable the validation pipe in our NestJS application. So let's get to the main.ts file, and here let me say app.use global pipes, and inside it we need to pass a new instance of the validation pipe. And also, since we're using the validation pipe, we need to install the class transformer. So here we install the class transformer, npm I class transformer. All right, now let's close this off and get back to the create user input. So in this way, we just created a input type. When the client calls the create user mutation, it should provide a create user input, and inside the create user input, there must be a name, password, an email, which should be invalid email, and also a bio and avatar, which these last two are optional. It means that we can ignore them in the create user input. So let's get back here, and now that we have the create user input, we need to call the user service.create function. So just return await this.user service that create, and then pass the create user input. Again, this create function, the user service, is created by the NestJS CLI. It just return a dummy message that says this action adds a new user. So let me first just remove all of these dummy functions and only keep the create function. Now we need to inject the Prisma service here in this service, and then use that Prisma service to create a user in our database. So use the constructor here, and here I'm going to say private Prisma, which its type should be of type Prisma service. And then here with the body of the constructor. Now in the create user input, we need to insert the user with the Prisma service. But before inserting the user into our database, we need to hash the user password. So for hashing the password, I'm going to use a package called argon2. Again, open up the terminal to install this package, npm I argon2. You can also use bcrypt for hashing the password of the user, but the algorithm of the argon2 is faster, especially when you are passing a longer string to it. Okay, so let's get back here, and first we need to extract the password from the create user input. So I'm going to say const, use the structuring pattern, set it to create user input, and here let's extract the password and put the rest to an object called user. Now we need to hash the password, so I'm going to say const hashed password, set it to await, and call the hash function of the argon2. So as you can see, this function comes from the argon2 package. All right, call the hash function and pass the password. So unlike the bcrypt hash function, we don't want to specify the salt round. We just put the plain password and we get the hashed version of the password. Also, since we are using the await here, we need to mark it with async. All right, now we can create the user inside our database with Prisma. So we just return and await this Prisma user create function, pass the config object, specify the data, which must be a user object. So first I need to set the password to the hashed version of the password, and then spread the user object here. So here, as you can see, we get the user object out of the create user input. The user object does not have the password inside it. So instead of the plain password, we initialize the password with the hashed version of the password. All right, let's save this, and here let's save this again. Now let's run the application, get back to the monorepo, npm run dev. We got an error, and yeah, that's because we using the Prisma service in the user module. We need to include it inside the providers of the user module. So here in the providers section of the user module, we're going to add the Prisma service. Right, let's open up the terminal again. As you can see, the NestJS application is successfully started. Now let's go to the browser and GraphQL playground. Let's create another tab here in order to call the create user mutation. Put the mutation here, and inside it, we're going to call the create user. So let's get back to the VS Code. Here, as you can see in the user resolver, we didn't specify a name for this mutation. And when we don't specify a name for a mutation or query, it gets its name from its corresponding function. So the corresponding function is create user. So the mutation get its name as create user. Get back to the GraphQL playground. So here, as you can see, now we have a create user. Inside it, we need to initialize the create user input. So it's an object, and here we need to specify the name. For example, I put my name. We can put the comma here, but it's not necessary. Then we're going to pass the password. We're going to set it as 123, and again pass the email. Let me just pass an invalid email. So just the dummy string here without any @ sign, or for example .com does not satisfy the email pattern. Let me just refresh this page to remove this type label. Okay, we can see it better. Now after the create user, we can select the fields of returning type of the mutation. Let's get back to the mutation. As you can see, it returns a user. So now we can get the ID of the user and also the name of the user. Okay, let's run the mutation. We got the bad request exception, and here in the messages, as you can see here, it says email must be an email. That's because we enable the global validation pipe, and also in the create user input, we use the @isEmail decorator, which comes from the class validator. Actually, we are validating the email field. So let's get back here and put something like we want at, for example, gmail.com. So it now satisfies the email pattern. If I run the query, you can see the create user returns the ID of the created user in our database and also select the name from the database. So in this way, we can create a mutation and also run a mutation. I will show you how you can call this mutation or any other queries or mutations from our Next.js front-end application in the upcoming section of this video. So stay in this video and you will see how you can call these mutations from the front-end side. All right, now we can create the sign-in mutation for logging the user into our NestJS application. So let's get back to the VS Code. And as I said, in this section, we're going to create a sign-in mutation inside the auth module. So let's go to the auth module. And here, as you can see, we have a auth resolver. So let's go to the auth resolver. And here we need to create a sign-in mutation. So I use the @mutation and then specify the returning type of this mutation. For now, just set it to a string. And then we need to define the corresponding function. It's a async function, and let's call it sign-in. And also it has some arguments. So I use @args decorator, and then need to specify a name for it. I'm going to name it sign-in input, and then we can have it in the parameters of this function, sign-in input. Let's set its type to the sign-in input class. We haven't created this sign-in input class, so we're going to create it in a second. But for now, let me just put the body of the function. Now let's create a DTO directory inside the auth module. So here, I'm going to create a DTO directory, and inside it, we're going to create a sign-in input. So sign-in.input.ts. All right, let's create a class. So export class sign-in input. And as you remember, we need to mark it with the @input type. It comes from the NestJS/GraphQL. Now inside it, we need to define the payload that we want inside the sign-in mutation. So we need to just have email of the user. So let's set its type to string, and also password of the user, and it's a string. Now we need to mark them with the @field decorator, and since they are string, we don't need to specify the GraphQL type in the field decorator. All right, so this is the sign-in input. The client must provide the email and password in order to call the sign-in mutation. Now let's get back to the auth resolver, and let's import the sign-in input. All right, now that we have the sign-in input, we need to actually validate the email and password of the user. So let's create a function called validate local user, and inside it, we're going to validate the email and password of the user. Actually, we're going to check inside our database if such a user with this email and password is existed. We just return that user, otherwise we throw an unauthorized exception. So here, let me go to the auth service, and here, let me create a validate local user function. So here, I'm going to create a function, async validate local user, and we're going to get the sign-in inputs. Actually, let me extract the email and password from the sign-in input. So let's set its type to the sign-in input. Then we can get the email and also the password. All right. Now let's put the body of the local user. And by the way, let me emphasize that here we don't want to use the passport local strategy. We just check the email and password of the user here. And then if the email and password are correct, we just return a user. And then in the auth resolver here, we're going to generate the access token and pass it to the client. We don't use the local user since we are using the GraphQL. If we wanted to use REST API, it was really easy to use local strategy. But when we use the GraphQL for signing in the user, the local strategy of the passport.js make it complex. So we don't want to use it. We just do it by ourselves. And by the way, we're going to use the JWT strategy of the passport.js when we are going to protect some of the queries and mutation of our GraphQL endpoint. So we use the JWT strategy, but we're not going to use the local strategy. We're going to do it by ourselves. So let's get back to the auth service and the validate user function. We need to use the Prisma service to get access to the users table. So in the constructor, let me quickly inject the Prisma service, private Prisma, set its type to the Prisma service. All right. Now let me quickly go to the auth module and add the Prisma service here. Okay. Now we can use it inside the auth service without any error. So here in the validate local user, first we're going to get the user based on its email. So here I'm going to say const user and set it to await this Prisma user find unique, and then pass a config object. Inside it, we're going to specify the where API, and inside it, we're going to pass the email of the user. So here we have an error, and it says that the email of type string is not assignable to user where unique inputs. That's probably because of the email inside the user is not set to be unique. And here we need to mark the email of the user with the @unique decorator. Let's save this, open up our terminal, and stop the dev server. We need to run a migration to make this change takes effect in our database and also the Prisma client. So npx Prisma migrate dev with a name --name, fixing the email of the user. Okay, let's run the migration. So we have an error, and that's because we are in the boot path of our application. First, we need to go to the NestJS project directory. So cd apps/API. Okay, oops. All right, now let me close this up. Now we can run the migrate command. So let me run it and put the yes here. It actually says that since the email field is now a unique, that might cause some errors if the email column has some duplicated values. So let me just yes, and that didn't raise any error. So now let's get back to our auth service. As you can see, the error is gone. That's because the email is now a unique field. By the way, if you are using the find unique function in the where API, you need to provide only the fields that are unique. So now let's move on. And here, first we're going to check the user. If the user is undefined, it means that we didn't find any matching user with this email. So we're going to throw an unauthorized exception. So here I'm going to say if not user, we're going to throw an unauthorized exception. So throw no unauthorized exception and say something like this, like user not found. All right, let's move on. The next step, if we pass this exception trap, means that we have a user in our database with this email. So we're going to check its password. And since the password is hashed in our database, we need to use the verify function of the Argon2 package. So it first hashed the plain password that the client provided in the sign-in mutation, and then check it with the hash version of the user in our database. So first we need to hash it. So in order to compare the plain provided password here with the hashed version of the password inside our database, we're going to use the verify function of the Argon2. So here I'm going to say const password matched and set it to verify function of the Argon2 package. All right, I believe it's an async function, so we need to wait for it. And then here in the first argument, we need to pass the hashed version of the password, which we have got from the database. So it's inside the user object that we've got from the Prisma client here. We're going to pass the user.password, and in the second argument, we just pass the plain password which the client has provided in the sign-in mutation. All right, so now we can check if password match is not true. We can again throw an unauthorized exception. So here, if not password matched, which means that the user provided the wrong password, we can just throw new unauthorized exception and then pass a message something like invalid credential. Okay, now if we pass this second exception trap, it means that the email and password of the user are correct, and now we can just return the user to the auth resolver. So now here in the auth resolver, we can call the validate local user function. So here I'm gonna say const user and set it to await auth service. We got validate local user and pass the sign-in input. All right. So as I said, if the credential of the user are wrong inside this function, we return a unauthorized exception. And otherwise, we get the user, which means that the client provided a correct email and password. Now we can create a access token, send it back to the client. But for now, let me just send back a message to user, something like successful login. So here I'm going to say return successful login. All right. Now let's run the application again. First, go to the monorepo, then run the monorepo. Don't have any errors, so let's get back to the browser. Now let's log in again. So in the previous section, as you can see, we have created a user with this email and this password. So now let's run another mutation. Let's call the sign-in mutation. Inside it, we need to provide the sign-in input. We need to have the email. Let me just copy this from the previous mutation, paste it here, and also the password, just provide the 123. Okay, let's run the mutation, and as you can see, we have the successful login. So let's put a wrong password, 12 for example, and as you can see, we have an error. The message says invalid credentials. So this is for the sign-in mutation. And now in the next section of this video, we need to create a access token and send it back to the client instead of sending this successful login message. Alright, before implementing the create access token function in our application, let me quickly show you how JDBT-based authentication works in modern web applications by enabling the stateless authentication. So here we have a general diagram which illustrates the general workflow of JDBT-based authentication. So usually client send a login request to an auth service, and in the auth service, we're going to check the credentials of the user, usually username and password, and in our case, we're going to check the email and password of the user. If this provided credential are matched with our database, we use the JDBT service and issue a token. So we send some data of the user, usually its ID, and based on these data, the JDBT service will create a JDBT access token, and then we send back that JDBT access token to the client. So on the subsequent request of the client to the protected resources, the client must include that JDBT access token inside its request, usually in the header of its request. So usually we have a middleware which intercepts the request of the user to the protected resources, and in that middleware, we are going to validate the JDBT token of the user. So if the token validation was successful, we grant access to the protected resources to the client. Otherwise, we deny granting the access to the protected resource. So yeah, this is how JDBT-based authentication works in the web applications. So now, with this introduction in mind, let us go back to our project and implement the JDBT token creation in our authentication module. So let's get back to the VS Code and let me close this off. So here, instead of returning a successful login message, we are going to create the JDBT tokens and send them back to the user. So I get back to the auth service and create a generate token function. So here, after this function, we're going to create an async function and name it generate token. It takes the user ID, which is going to be a number, and with that user ID, we are going to create a JDBT token. So how we can create a JDBT token? We need to use the JDBT service of the NestJS. So let's install the JDBT service of the NestJS, which actually provides some API for creating the JDBT tokens. So let's go to the NestJS application, and here let's install the NestJS JDBT service, npm I at nestjs/JDBT. All right, now we need to provide a secret key and also an expiry time for JDBT creation. So now let's go to the auth module, and here in the auth module, in the import section of the auth module, we need to configure the JDBT module. So here, let me put the imports list, and here let's put the JDBT module, which comes from the NestJS/JDBT, and here we're going to call the register function, and inside it we are going to provide two options. The secret, which is a secret key that JDBT is encrypted and created based on it, and then we need to specify a expiry time for the JDBT. So after that expiry time, the JDBT is no longer valid. So here, in order to set that, we need to set the sign-in option, and inside the sign-in option, we need to set the expire in. All right, so we need to pass these two options to the JDBT module. And since these data are sensitive data, we need to keep them in a secret place and not inside our code base. So we need to keep them inside the env file and then read them from the env variables. So first, let me go to the env file of our NestJS application, and then here we're going to create two variables, JDBT secret and also JDBT expire in. All right, now for creating the JDBT secret, we're going to use the openSSL command. So I open up the terminal and use openSSL, then rand because we want it to be random, and then we're going to set the hex flag because we want it to be in hexadecimal format, and it should be 32 bytes, which means that it will create a 256-bit secret key. So if I run this command, you can see it creates a random key for us. So now let me copy that, get back to our env file, and paste it in front of the JDBT secret. Now for the JDBT expires in, we can set it to, for example, 24 hours. Now let's save this and get back to the auth module, and we need to read these variables and feed them to the register function. But in NestJS, we cannot directly use the process.env to access the env variables. So first we need to install the config module of the NestJS. So I open up the terminal again, and here, let me clear this up. I'm going to use npm I at nestjs/config. All right, now we can go to the app module and enable the config module of the NestJS. So let me open up the app module here, and in the import section, after the GraphQL module, we're going to have the config module, which comes from the at nestjs/config, and then call the forward function, and inside it, we're going to set the isGlobal to true. It means that the config module is available throughout the application without needing to import it repeatedly. So let's set isGlobal to true, and then little comma here, and oops, we need to remove this semicolon here. All right, now let's go to the auth module and configure the JDBT module with the variables of our env file with the help of the config module. So here, since we are in the at module decorator and we want to get access to the config service of the config module to access the env variables, we cannot use the register function and directly use the config service here. Instead, we're going to use register async, and as you can see now, we cannot feed the config object to the JDBT module. Instead, we're going to pass another config module. Inside it, we're going to set the imports, and in the imports, we just add the config module. All right, and then we need to inject the config service of the config module into this function. So here I use the inject, and then with the inject, put the config service. All right, now we need to have a use factory function which finally returns a config object, and that config object actually contains the secret and expires in options. So we cannot directly feed the config object of the JDBT module. So here we're going to have a use factory function. It is going to be an async, and then inside it we need to have the config service. So config service, its type should be of type this config service that we injected to this function. So config service, and then here we need to return an object that actually contains the options of the JDBT module. So here we're going to return an object. As you can see now, we have access to the options of the JDBT module. So we need to set the secret, and in order to access the env variable which contains the secret, we're going to use the config service.get, and then we can also specify the type of returning of the variable. It is just a string. And then we need to provide the name of the variable, which is, I believe, JDBT secret. So let me back to the env and copy this and paste it here. And then also we need to have sign in option. And in the sign in option, we can set the expires in variable. Again, let me just copy this line and just go back to the env file and copy the name of the variable, paste it here for the expires in option. So in this way, we can access to the config module inside the @module declarator of the module. If we wanted to use the config service inside a service, we just needed to just inject them in the constructor of this service, just like here that we inject the Prisma service into the constructor. That's it. But when we are going to use it inside the @module declarators of a module, it is a little different and needs extra work. First, you need to call the register async function here, specify the imports and pass the config module, and in the inject, specify the config service, and then you need to pass a use factor function that finally returns an option object that fits the JDBT module. So as you can see, return the option object inside the use factory. So now we have configured the JDBT module with its JDBT secret and the JDBT expires in time. We can call this JDBT service and create a access token for our authenticated user. So let's get back to the auth service here. First, we need to inject the JDBT service to this auth service class. So after the Prisma service, we're going to have a JDBT service, so private JDBT service, and set its type to the JDBT service class, which comes from the @NestJS/JDBT. Now here I get back to the generate token function, and here inside it, we're going to say const access token and create it with the JDBT service. So here I'm going to use await, then this JDBT service sign async, and then pass the payload. So what is the payload? The payload is actually the data that you want to embed in your JDBT token. So for the payload, we usually create an object, and then inside that object, we set our data to a sub property. So let me just create a JDBT payload type for the authentication here, and then create the payload based on that type. So in the auth module, let me create a new directory. I'm going to call it types, and inside it, we're going to create file name auth-jdbt payload.d.ts. All right. Now in here, we're going to export a type called auth-jdbt payload, and it is going to be an object. It should have a sub inside it, and here, as I said, it should be of type of the data that you need to embed in your JDBT token. So we just want to embed the user ID inside the token, and since the user ID is of type number, we just set the type of the sub to number. It keeps the user ID. Let's get back to the auth service here. And now let's create a payload based on the user ID. So I'm going to say const payload, and its type should be of type auth JDBT payload that we have just created. So it is going to be an object, and inside it, we're going to have the sub. And for the sub, we're going to initialize that with the user ID that we've got in the parameters of the function. So now we can pass the payload here to the JDBT service.sign async function. So then it will return a JDBT, and we keep it inside the access token. So we just return that access token out of this generate token function. Now let's create a function for login. So here I'm going to use async login function, which actually get the user, which its type is of type user that comes from the Prisma client, because in the auth resolver, we get the user from the Prisma client. So its type is of type the user that comes from the Prisma client. So here, first, we're going to call the generate token function to get the access token. So here I'm going to say const access token. So let me just return this access token from the generate token inside an object. All right. So we can just grab it here from the returning type of the generate token function. So here I'm going to say await this generate token function, pass the user.id here. Now we can access to the access token here. Then we just return an object, and then this object will be sent back to the user. So we return an object, we pass the ID, which is going to be user.id, we pass the name of the user, which is going to be user.name. We pass the avatar, which comes from the user.avatar. And then finally, we just pass the access token. So we pass this object to the user upon a successful login. Let me save this and get back to the auth resolver. And instead of returning this successful login, we're going to call the JDBT auth service.login function. So here I'll say await this.auth service.login function and pass the user that we've got here from the validate local user function. All right, so it returns the user data along with its access token. So now let me test this mutation. Let me run the application first, go to the root path of the monorepo and then run the monorepo. Okay, so the application is running. Let's get back to the GraphQL endpoint. Okay, so now let's run the sign-in mutation. And it says that the string cannot represent this value, ID, name, avatar, and access token. So let me get back to the project. And here, as you can see, this mutation returns a string. We need to return a type that match with this object. It should have an ID, name, avatar, and access token. So we need to create this GraphQL type in our auth module. So here, let me create a entity directory here in the auth module, name it entities, and inside it, we're going to create an auth payload.entity. So auth payload.entity.ts. Let me quickly export a class. We're going to name it auth payload. Okay, it is going to have an ID, which is going to be a number, a name of type string, avatar of type string again, and then access token. Again, its type is going to be string. Now we need to mark them with the NestJS GraphQL decorators. First, we need to mark the entire class with the object type that comes from the NestJS/GraphQL. Then mark each of these fields with the @field decorator of the NestJS/GraphQL. Okay, let's paste it for each of these fields. Now let's get back to the auth resolver, and instead of returning a string, we just return a auth payload entity. Okay, now let's get back to the browser, and in the GraphQL endpoint, let me just run the mutation. So here it returns a type of auth payload. So we need to select some of the data here in the returning type. So I select the ID, name, avatar, and also the access token of the user. So let me run the mutation, and it says the auth payload.avatar has a null value and it cannot return the null for it. So let me just go back to the auth payload and set the field avatar to nullable. So first let me mark it with question mark, and here pass a option object and set nullable to true. Okay, let's save this and let me open up the terminal. Okay, let's get back to the GraphQL endpoint, run the sign-in mutation again. And yeah, as you can see, now we have an object in return which contains the ID of the authenticated user, the name of the user. We don't have the avatar. It has the null value, and most importantly, we have the access token of the authenticated user. So here, if I get back to the diagram, the client must include the JDBT access token that it gets here in the subsequent request to the protected resources. In our case, the protected resources is some of the queries and mutation that we are going to protect them in the next section of this video. And if you have watched up to this point of this video, you probably liked this video. So please hit the like button and subscribe to my channel for supporting me and this channel. This makes me really happy, and I appreciate your support. So now let's get to the next section of this video, in which we are going to protect some of the GraphQL queries and mutations in the NestJS application. Alright, in this section, we're going to implement JDBT authentication for our GraphQL API. So, in other words, we are going to protect some of the queries and mutations of our GraphQL API with the JDBT. So when the client requests to access those queries and mutations, must have a valid access token in the header of its request. So let's get started. Alright, so I open up the terminal, and by the way, we are going to implement the JDBT authentication with the passport library. So let me first go to the NestJS project, so apps passport/API. All right. Now we're going to install the passport library npm I passport and then passport-JDBT strategy, right? So let's install these two packages. And also we need to install the types of the passport JDBT. So here I'm going to say npm I --save div at types/passport-JDBT. All right, it's done. And now let me show you the entire process of JDBT authentication with passport JDBT library. So as you've seen in the previous section, upon a successful login, the JDBT service creates the JDBT access token and send it back to the client, and the client must keep that JDBT access token. Then when the client wants to call a protected query or mutation of the GraphQL API, its request does not go directly to the GraphQL API. Instead, we have two intermediate levels, the JDBT strategy and the JDBT guard, which we're going to implement them by the passport JDBT library. So the client calls a protected query or a mutation. Its requests go through the JDBT auth guard, and then inside the JDBT auth guard, we are going to activate the JDBT strategy. In the JDBT strategy, first we are going to extract the token out of the request, for example, from the header of the request. Then we are going to verify the token and actually decode the token, and we are going to do that with the same secret key that we have encrypted and created the JDBT access token. Then if the token is valid, we are going to extract the user data, actually the user ID out of the token, and then validate that user inside our database. Actually, we are going to look inside our database to see if such a user is existed in our database or not. Then if the validate user was successful, we are going to append that user object to the request object. And then we can allow the request of the user to go ahead and access the protected resources in the GraphQL API. So in this section, first we are going to create the JDBT strategy and implement these functionality inside it. And then we're going to create a JDBT guard, and then we are going to protect some of our queries and mutations inside the GraphQL API. And keep in mind that if you have already familiar with Passport JDBT library, it's almost the same as protecting your REST APIs. But there's a little difference between these two. So stay with me until the end of this section, and you will see how you can protect your GraphQL queries and mutation with the Passport JDBT library. So I think enough with the introduction, and now let's get into it. So let's get to the VS Code and then go to the APIs directory and open up the src directory. It's our NestJS application, and here in the auth module, I'm going to create a directory for our Passport JDBT. So here I'm going to create a strategy directory. I'm going to name it strategies, and inside it we're going to create a jdbt.strategy.ts file. All right, and then inside it we're going to export a class named JDBT strategy, which needs to extend the Passport JDBT strategy. So here I use the extends here and then call the passport strategy, which comes from the NestJS/passport. Oops, we didn't install this package, so let me just quickly install it. npm I at NestJS/passport. So you need to install the passport library, passport-JDBT, and also at NestJS/passport, these three packages. And also you need to install the types of the passport JDBT library. So let's close this off. Now we can access to the passport strategy function, which comes from the at NestJS/passport. And then inside it, we need to pass the strategy from the passport JDBT. So here, just pass the strategy class, which comes from the passport-JDBT. Passport.js has a lot of strategies, and all of these strategies of the passport exported under the name strategy, but you need to pay attention to the package that you are extracting the strategy from. So here, as you can see, we are importing the strategy from the passport-JDBT. All right, now let me just put the body of the class. Oops, I forgot to put the class keyword here. The error is gone. Now we need to create the constructor, and then in the constructor, we need to call the super function, which is actually the constructor of the base class, the strategy. So here, call the super function and pass the option object. So as you can see, we don't have the autocomplete here for the config object. In order to access the autocomplete, let me create a dummy instance of the passport JDBT strategy. Just call it S and set it to new strategy class. Then in the constructor, now we can access to the properties of the config object. So we need to set the JDBT from request. Then we are going to set the secret or key, and also we're going to set the ignore expiration. So we need these three properties, right? So let's copy that and paste it here in the super function. Okay, now let me just remove this dummy class and let's initialize these properties. So for the JDBT from request, we are going to specify where in the request we are going to extract the JDBT. So for example, let's say we are going to extract the JDBT from the header of the request. So I use extract JDBT, which comes from the passport JDBT, and call the from auth header as bearer token function. It means that the JDBT access token must be inside the header of the request under the property name authorization as a bearer token. So I will show you what does it mean bearer token, but for now just know that we need to put the JDBT token inside the header of the request. Then here in the secret or key, we need to feed it with the same secret key that we create the JDBT access token. So if I go to the auth service and in the generate token function, you can see we use the JDBT service to create an access token. And if I go to the auth module, you can see we configure the auth module and set the secret with the env variable JDBT secret. So we need to just set this secret key inside the JDBT strategy, right? So just copy that, get back to the JDBT strategy, and in order to access to the config service, we need to inject it here in the constructor. So I'm going to just say private config service and set its type to the config service of NestJS config. All right, now we can use it here. So just paste the config service.get and pass the JDBT secret, the name of our env variable. So let's save this, and also we need to set the ignore expiration to false, so it does not ignore the expiration time of the JDBT secret. And if the JDBT secret is expired, we are going to reject the user request to the protected resource. So that's it for the constructor. We just specify where we are going to extract the token, what is the secret for decoding the token, and also ignore the expiration time of the token. Now, out of the constructor, we need to implement the validate function, and this function takes a payload, which is actually the decoded payload of the JDBT. So I just define a payload here and set its type to the auth JDBT payload type that we have created in the types directory, this type. And if I go back to the auth service, you can see when we are going to generate the token, we put the user ID under the sub property of the payload. And here, when the JDBT auth card activates the JDBT strategy, as I said in the diagram, first it extracts the JDBT from the auth header and then decode the JDBT under the hood. And if the JDBT is valid, it calls the validate function and pass the decoded payload to this function. Now, let me get back to the diagram. You can see now we need to validate the JDBT user. As I said, we need to look through our database to see if such a user is existed in our database or not. So first we need to extract the user ID from the payload. So I'm going to say const user ID and set it to payload.sub. Why we do that? Because here when we create the JDBT token, we put the user ID under the sub property. Now we can extract it from the payload.sub. Okay, now we need to create a function in the auth service and pass the user ID to it. And inside that function, we need to validate the user. So now let's go to the auth service and create the validate JDBT user function. Then we can call it here inside the validate function. So I go to the auth service, and here after the login function, we're going to create an async function. I'm going to call it validate JDBT user. It takes the user ID, which is going to be a number, And then here inside it, we are going to look inside our database if such a user with this user ID existed or not. So with the help of Prisma, we're going to do that. Const user, we're going to set it to await this Prisma. We already injected the Prisma service here in this class, and then call the user find one find unique, and here in the config object specify the where API. Here in the where API, set the ID to the user ID. So it actually looks through the user table and select the user where the user ID equals to the user ID parameter here. All right. Now we can check if the user is undefined, which means that such user does not existed. Then we're going to throw an unauthorized exception. So here we're going to check the user object. If not user, then we're going to throw new unauthorized exception and say something user not found. Okay, now we can create an object which only contains the ID of the user. So here's something like this: const current user, set it to an object, just contain the ID, and set it to user.id. Okay, and we can just return that current user object. So that's it for validate JDBT user. We just look through our database to see if such a user with this user ID existed or not. And if that's the case, and if we found such a user, we just return an object that contains that user ID. So let's get back to the JDBT strategy, and here in the validate function, we are going to call that function from the auth service. So first we need to inject the auth service in our constructor. So I'm going to say private auth service and set its type to the auth service class. Okay, now we can use this class inside our validate function. So here, let's say just this that auth service that validate JDBT user and pass the user ID that we've got from the payload object. Now here there's an important thing. The returning object of this validate function will be automatically appended to the request object. So here, if I return the returning object of the validate JDBT user, which is an object that only contains the ID of the user, that object will be appended to the request object. So here in our request, we can access to that user object from the request object. So it will be something like this: rec.user. The returning object of this validate function will be available under the name user from the request object. Okay, now we're done with the validate function, and here let me just mark it with injectable decorator. And now let's go to the auth module, and we need to register the JDBT strategy inside the provider section of the auth module. So here we just put the JDBT strategy here, and now we need to create a guard for our JDBT strategy. So I open up the terminal, let me clear this up and use the NestCLI for creating a guard. So NestGU, which stands for guard, and we are going to put it inside the auth directory and guards directory, and we're going to name it JDBT auth. So let's create this guard. As you can see, it creates a guards directory for us, and inside it we have the JDBT auth, and then inside it we have the JDBT auth.guard.ts file. So here we don't want to disimplement and can't activate function. We just needed to extend the JDBT auth guard of the passport library. So use extends here and then call the auth guard function, which comes from the NestJS/passport, and then put the name of our strategy, which is JDBT. So the default of the JDBT passport strategy is just JDBT, although we can rename it inside our strategy. So since we haven't renamed the default name, we just pass the JDBT, and now when we use the JDBT auth guard, it automatically activates the JDBT auth guard of the passport.js, which looks for the JDBT strategy and activate it, and the JDBT do its job. All right, now here, if we want to just protect our REST APIs in the controllers of the NestJS, that will be enough with the JDBT auth guard. We can use it as it is, but here, since we are going to use this JDBT auth guard with our GraphQL mutation and queries, we need to do some extra work here. Actually, we need to override the get request function. So here, as you can see, we have a get request function. We need to override that. Why are we going to do that? because the default auth card expect HTTP-based requests like REST APIs, but for GraphQL things works a little differently. In GraphQL, the request is part of the GraphQL execution context, not the standard HTTP context. So we need to extract the actual request object from the GraphQL context and then return it inside the getRequest function. So here, first we need to get the GraphQL execution context. So in order to do that, I'm going to say const ctx and set it to GQL execution context, which comes from the @NestJS/GraphQL. And then from that, we're going to call the create function and then pass the context that we get here in the parameters. So we are actually converting the standard execution context into a GraphQL execution context. This ctx will be our GraphQL execution context. And then we need to extract the request object out of the GraphQL execution context and then return it in this function. So here I'm going to return ctx.getContext and then .rec, which actually retrieves the actual HTTP request object from the GraphQL context. And that's it. But why we need to do that? That's because the JDBT validation is tied to the HTTP request object and the GraphQL doesn't directly use it. So we need to explicitly tell the auth card where to find the rec object. That's why we override the getRequest function. Alright, so now we can protect some of the queries and our mutations in the GraphQL with this JDBT auth card. So now let's go to the post module and open up the post resolver. As you can see, we have a query that returns all of the posts. So for example, let's protect this query from unauthenticated users. So it means that if the client wants to call this query, it needs to have the JDBT access token inside the header of its request. So in order to protect that, we're going to use a decorator called useGuards, which comes from the NestJS/common, and then pass the JDBT auth card. Alright, so now let's run the application. First, let me go to the root path of the monorepo and run the npm run dev. Okay, so the NestJS application is running. Now let's get back to the browser and open up the GraphQL API playground. Okay, now here, let me just call the post query, which is now protected by the JDBT auth card. So here, if I run this, you can see an unauthorized message. In order to access this API, we need to have a JDBT access token inside the header of our request. So let's go to the sign-in mutation and let's run this mutation with these credentials, email and password. So as you can see now, we have an access token. Just copy that, get back to the post query, and here you can see we have an HTTP headers. Inside it, we are going to have an object and we're going to have the authorization key, and then we're going to set it to the access token that we've got from this sign-in mutation. So if I get back to the VS Code and here let's go to the JDBT strategy. Here in the super function of the constructor, we set the JDBT from request property to the extract JDBT dot from author there as a bearer token. So as a bearer token means that our JDBT access token should start with a bearer string. So let me here initialize the authorization key first with a bearer string and then a blank space, and then we need to paste the access token that we've got from the sign-in mutation. So just paste it here after the bearer token. So now we have this key in our request header. So if I run the query again, now you can see we can access that protected query. Now if I change a little bit the access token, so I remove the first letter of the access token, now it is not a valid access token. If I run the query again, you can see we have an unauthorized exception message in response. So that's it for protecting our resources in the GraphQL API. Let's put back the first letter of the access token. Let's run it again. You can see we have access to the response of the query. Now how we can access to the request object. So let's get back to the VS Code, and here in the JDBT strategy, here we just return an object that contains just the ID of the user. So this object will be appended to the request object under the name user. So how we can access to the request object in the first place in a GraphQL query or mutation, in the corresponding function of a query or a mutation, we need to use the @context decorator. So here we use @context decorator here, which comes from the NestJS/GraphQL. Then we can access to the context. All right. Now here inside the body of the function, we can access to the request object. So now let's get the user object out of the request object inside the context. So let's say const user and set it to context that we've got in the parameter of the function .rec.user. Now we can log the user. So here log the user in the console. Let's get back to the browser and run the protected query again. All right, now let's get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal. You can see we have a user object here, and inside it we have the ID of the authenticated user. So in this way we can access the current authenticated user object inside our GraphQL queries and mutations. All right, again, if you have watched up to this point of this tutorial, probably this video is helpful for you and you might like it. So please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, because it really gives me energy to move forward and create more tutorials like this for you. Thanks for supporting me on this channel. Okay, for now, it's enough with the NestJS application. Now we are going to move to the front end application, our NextJS application, and create the landing page and also the sign in and sign up pages. So if you're ready, let's get into it. All right, from this section, we are going to start working on our NextJS application, our front end. And of course, the backend application, our NestJS, isn't completed yet. So throughout the rest of this video, we switch between these two projects. But for now, let's focus on the NextJS application, our front end. And in the first step, we install the ShadCN UI in our NextJS application and start creating the landing page of our NextJS application. So in the first step, let me go to the NextJS project apps/front. All right, now let me clear this up and make this maximized. And now let me use the ShadCN CLI for set up the ShadCN in this NextJS project. npx ShadCN at latest init. All right, so let's run that and let's choose the default style and neutral base color and just go with the default selections. All right, so it says that you are using the React 19, and yeah, so we need to choose between these two options, use --force or legacy pairs depths. So I just use the --legacy pair depths to resolve the dependency issue of the React 19 and the last version of the ShadCN UI. All right, and it is installing the dependencies for the ShadCN UI in our NextJS application. Okay, it's done. And now let's go back to the NextJS application in the Explorer. So first, let me close the API directory and open up the front end. As you can see, it creates the components.json file for us. And let me open this up. So it will create the component inside the components directory and also other directory. As you can see, it creates a lib and a hook directory. So here, if I go to the tsconfig, you can see our base path, the @ alias refers to the src directory. So it will create a lib directory, and inside it, as you can see, creates the utils and in which creates the cn function and so on. So now let me just add the button component of the ShadCN UI. So here, let me just paste the script for adding the button element npx @ShadCN UI @latest @button. So you can find all of these scripts inside the documentation of the ShadCN UI. And I've just copied that from the documentation. So let's run this command. Again, we need to use the --legacy pairs depths in order to resolve the dependency issue with the React 19. And yeah, as you can see, it creates a components directory here in the src directory, and inside it a UI directory, and creates the button for us. So yeah, that's it for integrating the ShadCN UI in our NextJS application. We will add other components of the ShadCN UI here in this project as we go through our project. So for now, it's enough to add the button. And now let's get to the next section in which we are going to start creating the landing page of our front end. So if you're ready, let's get into it. All right, so in this section, we're going to create the landing page of our application. So here, let's go to the app directory of our NestJS application. And here, this is the page.tsx, which is our home page of our application. And this is the root layout of our application. So first, let's go to the home page. And here, as you can see, we have some code for default homepage of the created NextJS application. So let me just remove them. And here, let's create a main section in our home page. Okay, now inside it, we are going to put a hero section. So let me go to the components directory here and let me create a hero component. And then we can put it here in the first line of our homepage. So here, I'm going to create a component hero.tsx, and let me create a React component. Let's name it hero and let's save it and back to the home page and put it inside the home page. All right. Okay, let's import it. And now let's run the application. First, let me go to the root path of our monorepo and let's run it. Okay, so let's open it up in our browser. As you can see the hero message here. So we are going to create a hero section with some gradient background at the beginning of our homepage. So let's get back to the VS Code and start creating that. So go to the hero section. First, let me use a gradient. So use BG gradients to BR and from sky 500 to indigo 500. All right. And let's have text white inside it. Now, let me remove this hero text. So this div works as our outer container. And then inside it, we are going to create a flex box with 2 columns. So let's create div here and let's apply some class name. The first one is the container class of the Tailwind CSS, which is used to create a responsive and centered container for your content. And it automatically fixes the width of different screen sizes to ensure your content is well aligned and adapt to various screen sizes. So the next one is going to be MX Auto, which actually centers the content horizontally inside the container. And let's use flex here, and the default direction, let's use flex cool, and on MD and greater screen, let's have flex row. So on medium screens and above, it will align the item inside it horizontally, and also use the items center to center the item vertically. All right. And also let me just use flex wrap to ensure that items wrap to the next line on the smaller screens. And as a last class, let me use some padding, px for the padding. And now inside it, we're going to have 2 columns. So this div is going to be our left column, and let's put another one to be our right column. So let me just put a comment here, left col, and here right col. All right. Now here in the left col, we want to put some texts. So here I put a p tag, and inside this p tag, we're going to say something like, I don't know, for example, explore, insights, tutorials, and stories for curious minds like yours. Okay, now let's get back to the application. And here, as you can see, we have this text here. It doesn't look great yet, but let me get back here and work on it. So let me put some Tailwind CSS classes on the p tag here. First, let me put the capitalize to capitalize each word, and let's add some space between the letters of each word. So I use tracking wide and add the W full because we want to put the flex on the parent div. Let's back to the browser. Okay, now let's get back here. Let's style the parent div. Let's add flex and flex call, W full, and now let's add justify center to put the items on the center vertically because we use the flex cool here, and item start to put the item at the beginning of our div. Now put the W full on the small screens, and just added the W full, so we don't want to do that. So I put the W full for small screens and W400 for medium screen sizes. So in the W2 divided by 5. All right. And then text center on the small screens, and on the medium sized screens, let's have text left. Okay, now after the p tag, let's add another text element. I use an h2 element and say something like welcome to Sakura Dev blog. Okay, now here for the h2 elements, let's put some margin on the top and bottom of this h2 element. So my, for example, 3, or let me just put it as 5, and then text 4XL for the text size. And let me make it a little bigger for text 5XL, and then fonts bold, and also put some line height. So just leading type class, which sets the line height to 1.25. And after these h2 elements, let's add another p tag and put something like join a community. Oops, let me fix that. Okay, that, for example, thrives on learning, creating, and growing together. Okay, so let's put some classes on this p tag. Let's put some height on the line. So I just use the leading normal and text to Excel for the text size. And let's save this, get back to the browser to see what's going on here. So let's just get back to the VS Code and put the capitalize on this class and make it a little smaller. So change it to text Excel and get back to the browser. I think it's a little better. And now let's get back to the VS Code and start working on the right column of our hero section. So here inside it, we just want to put an image. So I use an img tag, and for the src, I've already put a hero.png file on the public directory. So here, as you can see, we have a hero.png file. So let's set it to src of the image, and the alt section, I just use hero section. Okay, now let's add some class names. Let's add w full for small screens, and on the medium screens, let's put the w 80%. So I use w4 divided by 5. Okay, now let's save this and get back to the parent div. Again, we just use w full for small screens, text center, and some padding on the top of the picture. So let me just put py7, and on medium sized screens, let me just set the weight to 60%. So I use w3 over 5. Okay, now let's get back to the browser. Okay, so that's good for now. And now let's add some wave divider at the bottom of our hero section. So let me go back to VS Code, and here after the container div, which includes the left and right column, we are going to put another div, and then inside it we are going to put our wave divider. So here, let me put a class name. It should be relative, and now inside it we are going to put our SVGs for creating the wave dividers. So I just use a template that I've got from this repo that you can see on the screen. So here I just paste the SVG inside the divider section. Let's save this, and as you can see, this is an SVG. So I just copied that from that GitHub repo that I've just mentioned. Let's get back here to the browser. You can see this wave divider here at the end of our hero section. Now let's move it a little upper. So let's get back here and go to the container section of the divider, and let's put some negative margins, negative empty, for example, 10, and on LG screen, let's add some negative margin minus empty 24. Okay, let's get back to the browser. Now you can see the wave divider is a little closer to the image element. All right, this is for the hero section. And now we want to put a navbar at the beginning of our screen. So we need to put some margin at the top of our hero section. So let's get back here, and here, as you can see, this is the div that contains 2 columns. So let's use some padding top in the outer container. So for example, PT24. All right, let's get back here. And as you can see, we have some room for our navbar. I think PT24 is a little large. So let me change it to PT16. Get back here. As you can see, it's a little better. Let's change it to 12. Okay, let me just make this image a little smaller. Okay, so let's get back to the VS Code, and here, let's scroll down to the image section, and let's set its width to, for example, to something like 3/4. Let's get back here. It's a little smaller, and now let's a little move it to the right. So let's get back here and put the flex on the parent div of this image, and also justify center. Okay, now it's a little better, and we have some room for the navbar, and also all of the wave divider section is on the screen. So this is for the hero section of our blog page, and now let's move to the next section and create the navbar. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Alright guys, in this section we are going to create our navbar component. So let me just quickly go back to our VS Code, and here in the components directory, let me create another component. Let me just call it desktop navbar.tsx. And you might ask, why just call it desktop navbar? That's because we are going to render this component only on the wide screens. And on the mobile screens, we are going to create another component and render it on the mobile screens, a mobile navbar. That's why we call it desktop navbar. So let me just quickly create a component here. Okay. And let me change the type of the props to the props with children props. And now we can access to the children of this component. So here we are going to create another component. I'm going to call it navbar, put our navbar link here on that navbar component and send it to this component as the children and then render it here inside it. And why we're going to do that? That's because we want to turn this component to a client component, and also we need our navbar component to be a server component. So here we create a wrapper component, which is our desktop navbar. It's a client component. And then we create our actual navbar component, which is a server component, and pass it to this component as the children. And that do the work for us. If we just directly use the navbar component here in the JSX of this component, the navbar component will be turned to a client component, and we don't want to do that. So here now, let me just create another component. I'm going to call it navbar, which, as I said, is going to be our actual navbar. So let me just create a component here, and inside it, we're going to put our links here. So first, let me just change this div to a React fragment, and first, let me just put a h1 and say something like my modern blog. Okay. And then after that, we're going to render a div, and inside it, we're going to put some link here. So let me just copy the links here. There are going to be 3 links here, one for the homepage, one for the about section, and the last one is for the contact section. So now let me just put some classes here. We want it to be flex because we are going to put these links here side by side, and then put a gap to put some space between our links, and also use the ML auto, which actually push this div all the way to the right side of its parent component. All right, so that's enough for now. Now let's get back to our desktop navbar here. And as I said, it is going to function as a wrapper for our navbar component. And here inside the navbar, we are going to put a div. Okay. And inside that div, we are going to render our children. Perhaps that children. Okay. Now let me just put some Tailwind CSS classes here on this div, flex and item center, because we are going to align the item inside it vertically, and also put some padding, for example, px4 and py also 4. Okay. And also put the container class as well. So now we need to put our navbar component inside our main layout. So here I go to the main layout, and before rendering the pages, we are going to use a desktop navbar component. As you can see, it's going to work as a wrapper component for our actual navbar, which is our navbar component. Okay, so let me remove this ending tag. So the navbar is going to be a server component, and desktop navbar is going to be a client component. And as I said, if we just directly render the navbar component here, it will be turned to a client component. So why we just need to turn this component to a client component in the first place? That's because we are going to add some event listener in this component. That's why we need it to be a client component. Okay, so let's save this and let's get back to the browser. I can see our navbar component here. So first, let me just style the h1 here, get back here, go to the navbar. Okay. And let me just style the h1 here, set the text size to text 2XL. Okay. And font weight to font bold. And let me just add some padding, P2. Okay. Now let's get back to our desktop navbar. Now let me just go to the browser. You can see our navbar here. Okay. We're going to style this link later on this video. So for now, let me just set this navbar component to be fixed on the top. So when we scroll down, we can also have the navbar on the screen. Let's get back to the VS Code and go to the desktop navbar here and put some classes here on the nav elements. Okay. Just use fixed here, and let's get back here. Now you can see we have the navbar component here on the top. Even if we just scroll down, we have our navbar fixed on the top of the browser. So now we need to check if the scroll position is low down. We need to actually turn the background of this navbar component to be white. Okay, so how we can do that? We are going to use a use effect here in this desktop navbar component and add a event listener on the scroll position. So that's why we use the use client here. So here we're going to use the use effect. Okay, inside the use effect, we're going to access to the window object, and call the add event listener, set the events on the scroll, and we need to pass a callback function and just use a function named handle scroll. Obviously, we didn't create this function yet. We're going to create it in a second. And now we're going to create a cleanup function here. So just return another callback. Okay. And inside it, we are going to remove this handler. So I just use window.remove event listener, set the scroll, and pass the handle scroll callback here. Okay, so when the component is rendered, we just add this event listener on the scroll, and at the end of the component lifecycle, we are going to just remove this event listener from the scroll. Okay, so now let me just create the handle scroll callback here. So just before the use effect, we're going to define this handle scroll function. Handle scroll is going to be a function, and inside it, we are going to actually get the window vertical scroll position and save it inside a state. So first, let me create the state here. I'm going to create a use state, name it scroll position, okay, and set scroll position and use a use state hook here, and the default value just use 0. Now here in this handle scroll function, we just call the set scroll position and pass the window that scroll y. That easy. Okay, so in this way we can get the position of the vertical scroll. Okay, now here we're going to define a constant. I'm going to name it is scroll down, and here we're going to set it to a conditional expression. If scroll position is larger than 10, we just set it to true, otherwise it will be set to the false. Okay, now here we can use conditional class rendering, and if is scroll down is true, we are going to set the background of our navbar to white. So here in the navbar class name, first we are going to use a CN class because we need to set conditional classes. Okay, CN function, and then here we put our default classes, and as the second argument we put our conditional object. We are going to set the background color to white, so bg white, and also text gray. I don't know, for example 700 as the text color inside the navbar, and also add some shadow. Okay, if the is scroll down is true, so we put the is scroll down here. Okay, now let's get back to the browser. You can see if the scroll is top, we have our navbar with this transparent background, but if we little scroll down here, you can see the background of the navbar is turned to white. Okay, so now let's get back here in the desktop navbar and put the W full. Okay, now you can see it takes all the width of our screen. Now we need to set some Z index to put it on the top of all the elements. So let's get back here and put some Z, I don't know, 3 for example, and text white as our default class name. Okay, so as you can see, it's still under the image here. Let's get back here and let's just set the Z index to something bigger, for example, Z50. And now, as you can see here, it is on the top of all elements. Okay, now let me just add some transition and also a HR element on the desktop navbar. So here, after this div, we are going to put a HR, and we're going to set the class name to border B because we only need border at the bottom of this HR. Also set the border color to border gray 100 and set the opacity to something like 25. Okay, and now let me just put some transition here, transition colors. Okay, let's save this and get back here. As you can see, this is our navbar, and we have the bottom line of our navbar. And when we just scroll down, you can see the color is changed. All right, so now we need to style these links here. Get back to VS Code and go to the navbar component, and here, as you can see, we have some links here. So we need to put some styles on all of these links here, and actually we need to repeat the same class name set for each of these links here. The better idea is to style the links here inside the div directly from the parent div. So we just set the class name only once in the parent div. So here we're going to use a child selector, and actually we only need to select the link component. So here I just use a bracket here, and here inside the bracket we need to put some raw CSS code. So we just put a and symbol and direct child selector, and we're going to select the A tag here in our HTML. That's because the link component will be rendered as a tag on our final rendered HTML. And now we can style the links here. So let me start with padding by2, and let me just copy this selector because we need to repeat it for every class name, and then px4, so that's for padding, and we're going to put some transition. All right, we're going to put border radius, so just use a rounded MD. And now when the link is hovered, we need to add also some classes. For example, we're going to set the text on the text sky 100, and also we need to set the background color, so use the BG sky 500, and I think that's will do the job for us. So let's get back here. Now you can see we have our styles on each of these link elements. It also works when the scroll is a little down. All right, so that's it for the desktop navbar. And now in the next section, we are going to create our mobile navbar. So let's get into it. So I get back to the VS Code, and here let me create a component. I'm gonna call it mobile navbar.tsx. All right, let's just create a React component, and here set the props type to just props with children. Okay, now here inside the mobile navbar, we are going to render a sidebar component and then render the children. Okay, so here we need to create a sidebar. So for the sidebar, inside the UI directory of the components directory, I'm going to create a sidebar.tsx. We are going to create it from scratch. It is very easy. We don't need to use any library for the sidebar component. So let's quickly create a React component, and here we are going to set the props to the props with children. And here first we need to create a trigger button, and when the trigger button is clicked, we are going to actually render the sidebar on the screen. So let me just remove this div here, put a React fragment, and first let me create a button which is going to act as the trigger of the navbar. Okay, it's just a simple HTML button, and when we click on this component, we are going to set a show state for this sidebar. So let me quickly create the show state here with the use state. So I'm going to say const show and set show. Okay, set it to use state. It is going to be Boolean, so default value is going to be false. Okay, now on the button click here, we can just call the set show function. So here I'm going to use on click event of this button as a callback here, and call the set show and use previous value, and actually toggle the previous value. Okay, now for the icon inside the button, we can define a props, which is going to be actually icon component, and then render it here in the props. So here for the props of this component, we are going to add a trigger icon. So I add trigger icon and set it to a React node. Okay, also let's take a class name for our trigger button, so we can easily style the trigger button from the outside of the component. So it is going to be trigger class name, and set its type to string, and also make it optional. We have an error here, and that's because we need to import the React node here. Okay, now here in the button, we can just render the props.trigger icon. Okay, and then we are going to render our sidebar body. So let me just put a div here, and inside it actually are going to render the props.children. Okay, so the props.children will be the navbar component, our actual navbar, which contains the links. All right, now here, as I said, this div is going to be the body of our sidebar. So let's style this. First, set the width of the component. I set it to W60, and also it is going to be absolute positioned with top 0, and also set the Z index to Z10, transition all, because we are going to also use the transition when the sidebar is moving into the screen. Right, set the background to BG white, and also use rounded classes. For the right side, we only need it to be rounded only on the right side, so I use rounded R and then MD, and also set its mean height to the screen. So use mean edge screen. Okay, now we need to put some conditional classes. So again, let me just use the cn function here for the entire class names. Okay, here I just use the cn and put the class name inside the cn function, and as a second parameter, we are going to put our conditional classes. So here, if the show state is false, we don't need to render the sidebar. So we just push it out of the screen to the left side. So I use minus left full, which actually push it out of the screen to the left side. Okay, we only need to apply this class when the show state is false. So I use not show. Okay, and if the show is true, we are going to use left 0. Okay, so that's it for the sidebar. That easy. We just create a trigger button here. We actually get the trigger icon from the props, and also let me just set the class name to the props trigger class name, and then we have a div here, which is actually our sidebar. We just check if the show state is true, we push the sidebar into the screen from the left side, and if the show is false, we push the sidebar out of screen from the left side. Okay, let's save this, and now let's use this sidebar inside our mobile navbar. So get back to the mobile navbar here, and here inside the div, we just use the sidebar component, sidebar, okay, and inside it we can actually render the props.children. Okay, so as you might remember, the children here is going to be our actual navbar component. Now we need to set the trigger icon for this sidebar. So for the icon library, we're going to install the hero icon library. So let's get back to the browser and go to the heroicons.com, go to the documentation, and here, let me just copy this script for installing the hero icon on the React. So here, let me create another terminal. Let's go to our apps/front, our Next.js application. And here, let me just install the hero icons/React. All right, it's done, and let's get back to our application. And here in the sidebar, we just pass the trigger icon, and we're going to set it to a icon component from the hero icon, which is bars 3 icons. It's actually 3 bars. Okay, and set its class name w4 for its width. And for the trigger class name, here we need to pass some classes. Okay, trigger class name. Actually, we are going to style the trigger button here. It is going to be absolute, and also top 2, and also left 2. Okay, now as the last step here, we need to render this mobile navbar here only when we are on a small screen. So here, the class name in the medium screen sizes and above, we're going to just hidden this component. We can also use media query and conditionally render the mobile navbar or desktop navbar. All right, now let's create another high-level component which renders the mobile navbar and also the desktop navbar. And in the layout component, we just need to put that high-level navbar container. So again, in the components directory, we're going to create another component. I'm going to call it navbar container.tsx. Here, let me just create a React component. The props type should be props with children. Okay, now we can access to the children. Here, we're going to have a div, and inside this div, we are going to render both the desktop and navbar. Okay, so desktop navbar, and we need to pass the children here, props.children. Okay, and just below that, we are going to render a mobile navbar. Okay, again, we need to pass the children to this navbar. As I said, we can just use a use media query and conditionally renders between these two components. But here, you can also use media queries directly in your CSS. That's what we did here. And as a last step, we need to put the relative class here because we set the mobile navbar trigger button to be absolute positioned here. So that's why we add the relative class to the navbar container. Now let's go back to the layout component, and here instead of using the desktop navbar, we just use the navbar container. All right, let's save this and get back to the browser. We have an error here, and that's because we use the use state inside our sidebar, but we forgot to mark it with use client. So here I'm gonna mark it with use client directive. Okay, let's save this. Now as you can see, our desktop navbar is working as before, but let me just set the device to a mobile. So as you can see, we have this navbar trigger button, but also we still have the desktop navbar. So we need to set the hidden class when on the small screen. So let's get back to the browser. I go to the desktop navbar, and here we're going to add the hidden to the default class names, and on the medium sized screens we are going to set its position to black. All right, so put md media query here. So by default we set the display to none, but on the medium screen size and above we set the display to black. All right, so let's save this and let's get back to the browser. Now we can see we don't have the desktop navbar on the screen. If I click on the trigger here, we have mobile navbar inside the sidebar. So here, actually, if I click outside of the navbar is not closed. So in order to do that, we need to use a custom hook, which is called use click outside. So when we click outside of this sidebar component, we're going to call a callback and set the show to false. All right, so let's get back to the VS Code. And here, first, let me install that hook. I'm going to use npm I use hook-ts. It's actually a repository of some useful custom hooks. We have an error here. That's because we are using the React 19. So we need to use -- legacy pure depths. All right. Now I think it will install the use hook ts. All right. Now we can use the use click outside for our sidebar component. So here inside the sidebar component, first we are going to create a ref. So const ref and set it to use ref hook. All right. Set its default value to just null. Okay. And then we're going to use a use on click outside, pass the ref here, and then we need to pass a callback. So when we click on the outside of the element that has this ref, we are going to call this callback. So inside the callback, we're going to call the setShow function and pass the false. Okay. Now we just need to go to this div here and set its ref to the ref that we have just defined here. Okay. Now let's get back to the browser. Let's open up the sidebar. If I click outside of the sidebar, you can see the sidebar is closed. So here, as you can see, we still render the links of the navbar inside the sidebar component side by side. So we need to change it a little bit. And when we are on the small screen, we just need to render them vertically as a list. All right, so let's do that. I go back to the VS Code and I go to our navbar component, which contains the links here. And here in the parent div, as you can see, we have set the display to flex. So here on these small screens, we are going to set the flex direction to cool. And on the medium screens and above, we're going to set the flex direction to row. Okay, so let's save this and get back to the browser. You can see the links are now rendered vertically. And as you can see, the transition property does not work here. So let's get back to the VS Code. And here, as you can see, we have used the transition all. And when the show property is false, we are going to set the left property to -100%. And when the show property is true, we are going to set the left property to 0. But as you can see, I think we have a typo here. Yeah, let's remove this dash at the end of the left 0 class. So let's save this and get back to the browser. And now here, as you can see, we have the transition applied on the opening and closing state of our sidebar. So let's get back to the VS Code again and set the duration to 300 milliseconds. Let's get back to the browser again. Now we have a smoother transition on the opening and closing the sidebar. So yeah, that's it for our navbar. We have two navbar here, one for the small screens and the other for the medium size and above screens. In the upcoming sections of this video, we are going to add sign in and sign out button to our navbar component and actually add the authentication to our Next.js project. But for now, let's render all of the posts on the homepage of our application. And after that, we are going to implement the authentication in this blog project. So let's move into the next section and continue working on our homepage. But if you have watched up to this point of this video, now I think this is the best time to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel to support me and help me growing faster on YouTube. I really need your help to grow on YouTube. And I want you to know that your likes and subscription to my channel is really matters to me. Again, thanks for supporting me and this channel. So if you're ready, let's get into the next section. All right, as I said, in this section, we are going to fetch the posts from our backend and then render them in our homepage. So let's get back to the VS Code and let's get back to our homepage. As you can see, we have just one section here, the hero section. So here, after the hero section, we are going to create a post section. So first I go to the components directory and create a post.tsx component. It is actually a container that renders all the posts. So here, let me create a functional component, and here in the props type, we are going to take a list of posts. So here we're going to set its type to the post. So obviously we don't have the post type here. So we need to create a post type in our Next.js application. So I go to the lib directory and create a directory. I'm going to call it types. And inside it, we are going to create a type file. I'm going to call it model types.d.ts. All right. So in this file, we are going to define our model type. We could also set up the Prisma inside a shared packages directory here in our monorepo and access to the types of the Prisma directly from the Prisma and use that Prisma in both projects. But if in the future we decide to deploy our backend and front end applications separately, that might cause some problems. So here I just define the types in both projects. It also has some downsides. We need to define our types in both projects, and actually this is an extra work. So if you want to deploy your monorepo as one project, the better idea is to create your types in a shared package and use them in both projects. But if you decide to deploy your projects separately, you need to define your types in both projects. So here, let me quickly create the types here. So I'm going to export a type and call it post. It should be in sync with our post shape that comes from our backend. So keep in mind that I just paste the properties of the post type. And as you can see, we have a user type here and also a tag type, which are unresolved. So we need to define them. So let me quickly create the user type and also the tag type. All right. And I think we need to define the comment model. So let me just paste the comment model here. And I think we're done here. We have defined our types in a types file in our Next.js application. So let's save this and get back to the post component and set the type of the post props to a list of posts. All right. So let's import the post from the model types. And here we're going to render a section. And inside this section, we're going to set a h2 elements and say, for example, latest posts. All right, let's style this h2, add the class names. Let's add text 5XL as the text size and also font bold, text center for text alignment. Add the text color, text gray 800. And also let's set the line height. So I use leading type, all right, which actually sets the line height to the 1.25 rem. All right, so that's it for the h2 element. And let's add a section here, which inside it we are going to render our posts. Okay, we are going to set up a grid system here. So in the class name, we use grid and also grid calls 1. So for these small screens, we just use one column, and on medium-sized screens and above, we're going to have 3 columns. So on MD, I add grid calls 3. And also let's put a gap of 6 between the content. So here inside it, we need to render our post. So for now, let me just say something like post here. Let's get back to our page component. And after the hero section, we are going to render the post component. We need to fetch the post here and pass it to the post component. But for now, let's just set the post to an empty list here. But later in this video, we are going to fetch the post and feed it to the post component. So now let's get back to our browser. Let me just close the dev section here. As you can see, we have a latest post text here. Let me add a divider section below this latest post. So let's get back to the post here. Here after the h2 element, we're going to add a div, and it's going to be an empty div actually. Let's set the class names, set its height to h1, and we're going to use mx auto because we are going to put it on the center of the screen, and we're going to use the background gradient, so bg gradient to r, okay, from sky 500. I think we have a typo here, from, all right, and then to indigo 500, w96 for its width, some margin from the bottom, so mb9, and we need to have some radius on the top, so I use a rounded tmd. Right, so let's save this, get back to our browser. Now as you can see, we have a divider here. Let's get back to the VS Code and let's have a brighter text color for the latest post. For example, text gray 600. Okay, I think it's better. And let's have some margin from the top on the divider, so mt5 for example. Okay, it's better now. And now here, after this element, we are going to render our posts. But first, we need to fetch them from our backend. So let's do that. All right, in this section, we are going to fetch our data from our backend GraphQL API. So for fetching the data inside our Next.js application, we have 3 options: Apollo client, 10-stack query, and also built-in fetch API. So in this section, I'm going to show you how you can easily fetch your data from your GraphQL endpoint with just Fetch API. You don't need to install any package like Apollo Client or 10-stack Query to fetch from your GraphQL endpoint, especially when you want to fetch data on your server component. Of course, when we are going to fetch data on the client side, we can use Apollo Client or 10-stack Query for fetching the data from our GraphQL endpoint. But in your server component and server side, I believe that Fetch API is a better option. So first, in this section, we are going to create a fetch GraphQL function. You just specify the query in the parameter of the fetch GraphQL function, and it will actually fetch your data from the GraphQL endpoint. So let's get back to the VS Code here, and inside the lib directory, we are going to create a fetch GraphQL file. So here I'm going to name it fetch GraphQL.ts, and inside it, we are going to export a function, export const fetch GraphQL, which is going to be an async function. It takes the query, which is going to be a string, and also it might have some variable objects, and we're going to set it to an empty object. Let me rename it to variables, and inside the body of the function, we are going to use the fetch API to run the query with its variables in our GraphQL endpoint. So I think we have a typo here, so let's fix that. GraphQL, all right, and here we're going to create a response, const response, and set it to await fetch API. We're going to set our backend URL, which is going to be on localhost 3000. So for doing that, I'm going to create a constant file inside our lib directory again, constant.ts, and here we're going to have a backend URL, which is going to be http localhost 8000. I need to fix that. It's our backend URL is working on port 8000. So let's save this and get back to our fetch GraphQL function. And here for the URL of our API, we're going to put our backend URL and then /GraphQL. And let's add the config object, set the method to post. So all the requests to our GraphQL endpoints should be of type post. Whether it's a query or mutation, doesn't matter. If you want to access to our GraphQL endpoint with the fetch API, you need to set the method to post. All right. Then we're going to set the content type to application.json, and we're going to set the body. And for the body, we are going to use JSON.stringify, and with the query that we've got from the parameter and also variables. So the body should contain the query and the variables if our query or mutation has some variables. All right, that's it. With this, you can easily run a query or mutation from your GraphQL endpoint without using the Apollo client. All right, that easy. And then we can have the results. So const result and set it to await response.json. And if the result has any error inside it, we can just log that error, console.error. We're going to say something like GraphQL errors and then put the result.errors object. We can also throw new error here and say something like failed to fetch the data from GraphQL. We have a typo here, so this is an extension that check the spelling of our code. All right, now after this exception trap, we can just return the result.data. So here, pay attention. Our result object might have errors object or a data object. So if I go back to the GraphQL playground, our backend application, you can see if we don't have any error, our returning object comes in a data object, or if we have some errors, our returning object comes in errors object. So here, let me go back to the GraphQL endpoint, and now if I run this query, you can see we have error here and it comes under the errors list. And here, for example, if I run this query, when we don't have any error, the returning object comes inside a data object. All right, so that's why here in our fetch GraphQL function, we return result.data. All right, that's it for the fetch GraphQL function. And now we can use it to fetch our data from our GraphQL API. So for fetching the post from our GraphQL endpoint, I'm going to just create a server action, and inside it, we are going to call the fetch GraphQL function and pass a query to call the post query from our GraphQL API. So I go to the lib directory and create a new directory. I'm going to call it actions. Inside it, we're going to put our server action files. So I'm going to create a file for post server action and name it post actions.ts. And then inside it, first we're going to use server directive. Now I'm going to export a function, export const fetch post. It is going to be an async function, and inside it we are going to call the fetch GraphQL function. So here I'm going to say const data equals to await, and then call the fetch GraphQL function. And now we need to provide a query. So if I get back to the GraphQL playground, you can see here we have a post query, and we need to provide something like this to call the post query from our GraphQL endpoint. So I get back here, and for the GraphQL queries, I'm going to create another file in the lib directory. I'm going to call it gql queries.ts, and inside it, we are going to define and export the GraphQL queries and also the mutations. So here I'm going to export a constant, export const get post, and here we need to provide our GraphQL query. So for writing the GraphQL query, I'm going to use a gql function, which comes from the GraphQL tag. It is installed on the monorepo node modules, so we don't need to install it again. Actually, it's installed when we have configured the GraphQL in the NestJS side. So we don't need to install it again, and we just import it from our monorepo node modules. All right. Now here we can use the GraphQL function. It's a tag function, so I provide a backtext here, and inside it we can write our query. So first I'm going to put the query, which actually determines this is a query, not a mutation, right? And then here put a query braces, and then put the name of our query from the GraphQL endpoint. So now let me go back to the NestJS application here in the post resolver. You can see we create a query and its name is post. So let's get back to the GQL query. It's post, and then put a curly braces here and select the fields that we want to take from the post query. So it is going to be ID of the post, then title. Note that we don't need to put the comma here, the thumbnail, the content, I think it's with the lowercase, yeah, and created add field, and also the slug. All right, that's it for our query. As you can see, we have exported from this file. Now I get back to the post action, and now we can use it inside the fetch GraphQL. So there was a problem here, and that is we cannot directly pass it to the fetch query function because it's not a string. Its type is a document node because we use the GQL function to create it. So in order to transform it to a string, we need to use the print function from the GraphQL. So again, let me import the print function from the GraphQL. Again, it is from the Turborepo node modules. We don't need to install it again. And then we just wrap the get post inside the print function. Okay, as you can see, it transforms it to a string, and now we can use it inside the fetch GraphQL. So the second parameter of the fetch GraphQL function is the variables of our query. Our query does not have any variables yet, so we don't need to provide the second argument. And then now we can just log the data to see what's going on here. So I just log the data here, okay, and then just return the data.posts. Why we just return data.post? So let me show you the reason. Let's get back to our GraphQL endpoint. So let's run this query. We've got an unauthorized exception. That's because we protect this query. So let me get back to VS Code and go to the post resolver. Now we are on the NestJS application. Here, as you can see, we have used the use guard to protect this query. So let me just comment out this guard. Now this is a unprotected query, and we can call it without having a JDBT access token. If I run that, you can see it returns a data object, and then inside it we have the post list. So that's why we just return data.post from our fetch post function. Okay, also we can just use the typing here. So here I know that it is a list of posts, so here set its type as a list of posts that comes from the model type. All right, now we can get back to our page.tsx, our home page, and actually turn this function to an async function. It's now a async server component, and now we can fetch the post here. So I'm going to say const post and set it to await fetch post function. All right, that's it. Let's save this and let's actually refresh the page to see if we've got the post or not. So we have an error here. Let me get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal. Here we have a GraphQL error, and it says that did not query field create at. It's created at, so we have a typo. Let's fix that. Go to the fetch post and then get post query here. let me just fix the created ad and let me get back to the browser. As you can see, the error is gone. So let's get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal. As you can see, we have a data object, and inside it we have the post list. All right, so let's close this off and go to the post actions and then remove this console log. Okay, now get back to the home page, and instead of returning an empty list to the post component, let's just set it to the post that we've got here from the fetch post function. So let's save this and get back to the post component, and here inside this div, now let me just render the post. So I use JSON.stringify and then pass the props.post. Okay, let me get back here, and as you can see, we have a JSON string that contains all the posts from our database. So let's get back here, and now let's create a postcard component, and then for each post we're going to render a postcard and render the data of each post inside that postcard. So now let's create the postcard component. So I go to the components directory and create the postcard component. All right, so let's create a React components, and for the props, let me set its type to the post type, but let me just use the partial helper type of the TypeScript, and then into generics pass the post type. So now our props type contains all the properties of the post type, but all of them are optional. So now let's use the structuring pattern and grab the ID, title, slag, thumbnail, content, and also the created ad from the props. Then here in the parent div, first we are going to set its class names, BG white for background color, rounded LG for the border radius, and also a shadow MD class. Right now inside this div, which is our postcard, we're going to render the thumbnail of the post. So I use image component of Next.js, and then we need to set the src to thumbnail, and if the thumbnail is undefined, we're going to just use a default image which I put inside the publics directory. So I use slash, which points to the publics directory, and then name of the default image, which is new image.png. Okay, so if I go to the publics directory, you can see we have a new image here. I've already put it inside this directory, and this is the image. I'm going to render it if the thumbnail is unavailable. Okay, next we are going to put the alt, and we're going to set it to the title of the post. So I use title here. If the title is undefined, we're going to just pass a empty string. Then we're going to set the field property, which actually set the position of this image to absolute, and then it fills out all the space of its parent container. So if I go back to the post component, and instead of this CRUD JSON string, let me just map through the props.post, and as I said, let's call the map function get post, and for each post we are going to render the postcard. Okay, then let's set the key to post.id and also spread the post here as the props of this postcard component. So now let's go back to our browser. As you can see, the image fills out all the space of the parent container. So let me get back here and put the image here in the postcard inside another div. Okay, now we need to set the class name to relative. So this image is positioned absolutely now relative to this div. Okay, we're going to limit the height of the component to h40 and use overflow hidden. So if the image is a little bigger than the parent container, it will be cropped. So now let's save this and get back to the VS Code. So as you can see, we have just one column in our grid system. I think we have a problem with the grid system here. This is the grid system. For small screen, we use grid equals 1, and for the medium sized screen, we use grid equals 3. So we just miss one S at the end of the equals here. So let's save this, get back here. Now we have 3 columns. So now let's get back to the post component and add some space on the sides of these posts. So get back to the post component here. This section, let's add a class name. First, we're going to use container class and M8 for the margin, and then add max width to 5XL. Right, get back here. Now I think it's better. Let's center the section with MX auto. All right, it's now a little better. So let's get back to the VS Code and go to the postcard. I think we need to just move the overflow hidden to the parent div. Now it's better. All right, we can see the border radius here. Let's get back here now. Let me just change a little bit the height of this parent div and set it to H60. Now I think the images are a little better. All right, get back here think we're done with the image. So after the image, we're going to render the title of the post. So I use an h3 tag, and inside it, we just render the title. Let's style the component. So I add the class name, text LG for the text size, font bold, little margin from the top, empty 4, and also break all. So as you can see, it set the word break to break all. So it actually forces the line breaks at any character within a word when the content overflows the bound of its container. So if I save this now, you can see here some of the words are breaks at any point that it overflows its container boundary. So let's get back here and set the word break to break words. All right, now let's get back here. As you can see, it only breaks words at natural breaking points. So this is for the title, and let's get back here and use the text center and some text color, text gray, for example, 600. Okay, now I think it's a little better. So let's get back to the VS Code, and now let's render the post date. So here I use a p tag, and inside it we just render the new date class, and inside it we're going to pass the created at. And since the created at might be undefined, we just pass a empty string, and then here we're going to call the to local date string. All right, get back to the browser. Now you can see the post date here. All right, so let's put some class name here, empty 4 for the margin from top, and text gray 500 for the text color, and also text SM for the text size. And I think empty 4 is a little big, so I just replace it with empty 2. Get back to the browser. Now we have date with these styles below the title. Next, we are going to render the content. So here we're going to use another p tag, and inside it we are going to render the content. But here's we have a problem, and that is our content might be pretty long. So we need to just render, for example, the first 100 characters of the content. So get back here and use content.slice from 0 to 100. Then we're going to put 3 dots after it. Okay, let's get back here. Now, as you can see, it looks better. So get back here and style the p tag, class name, empty 4, text gray 700, and then break words. All right, at the end of this card, we need to put a link here, and also we're going to put some padding on all of these elements after the image. So here, after the image, we're going to wrap all of the elements inside a parent div, and then set the class name of the parent div. Use p6 for the padding here. All right, it's now better. And then let's add the link component. All right, so I put the link here, next/link, set the href to a page that will show the entire post. So we haven't created this page. I just put it here. Then later in this video, we are going to create that page. So it is going to be under the route block, and then we're going to put the slug of the post. So slug, it comes from the props, and then put the ID of the post. All right, so this is going to be a dynamic route. And for the caption, we just set read more. All right, now let's just style this link component, text indigo, for example, 600. And when hover, we're going to have an underline, again, some space from the elements above it, empty 2, and then we're going to render it as a block. Right? We can also put it here on the bottom right of the card component. In order to do that, we need to set the display of the entire card component to flex and flex call, and then set the flex grow of this div here to 1, so it will use entire space of its parent flex component, and then we can push the read more link all the way down to the bottom of the card component. So let's get back to the VS Code here. This is the parent div. We need to set its display to flex and also flex cool. All right, now here this div, we need to set its flex grow to 1. So I use just flex grow, which actually set the flex grow to 1. And if I set some background color, for example, red 300, now you can see it fills up entire space of the parent component. So if I remove this flex grow, you can see in some card component, it does not use up entire space of its parent component. So that's what flex grow does for us. So here, now it takes up all the space. Now we need to set this div also as a flex and flex call. So why we're going to do that? Because here we want to set the margin top of this link component, which is the child of this div, to actually margin top auto. So I use empty auto. And if I get back here, you can see now all of the link components are aligned vertically. So now we just need to set the text alignment of the link component to the right. So here, just use text right. Okay, you can see it is now on the bottom right side of the parent component, and just remove the bg red class from the parent div. All right, so that's it. This is for the postcard component. And in the next section of this video, we are going to implement the pagination for this homepage. So if you're ready, let's get into it. All right, in this section, we are going to add pagination in our homepage for paginating the post. So first we need to add pagination parameters to our post query. So we need to go back to our NestJS application and open up the post resolver. As you can see, our post query does not have any parameter queries. So we need to add skip and take parameter, which, as I said, are pagination parameters. So the skip actually specifies the number of records that we want to skip before starting to fetch the results, and take actually specify the number of records to fetch after skipping the specified number of records. So for example, if we are on the third page of a dataset with 10 records per page, the skip would be set to 20, which means that we are going to skip 20 records for two 10 record pages, and then we're going to take 10 records. So that would be our third page of our data. So here, as I said, we need to add skip and take parameters to the post query. So here, after the context, we are going to add these two parameters. For adding parameters, we need to use add args decorator, which comes from the NextJS/GraphQL. And then here we need to specify the name of the parameter, which is going to be skip. And we can pass a configuration object. And inside it, we're going to set the nullable to true. And then after the args decorator, we can access to that parameter. So it is going to be skip. It is optional. Its type is going to be number. All right. In the same way, we can define the take parameter. So put a comma here, and here I just paste the args decorator and change the name to take, and also here change the parameter to take. I think we need to remove this parenthesis here. All right, we're good to go. So now we have two parameters for our post query, the skip and take. So as I said, the skip determines how many records we are going to skip before fetching the data, and takes determine how many records we are going to fetch after skipping a specified number of records. So now we can pass them to the find all function of the post service. So let's go to this function and define these two parameters. We're going to get an object, and inside this object, we're going to have a skip, which is going to be a number, and also we're going to have the take, which is also going to be a number. All right. So from this object, we can grab the skip. The default value of the skip would be 0, and we're going to get the take, and the default value of the take should be something like 12. So for more code readability, let me store this 12 as the default page size in a constant. So here in the src directory, I'm going to create a constant file, constant ts, and inside it, we're going to export a constant. I'm going to name it default page size and set its value to 12. All right. Now we can get this default post size in our find all function. So set default value to the default page size. All right. Now in the find menu function of the Prisma, we can pass these two parameters. So we're going to put the skip and also the take. All right. This is the pagination. You can see it is really easy with Prisma. You just need to provide the skip and take parameters. All right, so let's get back here and feed the take and skip into the find all function, and we're good to go. So now let's get back to the browser and go to the graphical playground. You can see we have the post query. So let's run it. As you can see, it now takes only 12 data because our default page size is 12. Now we can add these two parameters here in the post query. Let me make it a little bigger. We need to define the skip. For example, we're going to set it to first 12 record, and then we're going to set the take to also 12. Okay, we can also remove the take because we have the default page size of 12. Right, so let's just run that. You can see now our post data start from the ID 13, and then we have 12 parameter after skipping the first 12 records. So that is how we can implement the pagination in our post query. All right. Now, before moving to our front end application and using this pagination functionality, we also need to define another query for returning the total number of records inside our post table. So let's get back to the VS Code, and inside the post resolver, we are going to define another query. I'm going to name it page count, which is for returning the total number of posts inside our post table. So here we're going to define a query. In the first parameter, let's define the return type of this query is going to be just int, and let's define a name for this query. I'm going to just call it post count. All right. Now, after that, we are going to create a function for it. I'm going to just call it count, and here I think we forgot to put the name property here. Okay, we're good to go. And I go to the count function and just return this that post service that count function. All right, we haven't declared this count method, so let me quickly declare it inside the post service, and let me just cut it from here and paste it at the end of the post service class. Remove this error and turn it to an async function, and inside it just return await this that prisma that post that count function. Now it just return the total number of records inside the post table. So let's get back here. All right, we're good to go. Let's get back to the browser and GraphQL API. Here, after the post query, we can easily run another query. It is going to be post count. And if I run this query, you can see we have 12 posts in the post query, but also we have the post count, which is 40. And this is actually the total number of posts inside our post table. So we have 40 posts in our table. Okay, so as you can see, and this way we can run two queries simultaneously. So now we're done with the NestJS side, and we can move on to the front end application, our NextJS application, and create a pagination component. So I get back to the VS Code and I go to the NextJS application and our homepage. Here, as you can see, we get the post from the fetch post function, and then inside it, we call the fetch GraphQL function and run this query. So here, if I go to the get post query, you can see we have our post query. So we need to do two things with this get post query. First, we need to add pagination parameters, and then we need to also run the post count query, right? So here, in order to define parameters, after the query keyword, we are going to create a list of parameters. We have the post query, and inside it, we're going to have the skip, which its type is going to be type int, and then define the take parameter. So it starts with a $sign. Take, its type is going to be int. And then here in the post query, we can take these two parameters. So here, we're going to set the skip to this $skip that we have defined here. Okay. And then the same way we can take the take parameter. We're going to set it to $take parameter that we've defined. And then here, after our post query, we just call the post count query. All right. This is our queries. And now we need to get back to our post action. And here we need to feed the take and skip to this fetch GraphQL function. As you can see, the first parameter is the query and the second parameter is the take and skip. So here we need to get the take and skip from the parameter of this fetch post function. So it is going to take an object, and inside that object, we're going to get a page which refers to the page number. It is going to be a number, and also we are going to take the page size, which is also a number. So both of these two properties are optional. Now we can get them here, page and page size. So here, as you can see, we need to transform them into the take and skip parameters. So for example, if we are on the first page, we don't need to skip any record. So skip would be 0 and the take parameter would be just our page size. So in order to transform them into the take and skip, I'm going to create a helper transform function that takes these two, page and page size, and transform them to the take and skip. So here in the lib directory, I'm going to create a helper file, helpers.ts. And inside it, we're going to export a function. I'm going to call it transform take skip, and it takes an object. And inside that object, we're going to have page, which is going to be a number, and also page size, which is going to be number as well. Let's mark these two property as optional. And here, let's destructure them page and page size. Okay, now let's put the body of the function. And here, we're going to just return an object that contains skip and take. So skip should be something like page minus 1 times page size. So I think we misspelled the page size here. Let's fix that. All right. So for example, if the page is 1, page minus 1 would be 0. The whole expression would be 0. So the skip would be 0. If we are on the page 1, we don't need to skip any records. And for example, if we are on the page 2, page minus 1 would be 1 times page size. For example, if the page size is 12, we just skip the first 12 records on page 2. All right. And since these two parameters are optional, let me use double question mark here for the page. And if page is undefined, we just return default value of 1. And for the page size, let me go to the constants file and export new constant. I'm going to call it just default page size and set its value to just 12. Okay. Now we can use the default page size if the page size is undefined. Okay. That's it for the skip. And for the take, we just return page size. Okay. And if the page size is undefined, instead we just return the default page size. That's it. We take the page and page size and transform them to the skip and take. And I think we have a misspelled transform here. Let's fix that. Okay. Say extension that show me if I have any typo in my code. All right. So let's get back to the post actions. Now we can get the take and skip from our transfer take skip function. So in the first line of our page post, we're going to get the take and skip from the transform take skip function, pass the page and also page size to it. All right. So now we can grab the skip and take, and then we need to pass them as the variable object. So after the query string, we're going to put the skip and take to our fetch GraphQL function. So it will run the get post and feed the skip to the skip parameter and take to the take parameter. All right, so let's get back to our post actions. And here, as you can see, we got the data from the fetch GraphQL function and we return the post. So we also need to return the page count. So here, we're going to put them inside a object and we're going to have the posts, which is going to be data.post. And also, we're going to have the post count, or we can just rename it to total posts and set it to data.page count. All right, so if I get back to the browser, you can see we have the post count. I think we set it to page count. Yeah, we need to set it to post count. Otherwise, we're going to get a undefined value. Okay, now let's get back to the home page and get the total post and also the post list from the fetch post function. And here, as you can see, we have an error and we need to feed the page and page size to the fetch post function. In order to get the value of page, we need to actually get it from the search prompts. So here, we're going to define a prop types, type props, and set it to an object. Inside this object, we are going to have the search prompts, which is going to be a promise of a key value pairs. So here now we can access to the props. We're going to get the search prompts out of the props of this page component. And here we're going to get the page from the search prompt. So put an empty object and set it to await search prompts. And now we can get the page out of it. Okay. So in NextJS 15 and above, make sure to use await before the search prompts. All right. So now here we can feed the page to our fetch post function. So I set the page to the page that we've got from the search prompts. It is going to be a string. So I just put a plus before it. So actually we can check if the page that we've got from the search prompts is not undefined. We just turn the page to a number and send it to this page parameter of the fetch post, and otherwise we just pass a undefined value. Okay, so now if I get back to the browser and go to our application, we have a GraphQL error. So let's get back to the terminal, and as you can see, it is actually say that the take and skip types are of type int, and it expects the float from these two parameters. So let's get back to our GQL queries and change the type of these two to float. Let's save this and get back to the browser, and our application is running without any error. So here, as you can see now, we just have our first 12 posts. And if we want the second page of our post, we just put a search prompts here and we use the page, for example, 2. Okay, as you can see, this is the first post in our page 2. And if I get back to the page 1, you can see the first one is this. Go to the page 2. This one is the first post. And let's go to the page 3. You can see this one is the first post. So yeah, in this way, we can put the page number on the search prompts. So now we need to define a pagination component and put it here with a bunch of pagination buttons. So now let's create the pagination component. Okay, so get to the VS Code, and here inside the components directory, I want to create a new component, pagination.tsx, and let me create a React component here. For the props of the component, we need the total pages, which is going to be a number. We need the current page, which is the active page, and it is going to be a number. Also, we need to define a page neighbors, which is the number of neighboring pages to display on either side of the current page. For example, if we are on the page number 5, we need to have 2 page before the number 5, 3 and 4, and 2 page after the page number 5, 6 and 7. So this is going to be our page neighbors. It is going to be a number and also class name, which is going to be a string. All right. So now let's get them here from the props of the component, total pages, current page, page neighbors, and let's set the default value of 2 for these page neighbors and also the class name. Okay. So now we need to calculate array of page numbers. So for example, if we have 10 pages and we are on the page 5, the page numbers should be 3 dots, which indicates skipping set of pages, and then page 3, 4, and then our page, the page 5, which is our current page, and then 6, 7, and then 3 dots. So the page number should be something like this. So we need to calculate these pages based on the total pages, our current page, and also page neighbors. So in order to calculate this list, I'm going to create a helper function for this. So I go to the helpers file, and here I'm going to create a function. So export function, and I'm going to call it calculate page numbers. All right. And it takes some parameters. So let's get them inside an object. The first one is going to be page neighbors, which is going to be a number. The second one is the total pages, which is going to be a number. And the third one is the current page, which should also be a number. Now let's extract them from the object here, page neighbors, total pages, and also the current page. Okay, now let's put the body of the function. So first we need to calculate the total numbers, which actually is the minimum number of page items needed, including the current page and the page neighbors on either side of the current page. So here that would be something like this. Const total numbers equals to page neighbors times 2, because we have page neighbors before and after the current page. So this would be 2 times page numbers, and then plus 3, which is 1 for the current page, 1 for the first page, and 1 for the last page. So that's why we put 3 in this formula. And then we're going to create another constant, total blocks, which actually adds 2 more items to account for the 3 dots indicators that may be shown when we have skip pages. So it would be total numbers plus 2. Okay. Then we need to check if our total pages are more than total blocks. We need to selectively display some pages in our pagination component. So here we're going to check if total pages is greater than total blocks. We're going to select some pages to display in the pagination component. So we need to calculate the start page and also the end page. So we're going to calculate the start page, const start page, and set it to current page minus page neighbors. So if we, for example, are on the page 5 and the page neighbors is 2, our start page should be page 3. And here we need to check that the start page does not go below the 2, because page 1 is always included explicitly. So here we're going to use the max function, math.max, and choose between this expression and 2. So if this expression is greater than 2, we're going to set it to start page. Otherwise, we just set 2 as our start page. So now we need to calculate the end page and set it to current page plus page neighbors. All right. And also we need to ensure that this does not exceed total pages minus 1, because the last page is always included explicitly. So here we're going to use math.min total pages minus 1, and also this expression current page plus page neighbors. So now we can create the page array. So here I'm going to say let pages equals to array from, and pass the length and set the length to to end page minus start page plus 1. So this generates length. And then as a second parameter, we're going to put our callback function. It takes the value and index of each element, and then we're going to pass start page plus I. Okay, now it generates an array of numbers from start page to end page. For example, if the start page is 4 and end page is 6, pages array would be something like 4, 5, and 6. All right, and then we need to add skipped pages indicators if needed. So here we're going to check if start page is greater than 2. We need to insert 3 dots indicator at the beginning of our pages array. So here we're going to set the pages to new array. The first element should be 3 dots and then spread the pages value. So we have an error here, and that's because type string is not assignable to type number. So we need to actually set the typing for these pages. Its type should be an array of number or string. So in the parentheses, put number or string. So each element of the array can be number or string. Then we're going to have a list of them. So as you can see, the error is gone. And then we need to check if the end page is less than total pages minus 1. It means that we have some skip pages at the end of our pagination component. So we need to add 3 dots at the end of our pages array. So we're going to set the pages to a new array. First, we're going to spread the pages value, and at the end, we're going to add a 3 dots. All right. So actually here we are saying that if the middle section does not end right before the last page, we add 3 dots after the middle section. Then we're going to just return the final pages array. So it would be an array that combines the first page, then middle section. So we're going to spread the pages array, and then the last page. So there's going to be total pages. All right. That would be our final array. And in case if this condition is false, which means that the total number of pages is less than or equal to total blocks, there is no need for these skip sign. So we're going to generate an array of all pages numbers. So here again, we're going to return array that from, I'm going to specify the length. It is going to be total numbers. And in this second parameter, we're going to pass the callback value and index, and it just return I index plus 1. All right. So again, this array is for when that the total number of pages is less or equal than the total blocks here. So we don't need to put this skipped pages sign in our pages array. So we just return an array of all pages number. If the total pages are more than total blocks, we need this skip pages sign. So we go here and then return pages list that contains these skipped pages. So that's it for the calculate total numbers function. And now we can get back to our pagination component and use this function to generate our page numbers. So in the first line of the component, we are going to get the page numbers. I'm going to say const page numbers and set it to calculate page numbers function. We need to feed the page neighbors, current page, and total pages. All right. And now we can render the page number buttons based on this page numbers list. So here first, let me style this parent div, which will contains the pagination buttons. So it would be a flex because we want the pagination buttons be side by side, and items center, also justify center, and put a gap of 2 between the page numbers. All right. Now here, first we're going to put a left sign button, something like this, which if the user click on that, we are going to move to the previous page. So here we're going to check if we are not on the first page. We're going to check if the current page is not equal to 1. Then we're going to render that previous page button. So here, put in logical AND operator, and then we're going to put a button here. And let me style this button. So set class names, and we need to use cn function because we want to put some classes conditionally. First, we are going to set the default classes rounded, md, bg, slate 200, and py2, and also px2 for padding. Right now, let's put our conditional object class. I'm going to set on hover, set the text color to text sky 600 if the current page is not equal to 1. Actually, I think we don't need this because here, if the current page is equal to 1, we do not render this button in the first place. So here we don't need to put the conditional object. And let me just import the cin function. All right. Then inside the button, we are going to render a link component, next link, set the href to the same route, and just set the search bounds. So the search bounds, we're going to set the page equals to, and then current page -1. All right. And for the link here, we are going to use an icon, chevron left icon, which comes from the your icons. We need to set the width of this icon. So set class name and w4 for its width. All right, that's it for the previous page number. So let me just put a comment here, previous page button. Okay, now here after the previous page button, we are going to render the page numbers. So we're going to map through the page numbers that we've got from the calculate page numbers function. So just use map function on this page numbers, get the page and also index, put them inside a parentheses, say callback. All right, and then for each page, we are going to render a button, and inside the button, first we need to set the key to index, and also we need to set class name. Use cin function here, put some default classes, px3, py1 for the padding, and rounded md for border radius, transition, and on hover, we're going to set the text color to text sky 600. Then we're going to put the conditional object. So here, I'm going to set the background color to bg slate 200 if it's not the active or current page. So I'm going to check if the current page is not equal to the page number and the page itself is not equal to 3 dot sign. Okay. And then if it is the active page, we are going to set its background color to bg blue 500 and its text color to text white if the current page equals to the page. Okay, and then inside the button we are going to render a link component, link, and set its href to current route, and just set the page search params to the page number, and at the caption we just put the page. So here, don't be confused, we've got the page from the map function. It is the value of the current page number. All right, that's it for the middle section. And at the end, we are going to render a next page button. So here, let me put a comment here, next page button. Okay, here we're going to check if current page does not equal to total pages. We are going to render the next page button. So in that case, just render a button, just copy this class name for the button, class name. Okay, and then inside it, we are going to render a link component, set the href to same route with page search params equals to current page plus 1. So it will refer to the next page. And for the caption, we are going to render an icon, chevron right icon, which comes from the hero icon, and just set the class name and w4 for its width. All right, that's it for the pagination component. And now let's get back to the post component and put the pagination after the post container. So here with pagination here, we need to set the current and total pages, but first we need to get them from the props of the component. We need to get them actually from the home page. So here after the post prop, we are going to have current page, which is going to be a number, and also total pages, which is going to be a number as well. All right, so now here we are going to set the current page to the props that current page, and also total pages to the props that total pages. Okay, now let's get back to the home page, and now here we need to pass the current page. So current page equals to this page that we've got from the search prompt. So we're going to check it if the page is available. Just turn it to a number. So I put plus before it. Otherwise, if we don't have any page in our search prompt, we just pass 1, which means that by default, just fetch the first page. Okay, now we need to set the total pages. We have the total post, so we just need to divide it by the default page size. So here I'm going to say math.sale, and inside it, we're going to divide the total pages by default page size. So here we have this sign. Let's fix that. All right. Now we get the page number from the search params and total post from the fetch post function. So now let's get back to the browser to see if it's working. All right. So I scroll down and here, as you can see, we have a pagination. We need to have some space between the post container and the pagination. But here, I think we have a problem. We only need to have 4 pages, but it renders 7 pages for us. So if I go, for example, to this page 7, you can see it doesn't have any post inside it. Only up until the page 4 we have some posts. So page 5, 6, and 7 are more than our pages. So let's get back to the VS Code to see what is the problem. So here, the total page number is 4, total number is going to be 7, and total block is going to be 9. Total pages 4 is not greater than total block. So we return here. We're going to create an array with length of total pages, not total numbers. So this is the problem. Total pages. So we need to create page number here based on the total pages. Let's save this and get back to the browser. And as you can see, now we have the 4 pages inside our pagination system. So let's go to the page number 2. All right. As you can see, if we are on the page number 2, we have the next button and also the previous button. So let's get back to the previous page. Okay. Now the previous page is gone because we're on the page 1. Let's go to the page number 4. You can see the next page also is gone when we are on the last page. Now let's add more page in our database to see if our pagination works and we've got some skip page in our pagination or not. So let's get back to the VS Code and I go to the seed file here. As you can see, we are going to create only 40 posts. So let's make it to be, for example, 400. All right. And let's remove this database and also remove the migrations directory. Okay. Now let's open up the terminal. Let me just stop the dev server and go to the backend project, cd apps API. And here let's run the migration, npx prisma migrate dev, and then dash dash name, rename, just go ahead with init. Let's run that. Okay, our database is now in place, and let's run the seed file. So npm run db/seed. All right, it's done. And now let's get back to our monorepo and run the application. All right, the application is running. Now let's get back here and refresh the page. All right, so now let's get back here. You can see here we have 3 dots here, which means that we have some skip pages. And this is the last page. Now you can see we have some skip page here in the beginning of our pagination button. So first, let me add some margin between the pagination. And then here we have rendered a link, which we need to remove it. We just need to render it without any link. So let's get back to the terminal and let's get back to our Next.js application. Here I go to the post component. All right. And for the pagination, let me add some class name, empty for the margin from top. And let's save this. Let's get back to the first page. And it doesn't apply the empty tab because I think we didn't bind the class name here from props to the first div. So let's use the cn function here, combine its class name and the class name that comes from the props. So at the second parameter, we're going to just pass the class name. Get back here, and now as you can see, we have some margin between these 2 components. Okay, now let's fix this problem. We have rendered also a link here. We need to remove that link if the page num is just 3 dots. So let's get back to the pagination component, and here when we are going to render the pages, we're going to check if the page is not 3 dots, then we should render the link. Otherwise, we don't need to render a link. So here, I'm going to check that. I'm going to say if page equals to 3 dots, just render these 3 dots. Otherwise, return this link here. Okay, let's get back here. The link is gone. As you can see at the left bottom of the screen, we don't have any address. So if I click it, you can see it doesn't work. We only need to remove the pointer cursor if the page is a little dot. So here in the button and conditional class object, we're going to say cursor not allowed, for example, if page equals to 3 dots. Get back the browser. Now you can see when we hover on this 3 dots, our cursor is changed to not allowed. So yeah, that's it for pagination section. And now we can move on to the next section of this video and implement the post page. So if we click on the read more links here in the postcard, you can see we are headed to a 404 page. That's because we haven't created this page in our application yet. So now in this section, we are going to render this page, and inside it, we are going to render the entire data of the post along with its comments. So now let's get back to the VS Code, and I go to the apps directory and create a directory. It is going to be block, and then inside it, we're going to create a dynamic segment. It takes this flag, and inside this directory, we're going to create another dynamic segment directory. Now it takes ID, then inside it, we are going to create our page.tsx, which is going to be our post page. So let's create a React component. I'm going to call it post page, and inside the props, we are going to access to the params. So we're going to have a params here, and inside it, we can have the ID, which is going to be string. We don't need to read this flag from the dynamic params because we just put it here in the route for improving the SEO. We don't need to actually get this flag for retrieving the post. We just need the ID of the post for retrieving the post. So here, let me just get the params here in the props, and then inside the component, first we need to get the ID of the post. So here I'm going to say const post ID equals to await params, and then we can access the ID inside the params. So here we can get the ID, and also we need to mark this component as async. All right. Now I'm going to create a server function for fetching the post by its ID. So I go to the post actions file in the lib directory, and I'm going to export a function fetch post by ID. So I'm going to say export const fetch post by ID, and then it takes the ID, which is going to be a number, and now inside it, we are going to run a GraphQL query. So let me just put a assignment sign here. Okay, here is gone. And now here we need to write a query for fetching the post by the ID. So first, let me go back to our NestJS application post resolver to see if we have such a query or not. We didn't have such a query, so let's quickly create one. In order to do that, I use add query decorator, and then inside it, we're going to define the returning object type. It is going to be an object of type post. All right. Now we don't want to define the name. Let's just create a function, and it takes the query name from the corresponding function. It is going to be something like get post by ID. It takes the ID, so we need to define a GraphQL argument. So I use @args decorator, and inside it, we are going to take the ID, and we can also define a type for this params in the GraphQL. So its type is going to be int. So I pass a callback here and then return int type of GraphQL. Okay. Now after the AX argument, we can access to that ID params. So it is going to be of type number, and then here we are going to return this that post service that find by one. So we don't have this function in the post service. So let me just declare that find one, and it takes the ID. Now let's declare this function, get back to the post service and cut that, paste it at the end of the post service class. So now here we're going to just return await. Let me just put async before it. Okay, now we can use await here. This Prisma post find first function, pass a config object inside it, put the where API, specify the ID, so it returns the first post which its ID matches with the ID parameter. As I said, we need the entire post data along with its author and tags. So I use the include API here and set the author to true and also tags to true. All right, we're done, and we just return the returning object of this find first function, which is going to be a post along with its author and its tags. All right, now let's get back to the post resolver. And as you can see, we just returned this function for the query. Now let's get back to the GraphQL playground, and I think we have a problem here. It's from the post actions inside our NextJS application. We will get back here and fix that. Now first, let me test the query get post by ID. So here I use query here. The name of the query is get post by ID, and we need to define the ID of the post, for example, set it to ID2, and then from the returning object, we are going to, for example, select the title, and from the author, we are going to select the name of the author. All right, so let's run that. You can see the title of the post, the author, and its name. So our query works fine, and now we can get back to our Next.js application and use this query to get the post by ID. So now let's get back to our Next.js application. All right, we have an error and it says that the several actions must be async functions. So let's get back to VS Code, get back to our Next.js application, and in the post action, first let me mark it with async. All right, now inside this function, we're going to call the get post by ID query of GraphQL. So here I'm going to say const data equals to await fetch GraphQL function. In the first parameter, we need to pass the query. So now let's go to the GQL queries and write another query. I'm going to export a constant for the query and name it get post by ID, set it to GQL function, it's a tag function. We can put the backticks here. I use the query keyword to say that this is going to be a query, not a mutation. So let's define a name for this query. It is going to be something like get post by ID. We need to define the parameters list. The parameters is going to be $ID and its type is going to be of type int. Right now inside it, we're going to call the get post by ID query and set the ID to the ID parameters that we have defined in the previous line. All right, now from the returning object, we are going to get the ID, the title, thumbnail, content, created at, and from the author, we are going to select just name. We have a typo here. Let's fix that. Okay. And from the tags, we are going to select the ID and also the name. All right. So this is going to be our query. Now we can use it inside the post actions. So first we need to use the print function to transform it to a string and then pass the get post ID to it. Then in the second parameter, we need to pass the variables object. It is going to have just ID inside. All right. Now we can just return data that get post by ID. I think let's get back to the playground. Yeah, this is going to be get post by ID. So here, let's paste it here and let's use type assertion here and tell the TypeScript that its type is going to be of type post. All right. Here, there's a tip here. We don't have type checking here. We're just telling that this object is going to be of type post. We are doing this because we want to just have some autocomplete and it might cause some runtime error. If, for example, when we want to access the updated at from the returning object because we didn't select that, but here we just telling the TypeScript that it has this ID inside it. So we have two options here. Make this updated at, for example, an optional, or we can have some libraries like ZA to validate this object if we want type checking. So I leave it to you to do this for type checking. All right, that's it for the fetch post by ID. And let's get back to the post page. But before going there, let me go back to the GQL query to see what's going on here. Let's remove these unused import to fix the issue. All right, now we can get back to the post page and here, now we can get the post. So I'm going to say const post equals to await fetch post by ID and then pass the post ID. So the post ID is a string. So we need to just make it to a number by putting plus before it. Or we can use parse int function for turn it to a number. All right, now let's go to the JSX and here let's return a main tag. And inside this main tag, we are going to have a h1 for rendering the title of the post. So here we just put the post.id and let's style this main tag here. Let's have the container class. So the container class creates a responsive center wrapper for our content. All right. And then use mxauto to make it center and px4 and py8 for paddings. And also let's have some margin from the top because we don't want the content to be under the nav bar. So I use empty, for example, 16 to push it a little down under the nav bar. All right, now let's style the h1. I want it to be a large size. So I use text for XL and then font bold. Also, let's have some margin after it. So MB 4, for example. All right, and we can also have some text color, text slate, for example, 700. Right now, after the title, we can render the author name and the date post was created. So I put a p tag here, and inside it, we're going to say something like by, and then put the post that author that name. Okay, and then put a separator here and render the date that the post was created at. So use a date class, new date, and then pass the post that date that created at, and then call the to local date string. All right. We also need to style the p tag. Let's start with the text color, gray 500, or we can just use slate here, slate 500, and text size, text SM, and also the margin to the bottom of the elements. All right. So we have just rendered the title, author name, and created at date. So let's get back to the browser. We have an error here, a graphical error. So let's get back to VS Code again, open up the terminal. It's a graphical validation field error. And yeah, we actually have a typo here for selecting the created at field. So I get back to VS Code and go to the GQL queries. And here, yeah, we have a typo here. So let's fix that, created at. Now let's get back to the browser. You can see we have rendered the ID of the post as the title. So let's get back to the page here and change it to post that title. So if you notice this typo in the first place, now you can like this video. Yeah, I use any chances to motivate you to like my video. Okay, anyway, let's get back to the browser. We have the title and the author name and also date the post was created at, but why we don't have the navbar here? So let's get back to the VS Code, go to the main layout. As you can see, we have the navbar container. So let me check. We have actually the navbar, but the background color is white. As you can see, we have the links here. The problem is that the background color is white and also the text color is white. So let's get back to the navbar container, then go to desktop navbar. Here, this is the problem. Actually, we set the text color to white and the background color is transparent. And since the post page background color is white, we don't see the navbar. So we need to fix that here. We need to actually say that if the scroll is down or we are not on the home page, we need to make the background white and also set the text colors to text gray 700. All right. In order to access to the path name of this page, we need to use the use path name because it's a use client. So here, for the use effect, I'm going to say const path name and set it to use path name. All right. And here we are going to define a variable. I'm going to call it is home and check the path name with just a slash. So if the path name is just a slash, it means that we are on the home page. Otherwise, the is home variable is going to be false. So here we can say that if the scroll is down or we're not on the home page, so not is home, then we're going to apply these classes. We use the BG white background color and text gray 700. So here now you can see the navbar is visible now. All right, so now let's move on and let's render the thumbnail of the post here. So let's get back to the post page, and here after the p tag, we are going to create a wrapper div, and inside we are going to use NextJS image element to render the thumbnail. The src is going to be post.thumbnail, and if it is undefined, we just pass an empty string, or we can just render the default no image file, so slash no image.png, which is on the public directory. So again, this slash means that we are referencing to the public directory. All right. Then we're going to have the alt and we're going to set it to post that title, and then field property. Again, this field property make the CSS position of this image to be absolute. So in the parent div, we need to use a relative class and set the width and height of this image. So W80 and H60. All right. Now here in the class name of the image, we're going to use some border radius, rounded MD, and also object cover, which actually set the object fit to cover. It actually fills the parent container, this div, and without losing the aspect ratio of the image, it fills the entire div. And if the picture is bigger than the parent div, some areas of the picture might be cropped. All right. Now let's get back to the browser. We can see we have the image of the post And now let's render the content of the post. So here I'm going to use a div here, and inside this div, actually you don't want to render the post.content inside the div as the children of the div, because the content might have some HTML code. You don't want to just regularly render the content inside the div. So it is going to be a one tag div, and we're going to have a prop name dangerously set inner HTML, and then inside we're going to pass an object. We're going to have underscore HTML and set it to post that content. So in this way we can actually inject some raw HTML into the div component if the content has some HTML inside it, but as the name of the props implies, it's a dangerous way of injecting the HTML inside this div, because it can introduce XSS vulnerabilities if the post.content contains untrusted or malicious content. So before using this, we need to actually sanitize the post.content. So in order to do that, I'm going to install a package called purify. So open up the terminal, and let me just create another terminal. Go to the apps/front, and then npm I purify. Okay, it's done. And let's get back here. And now let's import the purify from the purify. And here we're going to call the purify.sanitize function and pass the post content to it. So here I'm going to say purify.sanitize function, then pass the post content inside it, and it actually clean the HTML before injecting it inside the inner HTML of the div component. So yeah, this is one of the way to sanitize your content if your content has some HTML inside it and you're not sure about the content, whether it has some malicious content inside it or not. All right, so let's move on. And in the next line, we need to render the comments of the post. So for now, we want to postpone it to the upcoming sections of this video. It's on this video, not another video. So for now, let me just comment here, post comment here. Actually, let me create a to-do here, put the post comments here. All right, we're going to do that later in this video, because first we need to handle the authentication in our Next.js application and get the authentication user. We haven't implemented this yet in our Next.js application, so we cannot implement the comments. We are going to implement the comments here after handling the authentication in this project. So for now, we just leave a to-do here, and later we're going to get back here and handle that. So now let's go to the browser. So we have an error, and it says that the sanitize is not a function. So let's go back and fix that. I think the problem is that this function is relying on the browser and is not available on the server side. So let me see here. We cannot use this function on this server component. So in order to fix that, let's create a client component for rendering the content of the post and then put it here. And inside that component, we are going to use the sanitize function. So here in this directory, we're going to create a underscore components directory, and inside it we are going to create the sanitized content.tsx. All right, so here let's create a React component, and inside the props, I think we have misspelled the sanitized component, so let's put an I here. All right, let's fix it here, and also let's rename the components file. Okay, now let's have the content here in the props. So let's say content and set its type to string. All right, also let's mark this component with use client directive. Okay, now let's import the purify. All right, and here I'm going to say const clean HTML and set it to purify that sanitize function and pass the props.content. All right, now here we're going to have a div. Okay, let's remove the ending tag and set the dangerously set inner HTML to an object, and then underscore HTML, set it to clean HTML. Also, we can have a class name, which is going to be optional, and set its type to string. And here for the class name, we're going to just pass the props.class name. All right, let's get back to our post page. And instead of this div, we just render the sanitized content. And for the content, let's pass the post.content. All right, let's get back to the browser. Now, as you can see, the error is gone. And let's test this sanitize function. Get back here, and here, let's add some script here. So I just put a script tag and add it at the beginning of the post content. So let me just log the clean HTML. All right, let's get back to the browser and open open up the console, here we have the object. As you can see, we don't have the script tag at the end of the clean HTML, and the sanitize function remove that script tag from our post content. So yeah, in this way, we can use the dump purify API on our Next.js application. Just create a client component, and inside that client component, use the dump purify. Okay, let's get back to our post page. And I think we're done with the post page here, at least for now. As I said, we need to handle the comments here. But before doing that, we need to handle the authentication in our front end application. So in the next section of this video, we are going to handle the authentication, right? Before moving forward, if you haven't liked this video so far, now you can give me a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to support me and give me more energy to create such a content for you. Thanks for supporting me and this channel. All right, if you're ready, let's move on to the next section. In this section, we start working on the authentication processes in our Next.js application. We start by creating the sign up page and then sign in page. And after that, we are going to handle these sessions. And finally, we are going to create a API in our backend application, the NestJS application, for handling the Google authentication, and then use that API from our Next.js application. So we don't want to implement the Google authentication directly inside our Next.js application. Instead, as I said, we are going to implement it inside our backend application, our NestJS application, and then use that functionality from our Next.js application. So if you're ready, let's get into it. So as I said, first we are going to create the sign up page. So I create an auth directory inside the app directory, and I will put all of the authentication pages in this auth directory. So the first one is going to be sign up. So let's create a sign up directory inside it, and then let's create the page.css. So let's create a functional component and call it sign up page. All right, we don't want these props type, so let's remove that. Okay, and then inside it, in the container div, we are going to render an h2 element, and inside it, we are going to say something like sign up page. Okay, and then let's style this element, use the class name, and for text alignment, we're going to use the text center, and for text size, we're going to use the text 2XL and font bold. All right, and let's have some margin at the bottom of this element, so MB4 for the margin. Also, let's style the container div. We're going to use BGYs for the background. We're going to use some padding, for example, P8 for the border radius. I'm going to use rounded MD and also shadow MD. Let's define its width with W96. It is going to be flex and flex cool. So now we can use justify center and item center for centering the content of this div. All right, now here we are going to create a sign up form and put it here. So I'm going to put a comment here, sign up form here. We're going to create it in a second and put it here. But for now, let me just add another div, and inside it, we're going to render a p tag. It says that already have an account, and then put a link here. Make sure to import the link from the next link. Set the href to /auth and then /sign in. We haven't created this page. We're going to create it in the next section, but for now, let's just complete this sign up page and put the route of the sign in here. And in the next section, as I said, we're going to create that page. All right, let's put some class name here and add underline. Okay, and here for the caption, let's say something like sign in. Okay, let's get back to the browser and let's close this off. Go to the /auth, then sign in. Oops, sign up. Okay, we have this page. I already have an account and sign in. Let's add some margin here. I think it's better to have a layout page inside the auth directory. So I create a layout component. .tsx, it is going to be a React component, and we're going to call it auth layout. Okay, so it will be shared among all of the auth pages. Now let's set the props to just props with children and grab the children out of it. And here, let's render the children. Okay, now let's style this parent div. We're going to set min edge to the screen. So it actually set the min height of the screen to the 100 v edge, which actually fills out all the height of our screen. Then we're going to have flex. So we can use item center and justify center. Okay. And now let's get back to the browser. Now this is our form. And also we can just set the BG color to something like slate 100. Okay. So now this is our sign in page. And here we are going to render our sign up form. So here inside the sign up directory, let's create a directory underscore components, and inside it we are going to create all components relating to the sign up page. So let's create the sign up form. TSX is going to be a client component. All right. Now let's create a React component sign up form, and let's change the div here to form. All right. And then inside the form, let's render the elements of the form. So now let's add some class name to this form. Use flex call. So now we can use gap, example gap2 for spacing between the elements of this form. So now here, let me just add the label component and the input component of the chat.cn UI. So I open up the terminal and let's open the second terminal. We're on the apps/front, our Next.js application. Now let's paste the script for adding the label and use legacy pure depths because we're using the React 19. Okay. Now let's also add the input. So let's just paste it and we're done. Let's close this off and let's get back to our form. So let's create a div here. For the first input group, we're going to have a label. The label comes from the UI directory, and we're going to set the HTML we're going to use it for the name inputs, and just fix that. Inside the caption, just put the name. Okay. Now after that, we're going to render the input. Make sure to import it from the UI directory. All right. Set the ID to name and also name to name. And we can add a placeholder here, for example, John Doe. All right. And then let's copy that, paste it here for the second input. It is going to be for email, and let's change the label to email. Okay. ID and name should be email, and here for the placeholder, let's say something like john@example.com. Let's copy that again and paste it for second input. It is going to be for password. Okay. We have a typo, so let's fix that. Let's change the HTML4 of the label, update the ID and name, and we don't want the placeholder for the password. We just need to set the type to the password. Okay. That's it. And now we need to add a submit button. So for submit button, I prefer to create a component because we are going to use the use form status for handling the pending state of the form. So I get back to the components directory and create a sign up button. You might ask why we didn't create that component inside the components directory of the sign up page. That's because it's a common component and we don't want to use it only in the sign up form. We can use it on other components. So it's a shared component and it's better to put it on the main components directory. So let's name it submit button.tsx. Let's add a React component, and here let's use the button component from the chat.cn UI. Okay. And for the props, let's use the button props. So I use the structuring pattern and set its props type to button props. That comes from the UI directory and button component. So let's grab the children out of it and put the rest in a object called props. Okay. Now here we're going to put the props here on the button. We use spread operator, and here let's use the use form status and set the returning object, and from the returning object let's grab the pending. Okay, so here inside the children of the button we are going to check the pending. If the pending is true, we are going to render a span component, for example saying submitting, and add a CSS class to it using animate pulse of detail in CSS. And otherwise, if the pending is not true, we are going to just render the children. All right. Also make sure that set the type of the button to submit, and let's use area disable to the pending. So if the pending is true, we are going to disable this button component. So you might know the form status hook here. It's a new hook inside the React 19. It actually gets the status of the first immediate parent form. So if we put this submit button inside this sign up form, when we are going to submit the form, the use form status inside the submit button actually catch the status of its immediate form parent, which in this example is going to be sign up form. So here, let me just put the submit button here. All right. And let's set the caption to sign up. Okay. That's it for the JSX of the form. Now we need to use action state hook and create a server action for submitting this form. So first, let me create the server action, and then we can use the use action state hook here for handling the form submit. So I go to the libs directory, and inside the actions directory, we are going to create an auth.ts, and inside we are going to create our server actions relating to the authentication. So first, let me mark it with the use server, all right? And then here, let me export an async function, and I'll call it sign up. All right. Now it takes two parameters. The first one is the previous state of the form, and the second one is going to be our form data. So we're going to have the state, which is the previous state of the form. We're going to set its type to the sign up form state. We haven't created this type. We're going to create it in a second. Let me put the second argument of this function. It's going to be form data, which is just going to be of type form data. It's a built-in type. All right. Now let's put the body of the function, and let's create the sign up form state type. So here in the types directory of the lib directory, I'm going to create another type file. I'm going to call it form state.ts. So I'm going to export a type. I'm going to call it sign up form state. It is going to be an object. Inside it, we're going to have error object, and it should have one property corresponding to the each inputs of the form. So the first input is going to be name. It is going to be optional, and it should be list of strings because we are going to create the error text with the Zod package, and it creates the errors in a list of strings. That's why we set them as a list of strings. In the same way, we're going to have the error for the email and also for the password. All right. Then we are going to have a message property in the sign up form state. And let's first make it optional. It's going to be string. So this is the errors. Let me rename it to errors. And this is the message. If we have a general message, we're going to set the message property. If we have a specific error on a specific input, we're going to create the errors object and fill out these properties, which will be corresponded to the inputs of the form. This can also be undefined. So it's an optional object. It means that if there are no error or no validation messages, this state is simply going to be undefined. All right. So now let's get back to our sign up server action and import this type from the types directory. So now also we need to set the returning type of this server action to a promise, which finally resolved to a sign up form state. All right. We have an error here, and that's because we didn't return anything out of this function. So now here in the first step inside the function, we need to validate the form data. So in order to validate the form data, we are going to use the Zod package. Let's quickly install that, open up the terminal, and I'm going to use npm i Zod. All right, let's close this off. And we need to create a sign up form schema with Zod package for form validation. So here in the lib directory, I'm going to create another directory, and I'm going to call it Zod schemas. And inside, we're going to create sign up form schema.ts. All right, now let's export an object called sign up form schema and set it to z.object. And inside it, we're going to have the name, which is going to be a string. So set it to z.string, chain the mean function, minimum length of 2, pass the message for this error. Actually, we don't need to put the message. It will create it by the Zod package. And also let's call the trim function to trim the unnecessary spaces at the beginning and the end of the name property. Second, we're going to have the email, which is going to be z.string, and also chain the email function. Okay. Next, we're going to have the password, which is going to be z.string, main function, minimum length of 8, and also let's add the regex function to include some rules with regex. We need to define the regex here inside the square brackets. We're going to say A to little z and also uppercase A to uppercase Z. All right. In the second parameter, let's have the configuration object and the message here and say something like contain at least one letter. So to speed up the process, let me just paste two more regex function, which the second one is going to be for containing at least one number, and the third one which for containing at least one special characters. And then we just call the trims function. that's it for the sign up form schema. Now we can use it inside our sign up server action. So here I'm going to say const validated fields and set it to sign up form schema and calls the save parse. And here we need to create an object from the form data. So in order to do that, I'm going to use the object.from entries and then pass the form data.entries. So this will first create a plain JavaScript object based on the key value set inside the form data and then pass it to the save parse and it will be validated. And by the way, the form data object is a map type and here we can just turn it to a plain JavaScript object. So here we can check if the validations was successful or not. So I'm going to say if not validated failed, that's success. It means that we have some error. So we just return an object and inside that object, we're going to initialize the errors object and set it to validated fields dot errors dot flatten dot field errors. All right. So in case we have an error in the validation of the form data, we just return an error object back to our form. Next, if we skip up this exception trap, we need to call the sign up mutation from our GraphQL API for creating a user inside our backend database. So let's get back to the browser and go to the playground of the GraphQL. Here, as you can see, we have a create user mutation, and inside we need to initialize the create user input, pass the name, password, and email of the user, and then we can select the returning object out of it. So we've already created this mutation in the previous sections of this video. So let's get back to the VS Code, and here let's call the fetch GraphQL function to run the mutation. So here I'm going to say const data equals to await fetch GraphQL, and here we need to pass a mutation text. So I go to the GQL queries, and here let me just create a mutation for the create user. So export const create user mutation equals to GQL function, and here first, unlike the queries, this time we need to start with mutation keyword. So mutation, which means that this is going to be a mutation. Let's put a name for this mutation. I'm going to call it create user. We're going to create a parameter here. I'm going to just call it input and set its type to the create user input. All right. So now we can call the create user mutation and then set the create user input to the $input parameter that we've created in the previous line. And then from the returning object, we're going to just fetch the ID of the created user inside our database. So now let's get back to the sign up action and use the print function of the GraphQL. We need to import that from the GraphQL and then we can use that print function. And here we're going to pass create user mutation. Then we're going to pass the variable object, which should contain the name, email, and password. So we need to have input variable and then inside it, we're going to spread the validated fields data. So if I hover on that, you can see it contains name, email, and password. And then we're going to check if we have any error inside the data. So we're going to check if data.errors, we're going to return object and specify the message inside it, say something like something went wrong. Otherwise, if we don't have any error, we can redirect the user to the /auth/signin. Again, we haven't created this page in our Next.js application, but for now, let's just redirect it to this page. And in the next section of this video, we're going to create this page. All right. So now let's get back to our sign up form, and here let's use the use action state for submitting the form. So I'm going to say const an array for now and then set it to use action state and then pass the sign up server action and then pass the previous state of the form. It is going to be undefined. We don't need to set that. And from the returning array, we're going to get the state, which is the returning object of the sign up server action. And then we're going to get an action function, which we can set it to the form action here. So we're going to set it to action event of the form. All right. So every time we submit the form here, we call this action function, which comes from the use form action state. It actually calls the sign up server actions and feed it with the form state and also the form data. And then we're going to get back the state out of the sign up form. So now here we can check if the state, which as I said is the returning object of the sign up server action, has any message or error inside it. We're going to render them inside our form. So here in the beginning of the form, we're going to check if the state has any message inside it. We're going to render it inside our form. So here we're going to check if state message, we're going to change it to a boolean. So I use double exclamation mark before it. It transforms it to a boolean, and then we can safely use the logical AND operator for conditional rendering. So if that's the case, we're going to render a p tag, and inside we're going to put the state.message. All right. Also, let me just put some class name here, text red 500 for the text color and text sm for the text size. Then we're going to check for each input if there is any error inside the state.error object. We're going to render that below its corresponding input. So after the first input set, we're going to check if state.errors.name, and first let me change it to a boolean. If there is any error for the name, we're going to render another p tag here, just the same p tag actually. Let's copy that and paste it here, and then just render the state.errors.name. All right, let's just copy that and paste it for the email, and let's replace name with email, and here also replace name with email, and also let's paste it for the password input, replace name with the password. And if the password has an error, it should have multiple errors inside it, so let's render a div here, set the class names for div, text sm for text size, and also text red 500 for the text color, and inside it we're going to put a p tag and say password must, and after that we're going to render a ul, and inside that ul we're going to map through the password errors. So I'm going to say state.errors.password.map. all right, we're going to get the error. For each error we're going to render an li element, set the key to just error, and also render error as the caption. All right, that's it for the input. Now let's get back to the browser. Let's refresh the page. We didn't put the sign up form inside the sign up page. So here, as you can see, we have a comment here. All we need to do is to put the sign up form here. All right, now let's get back to the browser. Now we have a sign up form, and let me just use the test user with test email and also 123 for the password. So let's click on the sign up, and as you can see, it says the password must contain at least 8 characters, contain 1 letter characters, and also contain at least 1 special character. So here, let me use a strong password of the Chrome, and it says again the password must contain at least 1 special character. So as you can see, every time we render the form, the data of the form is missing. So we need to also get back to the sign up form, to the sign up action actually, and go to the sign up form state. And here we also want to have a data object inside the sign up form state. It should contain name, which is going to be string, email, which is going to be string as well, and also password, which is going to be a string. And then here we can get back here, and every time we return the error, we're going to set the data also to object.from entries and pass the form data.entries and put a comma here. So we have an error, and that's because we need to get back to the form state here and make all of these optional. The error is gone, and here also let's just put the data here. Okay, now we can get back to the sign up form, and for each input we are going to use a default value and set it to state.data.name for the first input. Let's just copy that. For the second input, it should be data.name.email. For the third one, it should be data.email. All right, now let's get back to the browser. It says not finding the property of name because the data must be undefined. So let's put the question marks here. Also fix the password here. So let's get back to the browser. You can see now we have some data here. We're going to use the test user. If I click on the sign up, you can see now we preserve the data between the multiple renders of the form. So it just says that the password must at least 1 character. So let's put a special character at the end of it. So and click on the sign up, and here we have an error on the fetch GraphQL. Let's get back to the VS Code. Again, we have an validation field. It says that the variable input of type create user input used in position accepting the type create user input. So as you can see here, we should add a exclamation mark at the end of the mutation query text. So here, let's go to the GQL queries and put a exclamation mark here. Let's save this, get back to our browser, test user. Again, add a special character at the end. As you can see here, we are headed to the auth/sign-in, which means that running the mutation was successful. So let's get back to the VS Code and go to the backend application here in the terminal. All right, see the apps API, and then let's run the Prisma Studio. Okay, let's go to the users table. And here, as you can see, we have a test user inside it, which means that our create user mutation is running without any error. So that's it for the sign up form. And in the next section of this video, we are going to create the sign in form. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Also, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel to give me more energy for creating such a long tutorials for you. In this section, I'm going to create the sign-in page for our Next.js application. So if you're ready, let's get into it. In the first step, I go to the apps directory, and then inside the auth directory, I'm going to create another page for the sign-in. So first, I'm going to create a sign-in directory inside the auth directory, and then inside we're going to create the page.tsx. And here, let's create a component. Actually, we don't need the props type here, and let's name it sign-in page. And in the JSX, first we are going to render a h1 inside the parentive, and let's set the text to sign in page. All right, now let's style this element. The class name here, text center text 2XL for the text size, font bold, I have a typo here, let's fix that. Also MB4 for margin below. Right, now let's style the parent div itself. Let's set its background color to BG white, P8 for the padding. I'm gonna have a border and also border radius, so rounded MD, also a little shadow MD, W96 for its width, also flex and flex call. So now we can use justify center and also item center for centering the content inside the parent div. All right, now let's get back after the h1 element, and here let me put a comment here, put sign in form here. All right, so now we're going to create a sign in form component and then put it here in this place. But before doing that, let me create a link here. So use a link component that's imported from the next/link and say something like forgot your password, send the user to the, for example, /off/forgot. We haven't created this route yet, but we're going to create it in the upcoming sections of this video. So now let's go to the browser and go to the sign in page /off/sign in. Now you can see we have our sign in page here. So we need to create our form and put it between these two elements. So let's get back to the VS Code, and in the sign in directory here, let's create a underscore components, and inside it, we're going to create the sign in form.tsx. So let's create a React component here. And first, let me change this div to a form. And now inside the form, we're going to have some input sets. So create div for each input set, a label here. First, let me import it from the UI directory and then set the HTML for. It is going to be for email field, and then put the email here as its text. Next, we're going to put an input, import it from the UI directory. We're going to set the ID to email and also name to email. We're going to have the placeholder, say something john@example.com for the placeholder. And as the last prop, we're going to set the type to email. All right. Now let's copy that and paste it for the second input, which is going to be for the password. So set the HTML for password field. Okay. Also set the text to the password, and let me copy that, set the ID to password and also name to password. Don't want this placeholder, and for the type, let's set it to password. And then lastly, we're going to render a submit button, and then here I'm going to say sign in as its text. All right, now let's get back to the sign in page, and here let's put the sign in form. Right, let's get back to the browser. We have an error here. That's because we haven't marked the submit button with use client directive. So let's go to the submit button and set it to be a client component. So I mark it with use client directive. Okay, again we have a typo, fix that. As you can see, we have the sign in page. So let's style the form component a little bit, get back to the sign in form, and let's style the form itself. We're gonna have the flex in the class name, flex pro, and also a gap between the elements. And let's save this, get back here. You can see now it is a little better. All right, now let's get back to the page itself, and for the parent div here, let me just use gap 3 for the space between the elements. All right, now let's go back to the VS Code and create a server action for sign in. All right, so I go to the lib directory and go to the auth.ts file inside the actions directory, and then create a sign in server action. So here I'm going to export an async function, and I'm going to call it sign in. All right, now it takes the previous state, just call it state, and we need to create a sign in form state, but I think we can use the sign up form state because sign up form state also has the email and password inside it. So we don't want to use the name, but we can use email and password. So we don't need to create another state type for the sign in. I just use this sign up form state for this purpose. And then we're going to have the form data in the second parameter, set its type to the form data, and then it should return a promise of sign up form state. And let's put the body of the function. And here now we need to create a sign in form schema for validating the email and password inside the form. So I go to the that schemas here, and let's create another file. I just call it login form schema. You can also call it sign in form schema, but in order to avoid confusion with the sign up form schema, I just call it login form schema.ts. And then here we're going to export a constant login form schema and set it to z.object. It should have a email inside it, which is going to be z.string.email. All right. And also it should have the password inside it, which again is going to be z.string. And also let's change the min function minimum length of 1. That's it. And let's get back to the auth.ts file and our sign in server action. And here in the first line, we need to validate the form data. So I'm going to say const validated fields and set it to login form schema.saveParse, and then pass the object.from entries and pass the form data.entries. So here we are transforming the form data into a plain JavaScript that should satisfy this login schema, which says that it should have email and password inside it. All right. Now we're going to check if the validation was not successful. We're going to return an error back to the sign in form. So I'm going to say if not validated field that success, we can just return an object that contains the error inside it and set it to validated field that error flatten and then that field errors. Also, we need to set the data of the form. So we're going to set it to object.from entries, then pass the form data.entries. Okay, if we pass the validation section, we need to run a sign-in mutation from our GraphQL endpoint. So now let's go to the GQL queries and create a sign-in mutation. So here I'm going to say export const sign-in mutation and set it to GQL function. I think we have a typo here, so let's fix that. All right, and then set it to GQL function. We're going to have a mutation. First, we're going to create a parameter for our variables. So I'm going to say sign in and then create a dollar input for the parameter and set its type to the sign in input. We also need to put a exclamation mark here, and then we can call this sign in, and then for the sign in input we can pass the dollar input that we have created in the previous line. All right, so the parameter should have a email and password inside it. Okay, now we can select the ID name avatar and also the access token of the user from the returning object. So select ID name avatar and also access token. Now we can get back to the auth.ts file and the sign in server action, and then we can call the fetch GraphQL to run this mutation. So I'm going to say const data and set it to fetch GraphQL, pass the sign in mutation. First use the print function, then pass the sign in mutation, and as a second parameter we need to pass our variable object. And here we need to initialize the parameter that we have created in the sign in mutation. The name was input and it should have email and password inside it. So we can just spread the validated field that data. If I hover on that, you can see it contains email and password inside it. Now here we need to check if the data contains any error. We need to return it back to the user. So I'm going to say if data errors, then we're going to send it back to the user. So we're going to return object. First, we're going to set the data to the object that from entries, pass the form data inside it. All right. Then we are going to send a message to the user and say something like, for example, invalid credentials. So here we have an error here, and I think that's because we forgot to put await here before the fetch GraphQL function. All right, so if the data has any error inside it, we just return a invalid credentials back to the sign-in form, and otherwise we need to create a session for the user. So let's put a to-do here, create a session for the user, and then redirect the user to the homepage. So here I'm going to say redirect to the homepage, and also we can revalidate path to refresh the cache. I think we need to put it before the redirect function. Now let's get back to the sign-in form and set up the use action state for submitting the form. So here I'm going to say const for now an empty array and set it to use action state. Pass the server action, which is sign in, pass the previous state of the form, just pass undefined. And here let's get back the state, which is the returning object of the sign in server action. And then we're going to have an action that we can pass it to the form action here. So let's just use the action here and set it to action that we've got here from the use action state. Now we need to check if we have any message inside the state object. We need to render it on the screen. So here we're going to check the state.message, and if there is a message inside it, so let's turn it to a boolean with double exclamation mark, and then we can safely use conditional and operator here. We're going to render a p tag, and then inside it we're going to just render the state.message. All right, let's put some class name and the p tag text red 500 and also text sm for the text size. Okay, now let's go after the first input, and here we're going to check if the state the errors.email has a message inside it. We're going to render that as an error under the email input. So let me first turn it to a boolean, and then we can use the logical and operator and render a p tag again. Then inside it, we're going to render the state, the errors, the email. All right. Also, let's put some class name. I think we can just copy this one and paste it here for a new p tag. Let's copy that and go after the next input. Here we just need to check the errors.password, and also here render the errors.password. Also, we need to just set the default value of each input to the state, the data, the email. All right, let's just copy that and get back here to the next input and paste it here. This time we need to render the state, that data, that password. All right, I think we're done with the sign-in form. Let's get back to the browser. You can see here in the graphical playground, we have an email and also a password, which we have already inserted into our database. So let's just run the query. It says the user not found. So let me just go back to our application. We have an error. That's because we didn't mark this component with use client directive. Get back to the browser. So now we need to go to the sign up page, and we're going to use test email 3, and also let's put a strong password here. Let's click on the sign up. So let me just use a special character here, and let's copy that. Let's sign up, and now as you can see, we are headed to the sign in page, and we have the email and password that we have just created. So let's click on the sign in. As you can see, we are headed to the home page, which means that our sign in was successful. Now we need to create a session for the user and put that user data inside our session. And every time we need to check if the user is authenticated or not, we can just check the session to see if the user is inside it or not. If the user is inside our session, it means that the user is authenticated. But if the user is not on the session, it means that the user is not authenticated. So now in the next section of this video, we are going to implement the session handling for our Next.js application. So let's get into it. In this section, we are going to handle session management in our Next.js application. We are going to write 3 functions here in this section. The first one is going to be for creating this session for the user. The second one is for retrieving this session. And the third one is for deleting this session when the user signs out from our application. So let's get into it. And in the first step, we need to create a session.ts file inside the lib directory and put those 3 functions in this file. So I'm going to name it session.ts. So for the first function, which is create session function, first we need to encrypt the session in a JWT format and then keep it inside a HTTP only cookie. So we need to have a secret key for signing the JWT. So I'm going to put a secret key in the env file, and then we need to retrieve that secret key here for creating the session. So I will put the secret key in the env file in a second, but before, let me write the code for retrieving that secret key from the env file. So I'm going to name it secret key and set it to process env that whatever the name of the variable is, I just go ahead with the session secret key and then put a exclamation mark operator here to assert that this value is not going to be null or undefined. All right. And then we need to encode that secret key as a unit 8 array in a UTF-8 format, which is required for signing the JWT. So now let me encode that secret key in the unit 8 array. So in order to do that, I'm going to say const encoded key, which is going to be new text encoder dot encode, and then pass the secret key. It will actually encode our secret key into a UTF-8 format. All right. So now before writing the create session function, let me go to the env file and put the secret key in there. So we don't have the env file in our Next.js application. So let me just create the env file in the root path of our Next.js application. So create a file and name it .env. And here I just put the session secret key, and we need to generate a secret key and set it here to this variable. In order to create a strong secret key, here I'm going to use the OpenSSL command. So I open up the terminal and let me create a new terminal here. And I'm going to use the OpenSSL command, all right, and then rand, which says that we want to generate some random bytes, and then dash hex, which determines that the output should be in the hexadecimal format. And then we put the number of bytes here. I'm going to go ahead with 32, which means that our secret key is a 256 bit. So let's run this command. As you can see, it creates a secret key for us. Just copy that and here paste it in front of the session secret key. Let's save this and close this off and get back to our session.ts file. And now we can create a session function. So I'm going to export an async function and name it create session. Then we need to get a payload, and we need to have a type of payload. We can set it to anybody. This is not a good idea. Let's create a session type to define the shape of our session. So here I'm going to export a session, export type session, and then set it to an object. It is going to have the user inside it, which its type is going to be something like an object that contains ID, name, and avatar of the user. So let me just set it to a session user type. We don't have such a type in our system, so we're going to create that after this session type. For now, let's set it to session user, and then our session needs to keep the access token. So let me just put it here, access token, which is going to be string. All right, now let's create the session user type. So again, export another type, session user. Let's set it to an object, and it should have ID inside it. Its type is going to be a string. The ID should be optional. We're going to have the name inside it. Its type is also a string. And then we're going to have the avatar, which again is going to be string as well. Also make sure to set it as optional. All right, so this is going to be the shape of our session. It contains a user that have ID, name, and avatar inside it, and also a access token. So now we can set the type of the payload to the session type that we have just created, and we can put the body of our create session function. So now in the first step, we need to sign a JWT with our payload. It means that we are going to create a JWT with the provided payload. So for creating the JWT, we are going to use the Vercel library and not JSON Web Token. We can also create the JWT with the JSON Web Token library, but I believe that it causes some problems when we are going to use it inside our middleware, especially in the edge functions. So in order to avoid that problems, we are going to use the Vercel library for signing a JWT. And by the way, by signing the JWT, I mean just creating the JWT. It's a fancy name for creating the JWT. All right, so now let's install the Vercel library. Let's go to our front end application, cd apps front, our Next.js application actually, and install the Vercel library. Okay, it's done. Now let's get back here, and now we can sign our JWT with the provided payload. So in order to do that, I'm going to say just const session equals to await the new sign JWT, which comes from the Vercel library. I cannot import it, so let's import it manually here. All right, and then here we're going to pass the payload to the sign JWT class, and then call the set protected header, and then provide a config object, and inside it we're going to specify the algorithm to HS256. So this means that we are going to use HMAC algorithm using SHA256. All right, then we are going to call the set issued at function. It actually set the IAT or issued at time to the current time of our system, and then we're going to set the expiration time and set it to, for example, 7-day. And finally, call the sign function to create the JWT, and here we need to provide our encoded key that we've got here. All right, so this is the way we create the JWT with the Vercel library. Now we need to store this session inside a HTTP only cookie. So first we need to create a expired at date type. So I'm going to say const expired at and set it to a new date, and inside it call the date.now function, and then add 7 days to the current time. So put 7 times 20 hour times 60 minutes times 60 second and times 1000 millisecond. So we are going to set the expiry time to 7 days, but in the millisecond format. So now we can store the session as an HTTP cookie. So here we're going to call the cookies function. In Next.js 15, it's now a async function. So we need to use the await before it, await cookies, and let's import it from the next/header. All right. And then we can call the set function, provide a name for our cookie. I just go ahead with session and then pass the session object that we have created. It's now a JWT, and then we're going to provide the config object, set the HTTP only to true, which restricts the access to the cookie from JavaScript, and it enhances the security. So we cannot actually access this cookie on the client side. Only on the server we can access this cookie. All right, we're going to set the secure to true, which ensures that the cookie is only sent over HTTPS connections. Then we are going to set expires and set it to expired at time that we have just created. All right, then we're going to have same site property and set it to lax, which actually helps prevent CSRF attacks by restricting cross-site usage of this cookie. And then as a last property, we need to set the path and set it to just a slash, which means that make this cookie accessible to all routes on the domain. All right, and we're done. That's it for creating the cookie. First, we encrypt the session by creating a JWT based on the provided payload, and then keep it inside a HTTP only cookie on our server. That's it. We have just created this session, and the next function we are going to write here is the get session function, which actually retrieve this session cookie, and then we're going to decrypt that JWT and send it back to the client. So here, let me just create the get session function. I'm going to export async function and call it get session. Doesn't require any argument. So let's just put the body of the function. First, we need to get the cookie. I'm going to say const cookie and set it to cookies function. Again, it's Next.js version 15. So we need to use await before calling the cookies function, and then call the get, provide the name of our cookie, which is going to be session. As you can see, we set the cookie with the key name session. So here we need to provide it when we are going to retrieve that, and then return its value. All right. Now here, we're going to check if not cookie. We're going to just return null, indicated that we don't have a session, which means that the user is not authenticated. So we just return null here. Otherwise, if the cookie is existed, we are going to decrypt the cookie and extract the payload out of it. So here I'm going to use JWT verify function of the Vercel package to decode the encrypted cookie. So here I'm going to say JWT verify function. It comes from the Vercel library. By the way, it's a async, so we need to put await before it, and then we provide the cookie, and then we need to provide the encoded key, and as a third argument we're going to pass the config object, and inside it we need to specify the algorithm, which is going to be HS256. So we need to provide an alias here, HS256. All right, and then we can destructure the returning object and grab the payload out of it. So here I'm going to say const destructure pattern and set it to the returning object of the JWT verify and just get the payload out of it. All right, and lastly, we just need to to return the payload, and we can use the type assertion here to say that the payload conforms the session type. So use as session here. We can also put it inside the try catch block. So let's use the try block here, and then we can catch any error occurring during the JWT verification process. So get the error, and the common errors are, for example, we have a expired JWT, or we have a invalid signature, or a bad shaped token. So these might cause a error during the verification process. So let's keep it simple. If the JWT verify function cannot decode the cookie using the encoded key, it just throws an error. So we're going to catch that error and handle the error. For example, we're going to console that error. So log the error with the console.error function and say something like failed to verify the session, and then put the error object on the console. And then we're going to redirect the user to the sign-in page. So I'm going to redirect it to the /auth and then /sign-in. All right. And I think we import the redirect function from a wrong module. So let's just remove that. And here, let's import it from the next/navigation. And this is not an error. It's just a typo and the spell checking extension telling us that this is an unknown word. It doesn't matter. And yeah, this is for get session function. We just retrieve that cookie using the session key and then decrypt that cookie and send it back to the client. If we have an error, we just console that error and redirect the user to the sign-in page. Lastly, we need to have a delete session function. So when the user sign out from our application, we're going to call that delete session function to delete the session of the user on our server. So we're going to export another function. It's going to be async as well, and let's call it delete session. All right, and then we're going to use the cookies function, await cookies again, and then call the delete past the session key here, and put an await before the whole expression in case that the delete function is a promise. I think it's not a promise, but let's just put an await here to make sure that it deletes the session. All right, that's it for the delete session, and we're done with the session management file. And now we can use the create session function in the sign-in server action. So if the authentication process was successful, we are going to create this session for the user, and later on our application, anytime, anywhere we want to check if the user is authenticated, we can just call the get session function to see if we have a valid session, and if that's the case, we can say that the user is authenticated. Otherwise, the user is not authenticated. So now let's get back to the sign-in function and use the create session function to create the session for the user. All right, so I go back to the auth.ts file, and in the sign-in function, now we need to create a session for the user. So here I'm going to call the create session function. I'm going to say await create session. It comes from the session.ts file, and then we need to pass the payload. So the payload should be of type session. So just pass an object. Here we need to set the user and also the access token. So for the user, I'm going to set it to an object, and let's go to the graphical playground. Here, let's just call the sign-in mutation. So it says that the user not found. So let me just paste the email and password of the user that we have created in the previous section. All right, and then paste the password for it. And now let's run the mutation again. As you can see, inside the data, we have the sign-in, and the sign-in, we have the ID, name, avatar, and also the access token in one place. So let's get back to the VS Code here. And for the user, we need to set the ID to data.signin.id. We're going to set the name, the data.signin.name, and also for the avatar, I'm going to set it to data.signin.avatar, right? And then we're going to set the access token to just data.signin.access token. All right, let's save this and get back to our home page. This is the home page, and here let's just call the get session function and log this session to see if the user is authenticated or not. So const session equals to await get session function. All right, and then just log the session. Now let's get back to the browser. Let's refresh the page, get back here and open up the terminal. As you can see, we have null as the session value, which means that the user is not authenticated. So let's get back here and go to the sign in route. In the next section, we will create the sign in and sign up button here. But for now, let's just manually go to the sign in page and click on the sign in. Now we're headed to the home page, get back to VS Code and check this session. As you can see now, this session has a data inside it. We have a user and also access token, which means that now the user is authenticated. So that's it for the session management. And yeah, we can move on to the next section of this video, where in which we are going to put a sign in button and sign out button here in the nav bar. And if the user is authenticated, we're going to render its data on the nav bar. For example, its avatar and its name. So again, if you have watched up to this point of this video, please like this video and subscribe to my channel to give me more energy creating such a long tutorials for you. Your like and subscriptions really matters to me, and I really appreciate your support. Thanks for supporting me and this channel. So now if you're ready, let's get into the next section of this video. All right, in this section, we are going to create a sign in panel for our nav bar. So we're going to create two buttons here, sign in and sign up on the nav bar. And we're going to show that only when the user is not signed in our application. And if the user is authenticated and signed into our application, we're going to render a profile component instead of the sign in panel. So for now, let's just create the sign in panel component. Let's get back to the VS Code, and here let's go to the components directory and create a new component. I'm going to just call it sign in panel.tsx. All right, and then create a React component, and here we just want to return two link component. So just put a React fragment and two link here. The first one is going to be sign in, and let's just copy that. The second one is going to be sign up. All right, now here we're going to set the href. So for sign in, we're going to send the user to the auth/sign in, and for the sign up, we're going to send the user to the /auth/sign up. All right, that's it. Now we can go to our nav bar, and here we can render the sign in panel here. But first we need to check if the user is not authenticated. We're going to render the sign in panel. So here we're going to set this component to an async component. It's a server component, so we can access to the session. So I'm going to say const session and set it to await get session function. And here we are going to check the session. So we're going to check if session and session has a user inside it. We're going to render the profile component. So for now, we haven't created the profile component, so we just render nothing here with a null here. Otherwise, if the session is not existed or the session does not have a user inside it, it means that the user is not authenticated. So we're going to render the sign in panel. So just put the sign in panel. All right, that's it. And now let's get back to the browser. So if I refresh the page, you can see we don't see the sign in panel, and that's because we already signed into our application. So we have a session. So if I open up the terminal, you can see we have this session here, and it doesn't show the sign in panel. So now let's just render a sign out button here for signing out the user. So I get back to the nav bar, and here we're going to just link here and set the href to the /API/auth/sign out. So for sign out, we need to create an API route, and we're going to call that API from here. And inside that API route, we're going to call the delete session function to sign out the user. So for now, let's just put the caption sign out. Now let's go to the apps directory. Let's create an API directory, and then inside it, let's create an auth, and then let's create the sign out, and then create the route.ts. All right, so don't confuse the auth directory inside the API directory with the auth directory inside the apps directory. The auth directory, which is directly under the app directory, is for auth pages, but the auth, which is inside the APIs directory, is for APIs that related to the authentication. So these are two different directories. So now here we're going to export a get function, export async get. We got to put the function here. So let's put the function, and here inside it, we just want to delete this session. So wait, delete session. All right. Keep in mind that we also need to create a delete session mutation in the GraphQL API or backend, and then we're going to call it here to actually sign out the user out of the backend server if we keep a session inside our backend server. But in this application, we just rely on JWTs, and we don't save the JWTs on the backend side. So we don't need to actually call sign out API on the backend side. But if we keep the access token of the user inside our database, actually keep track of sign-in user, we need to provide a sign out API and then call it from here. And then inside that, we're going to delete that user from the sign in user in the backend side. So now, as I said, we don't need to do that in this application because we don't keep track of the sign in user on the backend side. We just create the JWT and send it back to user. It has its own vulnerabilities. For more secure way, you can just keep the access token inside a table in your backend side. And if you want to know how to do that, I highly recommend you to watch my video about the all-in-one authentication processes in NestJS and in Next.js. So you can watch that video if you want to have this functionality in your backend side. But for now, let's get back to this application. We just need to delete this session on the Next.js side. So let's get back to the browser. You can see we have a sign out button here because the user is signed in. If I click on that, we have a 500 internal server error. So let's get back to the VS Code and see the terminal. Oh yeah, it says that we didn't return anything from the route handler of the API. So let's get back here, and after deleting the session, just redirect the user to the home page. All right, and let's get back here and refresh the page. You can see now we are headed to the home page, and now you can see the sign in and sign up button because the user is now signed out from our application. So if I click on the sign in again, you can see the sign up button here. If I click on that, as you can see, it doesn't work. Let me refresh the page. It actually works, but since it doesn't refresh the page, we do not re-render the navbar component. So in order to fix this problem, let's get back to the navbar, and instead of this link, let's just put a tag. All right, now let's get back to the browser. Let's sign in again and sign out. And as you can see, now it works. So this is for the sign in panel. Now we move on to the next section in which we are going to create a profile panel. And when the user is authenticated, instead of this sign in button, we are going to render the profile of the user here in the navbar. All right, so if you're ready, let's get into it. Alright, in this section we are going to create the profile component, and we're going to render that on the navbar instead of just that dummy sign up button. So we're going to use two components of the ShadCN UI here, popover and avatar. So let's quickly install these two components. I go back to the VS Code, and here, let me open up the terminal. Let's move on to the next app, and here let's install the avatar. All right, and then install the popover. All right, so let's close this off and go to the components directory, and here let's create a profile component. And in the props, we need to get the user. So let's add the user in the prop types, and the type is going to be session user. So let's grab the user from the props, and then here we are going to render a popover component. So when we click on the popover component, it will open up a drop-down menu, and then we can render the name of the user, another feature that we need to be rendered on the profile page, like sign out, create a new post, and the list of posts of the user. So here in the popover component, we're going to add a popover trigger, and here inside it, we are going to render a avatar component. It's just a rounded image of the user. So when the user click on the content inside the popover trigger, it will open up the drop down menu. So here we're going to use avatar component that we have just added. All right, inside it, we're going to use the avatar image, and then we're going to set the src to the user.avatar. So we grab the user from the props, then pass the user.avatar here. And also we're going to render a avatar fallback component in case of the user.avatar is undefined. It will automatically render the content of the avatar fallback. So here I'm going to add a avatar fallback, and then inside it, we're going to render a user icon. So here I'm going to add a user icon from the hero icon, and then set the class name, just set the W8 for its width, and we're going to set its color to slate 500. All right, now that's it for the popover trigger. We have rendered a avatar component inside it, which contains the profile picture of the user. So now we can render a popover content here, and the content inside the popover content will be shown as a drop-down menu when we click on the content of the popover trigger. So here, for example, let's render the user.name here. Let's put it on the navbar. So I go to the navbar component, and here, as you can see, when the user is authenticated, we do not render anything. So let's just render the profile component. And also we need to pass the user as a prop to it. So we're going to pass the session.user to the user of the profile. And then we just remove this link for signing out the user. So if the user is authenticated, we just render a profile component. So let's get back to the browser. As you can see, now we have a avatar component here. And if I click on that, you can see it opens up pop over content. So as I said, since we rendered the avatar component inside the pop over trigger, when we click on the avatar, it will open up the pop over content for us. Now here in the pop over content, we are going to render the name of the user, a sign out link, and also a create post link for creating a new post, and also a link to a page for showing the all posts of the user. So let's put them on the avatar content. So let's get back to the VS Code here and go to the profile components. And here in the profile content, first let me just remove this user.name, and here we're going to render a div, and inside it we're going to put a user icon, set the class name and W4 for its width, and also we're going to render a p tag and put the user.name inside it. Okay, now let's set the display of this div flex and justify center and also item center. All right, now after this div we are going to have another div, and inside this div we are going to put our link. So the first one is going to be a sign out link. I put a tag here because we want to refresh the page when the user click on this. So that's why we don't use a link component, and instead we are going to use a tag. So set the href to /API/auth and then /sign out. And here inside the a tag, we are going to render a exit icon. It comes from the hero icons. And inside it, first we are going to render a sign out icon. So I use hero icon here, arrow right, start on rectangle icons. That's a really big name. And then we're going to set the class name, set the W for its width, and then we're going to render a span element. I'm going to say just sign out. All right, now we're going to render a link component for creating a new post. So inside it, we're going to render a pencil icon, actually pencil square icon, and just copy the class name of the first icon here. Then we're going to render a span here, say create new post. We're going to set the href of the link to /user and then /create-post. We haven't created this page yet. We're going to create it in the upcoming section of this tutorial. So let me import the next link here, and let me copy that and put another link here. It's going to be for post of the user. We just put the post text here, and for the icon, let's just render a list bullet icon. All right, so let's get back to the browser. Now you can see the name of the user on the top, and then sign out, create new post, and post link. So we're going to style these elements here and use a grid system to align the text and icons in the right place. So let's get back to the VS Code here, and here we want each of these link elements and also these a tags to have a grid layout with 5 columns, 1 column for the icon and 4 columns for the text. So we need to iterate these class names on each of these links and the a tag, but the better idea is to style them directly on the parent div. So here I'm going to use class name here, and we're going to use the direct child pseudo element, and we're going to say each child of this div should have the grid layout, and then set the grid columns. The grid equals 5. We're going to have a gap of 3 for each column, item center. Also, let's set a margin for each child, my2, and also a padding, py2. Let's save this and get back to the browser. Now you can see we have the grid system, but we need to spread these text column on 4 columns. So let's get back here and set the class name of each span to cool span 4. All right, so let's get back here. As you can see now, the first one is in the right position. So we need to iterate this class on each of these spans here. So we have a better idea. Let's style them directly in the div component. So I use a square brackets here and put an and sign, and then we're going to use a star, which means any child, and then we're going to target the span elements. Then we're going to set the cool span 4 for these spans elements. So now let's just remove this class name for the span, get back here, and as you can see, all of these span elements now get the cool span 4 class. Now let's change the background color and the hover. So let's get back here. We can directly style them in the parent div again. So use the square brackets here and sign, target any children, then use hover pseudo element, and on the hover set the bg sky 500 class. Okay, so let's just copy this selector and paste it here. We also want them to have text white on hover, and then we just need to add a rounded MD and also transition to each child. So we can use child selector here to pass transition for each child and also rounded MD class. Let's get back to browser. Now you can see we can hover them and change the back color and text color of each row when it's hovered. Now, as a last step, we need each of these icons to align itself to the end of its assigned grid cell. So we need to push them to the end of its grid cell, which is going to be a little closer to the text. So let me get back here. We need to add justify self and on each of these icons. So for example, if I put it in the second icon, you can see it is now a little closer to its right hand cell. So let's get back to the VS Code. We need to iterate this class on each of these columns. But the better idea again is to style it on the parent div. So here, as you can see, each of these icons is the grandchild of this div element. So we're going to select the grandchild of this div element. So here for the current element, and then select its child, and then select its grandchild. We don't want to select all of the grandchild because we only want to select the grandchild that is also the first child of its parent. So we're going to use the nth child pseudo class here, pass 1, so it actually select the grandchilds of the div if they are the first child of their parents. So let's put the justify self and class here after this selector, and let's get back to the browser. You can see this class is applied on all of these icons on our drop down menu. And also let's put some space between these two elements, the icon element and the username. So let's get back here, and we run the first div, which contains the name of the user and its icon. Let's put gap 3 for these two elements, and as you can see, now we have some space between these two. So now let's click on the sign out link here. As you can see, if the user is not authenticated, we have a sign in and sign up button on the navbar. If I sign in again, you can see instead of those two buttons, we have the user profile on the navbar. So that's it for this section. And in the next section of this tutorial, we are going to add Google authentication in our application. We don't want to just directly implement the Google authentication in our Next.js application. Instead, we are going to implement that in our backend application, our Nest.js. Then we're going to provide an API to our front end, and then we can use that functionality from our Next.js application to sign in with our Google account. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Alright guys, in this section we are going to add Google OAuth authentication in our Nest.js backend application. So I go to the Nest.js application and open up the terminal. We navigate to the Nest.js directory, apps/API, and then inside it we're going to install the passport strategy for Google authentication, which is passport Google OAuth 2.0. So here I'm going to install it with npm I passport-Google OAuth 2.0. Then we're going to install the types of this strategy. So here I'm going to install it with npm I-d add types /passport Google OAuth 2.0. Alright, so let's close this off and go to the auth module here, and inside these strategies, let me create a new file for Google OAuth strategy. So I'm going to call it google.strategy.ts. And then here I'm going to create a class named Google Strategy. So I'm going to say export class. I'm going to name it Google Strategy, which extends the passport strategy function. Actually, it extends the returning class of the passport strategy function, which is called the passport strategy function, and then pass the strategy from the Google OAuth. And make sure you import this strategy from the passport Google OAuth. All right. And then let's add a constructor for this class. And inside the constructor, we need to call the super function, and then we're going to pass a config object. And as you can see, we don't have the autocomplete here. So let's create a dummy class with the Google strategy here. Let's say const example a equals to new strategy. And then let's pass the config object here. And as you can see, now we have the autocomplete. So we're going to set the client ID, client secret, the callback URL, and also the scope. So now let's just copy this object and paste it here at the super function. And now we can remove this dummy instance. And also don't forget to mark it with @injectable decorator. All right, so now we need to get the value of this reconfig from the Google Console API. So now let's go to the Google Console API. It's on the console.cloud.google.com. And from here, we can create a project. And after creating a project, you can go to the API and services. And on the left-hand side, you can click on the credentials here. then click on the create credentials. Then choose the OAuth client ID. Then here we're going to choose the web application, and here we can put the name for our application. Then we need to put the authorized JavaScript origins. Here we need to actually put the address of our NestJS application. So since we are on the dev server, we're going to put the address of our dev server here. So it's going to be HTTP localhost 8000. And then here on the authorized redirect URI, we need to specify an API in our NestJS application. So after the authentication process was completed by the Google API will call that API from our application and sends us the user data. So here, let's say it is going to be HTTP localhost 8000 and then /auth and then /Google and callback. So we need to create this API route in our NestJS application. So let's just copy that and then click on the create here. So as you can see, it gives us a client ID and also a client secret. So let's just copy the client ID first and get back to our NestJS application, and here go to the env file, and here let's create a variable named Google client ID and set the client ID that we've got from the Google console. Then here let's create another variable. It's going to be Google client secret. Let's get back to the console API and copy the secret here and paste it for the Google client secret. And also we need to create a Google callback URL, and we're going to set it to the same callback URL that we have just set in the Google console API. It is going to be HTTP localhost 8000, then /auth /Google, and then /callback. Right? So if you push your application on the production environment, you need to change this address to the production address of your web server. Right? So that's it for the env variables here. And let's save this and get back to our Google strategy. And now here, let's initialize the first three properties with the env variables. So first we need to inject the config service here, and then we can use it to access our env variables. So let's import it from the NestJS config, and then here the client ID, we're going to use the config service .get, set the type here, which is going to be a string, and then put the name of the env variable. Let's get back to the env file and copy the name of the variable, put it here, and then just paste it for client secret and also callback URL. And then we need to let's change the name of the variables. Get back here and copy the client secret variable name and also copy this and paste it here for the callback URL. And also we need to set the scope here, and here we need to pass a list, and inside this list we need to tell the Google API which data we want from the Google API about the user. So we want the email and also the profile of the user. All right, so that's it for super function, and then we need to create a validate function inside this Google strategy class. So here I'm going to say async validate, and it takes 4 arguments here. The validate method here is called automatically after a successful Google Auth authentication, and here inside it we are going to validate and process the user data that we're going to get from the Google API. And in the argument, as I said, it takes 4 arguments. The first one is going to be access token, which is going to be string. The second one is a refresh token, also a string. Next, we're going to have the profile. We don't know the type of the profile, so we just set its type to any. And finally, we get a done callback, and its type is going to be of type verify callback. And make sure to import the verify callback from the Passport Google OAuth. So what is these 4 arguments? The access token and refresh token are from the Google API. These can be used for their API calls if needed. And here a tip, we don't want to send back these access token and refresh token back to our front end application. We are going to generate our own JDBT secret and then send it back to the client. Do not use this access token and refresh token for your JDBT authentication in your backend and front end application. Just create your own access token and send it to the client. So after the access token and refresh token, we have the profile, and as I said, it contains the user information like email, name, and profile picture. These are fetched from the Google API. And finally, we have a callback function, which when we call it, it actually finalizes the authentication. So again, this validate function will be automatically called after a successful Google OAuth authentication. So here inside this validate function, we need to actually validate the user. By validating, I mean we're going to look through our database to see if this user with the provided email is already inside our database or not. If it is inside our database, we can retrieve that .user and pass it to the done function here. And if it is not inside our database, it means that it's the first time that a user tries to log in into our application with its Google account. So we need to create that user, insert that user in our database and then pass it to the done function. So here, in order to validate the Google user, we're going to create a method inside the auth service. So first we need to inject it inside the constructor here. All right, let me import it here, and then here inside the validate function, I'm going to say const user and call the auth service that validate Google user. So I'm going to say await this dot auth service and then call the validate Google user. We haven't declared this function inside the auth service, so now we need to declare it inside the auth service. So here, let me declare it inside the auth service and go to the auth service here. Let's cut that and paste it at the end of the auth service class, and let's remove this line here and let's add async here because it's an async function, and here we need to get an instance of the create user input class. So here I'm going to say Google user and set its type to the create user input. If I go to the create user input, you can see it should have name inside it, password, email, a bio which is optional, and also an avatar which is optional. So we need to provide this object, and here inside it we are going to check inside our database if such a user with the provided email inside the Google user is existed in our database or not. So I'm going to say const user and set it to await, and then use the Prisma client is that Prisma user, and then find unique function as a config object, and here inside the config object we're going to specify the where API, and we need to set the email to the Google user email. All right, so it will check inside our database and fetch the user based on the provided email inside the Google user. So now we're going to check if we have such a user in our database. We just return that user. Otherwise, it means that this is the first time that a user tries to sign in into our application with its Google account. So we need to create that user inside our database. So we can just return await this Prisma user, then call create function, just pass the Google user inside it. Then we're going to pass a config object here, and here in the data we are going to spread the Google user object. All right, so that's it for the validate Google user. As I said, if the user existed, we just return it, and if it doesn't exist in our database, we create that user inside our database and then return it back to the validate function of the Google strategy class. So here now we need to provide the Google user here. We need to provide the email and get it from the profile object that we've got here in the parameter. We're going to get it from profile.email, actually the first email value. Then we're going to provide the name, which is going to be profile.display name. Next, we're going to specify the avatar, which is going to be profile.photos, actually the first photo, and then pass the value. And finally, we need to specify the password. And for the password, we just need to set it to an empty password. All right. And here there's a tip here. The password is not the user password inside the Google. It will be the password of the user inside our database. And since the user is signing in with its Google account, we don't have the password of the user. So we just set it to an empty string. But this will actually opens up a hole in our security system. Now anyone with a valid email can sign in into our application with an empty password. So here I go to the auth resolver, and here as you can see we have a sign in mutation, and the sign in mutation actually takes the sign in input. So here in the sign in input, we need to validate the password provided by the user in the sign in input, and we need to block the request with an empty password. So here we need to use some class validator decorators here. The first one is going to be isString, and then we're going to use the mean length decorator and pass 1. So the client must provide at least 1 character password, and with empty password, we just block that request in our GraphQL API. All right, so this is very important. Don't forget to do that within your sign in input class. Let's save this and get back to our Google strategy. And now we have the user object. Here we can just call the done function, and then it takes 2 arguments. The first one is the error object, which in this case is null. We don't have any error object. And the second one is the user object. That user object will be appended to the request object under the property user. So here again, the user object that we've got here contains all data about the user. So if I hover on it, you can see it also contains the password of the user. So let's get back here in the validate Google user function. And here we need to extract the password of the user out of the user object and then send it back to the Google strategy. So here, instead of just returning the whole user object, we're going to say const object, set it to user, get the password, and then put the rest to a auth user, and then return that auth user which does not contain the password. We can do the same here in this case when the user is not in our database and we are creating the user in our database. So instead of just returning the returning object, we're going to set it to an object dbuser. And then here, we're going to say const, set it to dbuser. I think we're out of the function, so let's move it one line upper, and we can set it to dbuser, and then get the password, put the rest into an object called auth user, and then just return that auth user. Right, so we're done here, and get back to the Google strategy. Now, if I hover on the user, you can see it does not contain the password inside it. So that's it for the Google strategy. And here, as I said, the user that we have passed to the down function will be available on the request object under the name user. So it would be something like this, request.user. All right, so now we can go ahead and create a Google Auth Guard for our application. So now let's quickly create the Google Auth Guard with the Nest CLI. So I open up the terminal. So let me clear this up. I'm going to use the Nest CLI here, Nest GU, which stands for guard, and then I want it to be inside the auth directory and then guards, and then its name should be something like Google-auth, and then -- nospec because we don't want it to create the test file for us. Okay, so if I go to the guards directory, you can see now we have a Google-auth directory, and inside it we have the Google Auth Guard. And here we don't want to implement the can activate function, so just remove this section, and it should only extend the returning class of the auth guard function, and then we need to pass the name of the strategy, which is going to be Google. Then put the body of the class, and that's it. We have created the Google Auth Guard. Now we need to go to the auth module and register the Google strategy. So here, after the JWT strategy, let's just put the Google strategy here, right? So that's it. And now we need to create two API endpoints, one for the Google login and the second for Google callback. So we cannot implement them with GraphQL. Instead, we need to implement them with REST API. So here, let's create a auth controller. Again, I open up the terminal and use the Nest CLI to create the auth controller, Nest GCO, and then it should be auth. Right, so it creates the auth controller for us. Let's remove the test file and let's open up the auth controller. So we need to create two endpoints here. The first one is going to be a get endpoint. Let's mark it with the get decorator. Then we need to set a route for it. So it should be under the route /auth/google/login. So here I'm going to pass the google/login for the route of the API. Then we're going to create a function for it. I'm going to just call it Google login. It should be an empty function, and all we need to do here is to mark it with use guards and then pass the Google Auth Guard. So here we use guards and then pass the Google Auth Guard that we have just created. Right, so from Next.js application or front end, we can call this API and the process of Google authentication will be initiated. And also we need to create a Google callback API under the same route that we have just specified in the env file. So it is going to be under /auth/google and then /callback. So we need to create this API. Again, it should be a get endpoint under the /auth, then /google/callback. So after the Google authentication process was done successfully by the Google API, the Google calls this API callback here and then pass the information we requested from the Google about the user. So first, let me create a function for it. I'll call it just Google callback, and then we need to mark it with the use guards and then pass the Google Auth Guard. All right, let's put the body of the function here. So when the Google authentication process was successful, this API of our application will be called by the Google and it will send us the data about the user. So it goes through the Google Auth Guard, and Google Auth Guard will actually activate the Google strategy. And here the validate function will be called, and we validate the Google user here with this function. And finally, we call the done function and pass the user. So then the authenticated user will be appended to the request object under the property user. And then we can access to the request object and user inside it here in the Google callback function. So in order to do that, let's get the request. I'll just call it rec, and here let's put the parentheses of the request decorator, and here let's just log the user and then just pass the rec.user. All right, so now let's call this API to see if it is working or not. So let's get back to the browser, and here let me just call the localhost 8000, which is the address of our backend server, and then /auth, and then /google/login. So as you can see, it immediately redirects us to the Google sign-in page, and here let's choose my account, click on the continue, and as you can see, it calls the Google callback API of our application. And since we don't return anything from this function, it just returns nothing in this screen. So if I get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal, you can see we have the user object here, its ID, name, email, and also the avatar URL of the user. So that's it for adding the Google authentication in our backend application on Next.js. And all we need to do in our Next.js application is to create an API endpoint, and then we can call that API endpoint of our front end here in this Google callback function and send back the user data to the front end application. There in the Next.js API route, we're going to create a session for the user, and in this way the user will be authenticated on the front end by its Google account. So let's comment out this console.log, and then let's generate the access token for the front end application and then send it back to the front end. So here I just call the auth service.login function, which finally generates a JDBT access token for the user. So here I'm going to say const response and set it to await auth service. So we need to inject the auth service here, put the constructor here, and we're going to say private wait only auth service and set its type to the auth service class. All right, so now we can use this auth service and then call the login function and then pass the rec.user. Also, let's mark this function with async so we can use await here. All right, so if I go to the login function, you can see first it generates the access token and then return an object that contains the ID, name, avatar, and access token inside it. So then we need to call an API of our front end application on our Next.js and then send the response object to that API so the front end can create a session based on the data that we sent to it through this API. So for calling an external API here, we cannot use fetch function. It's not available here. Instead, we are going to use response object. So here in the parameter, let's get the response. So use response decorator from the NestJS/common, and you can have a res, and its type is going to be of type response, which comes from the express. Now here, after creating the response object, we can send it back with the res parameter here. So let me just rename it to the user data to avoid confusion between this response here. And then we can call the Next.js API with the res.redirect function. So it does not have a redirect function. Here, let me just check, and yeah, we have a duplicate identifier. So in order to avoid confusion, let me just use the @res instead of response, and then just remove this response from the Next.js/common. Right now we can just call the res.redirect. As you can see, now it provides a redirect function, and then we can call our Next.js API. So keep in mind that we haven't created the Next.js API, just call it here, and then in the next section we are going to create that API. So it is going to be under the HTTP localhost 3000, which is the dev server address of our Next.js application. And then it would be something like /API/auth and then /Google, then callback. And then here in the search params, we can pass the user data. So here put a question mark here and then pass the user ID and set it to user data object the ID, and we're going to put the name and then set it to user data that name. In the same way, we're going to put the avatar and set it to user data that avatar. And lastly, we're going to put the access token of the user. So we'll say something like access token and set it to user data the access token. All right, we're done in the Next.js application, and now we can move on to the next section and create this API in the Next.js application of front end and receive these data and then create a session for the user. All right, so now let's go to the Next.js application, and here we are going to create a route handler. So I go to the /API/auth, and then here I'm going to create another directory. I'm going to call it Google, and then create another directory callback, and finally let's create the route.ts inside it. And here we are going to create a get endpoint. So I'm going to say export async function get, and then we're going to get the request object rec, which is going to be of type next response. All right, now inside the body of the get endpoint, we're going to access the search params. So here I'm going to say const empty object and set it to new URL and then pass the rec.url. All right, now we're going to get the access token, user ID, name, and avatar from the search prompt. So here I'm going to say const access token, set it to search params get, and then put the access token as the key here, right? Let's just copy that, and here let's just rename it the user ID, and also put the user ID in the get function. Let's do the same for the name, put it here as the key, and also avatar, and put it here in the search params. Now we need to check if one of the access token or user ID or name are undefined. We need to throw an arrow back to the client. So here I'm going to check if not access token, which means if the access token is undefined, or not user ID or not name, we can throw a new error and say something like Google or auth failed. And now we need to create a session for the user, and after that we redirect the user to the homepage of our front end application. And since the session was created here, the user will be authenticated. But here there's a problem. Since this API endpoint will be exposed, so anyone can call this API and send a fake access token with some fake user ID, name, and avatar, and then create a session in our Next.js front end and will be authenticated. So here, to tackle this problem, we need to create a token verification API on the backend side. And then here, we're going to call that API here and put the access token that we've got here. And if we get a OK response from that API, we can say that the access token is valid. Otherwise, we can say that the access token was fake, and then we're going to throw an error back to the client. So we're going to get back to the NestJS application, our backend, and go to the auth controller. Here we're going to create a get endpoint. I'm going to call it verify token, and then we're going to create a function. I'm going to just call it verify. We just return OK string back to the client. So I think we have a typo here, so let's fix that. All right. Now here we need to mark it with use guard and pass the JDBT auth guard. So it expect the user have a JDBT access token inside its header. It will actually verify the JDBT, and if the JDBT was valid, it will allow the client to access the verify function and then return OK back to the client. Otherwise, it just throw an unauthorized exception back to the client. That's simple. So with this simple API, we can verify our token back inside our Next.js Google callback API. So let's get back to our Next.js application and Google callback API. Here now we are on the Next.js side. After checking the access token, user ID, and name availability, we're going to verify the token. So here I'm going to say const res equals to await, and then call the fetch API, and pass the backend URL here, and then slash auth, and then verify dash token, and then put the config object here, set the headers, and then put an authorization header here and set it to bearer, and then with the access token that we've got from the search prompts. Now we can check if the res.status equals to 4.1, which means that it is an unauthorized exception. We can throw a new error saying that JDBT verification failed. All right. Otherwise, we can go ahead and create this session for the user. So here we're going to call the create session function, which comes from the session.ts file, pass a payload object here, set the user, and for the ID, we're going to set it to user ID. It's a string, so let's put a plus before it, put the name from the search prompts, and also avatar. All right, so that's it for the user. We have an error and it says string or null is not assignable to a string or undefined. So we're going to double question mark here, and if it is null, we can just pass undefined here. And I think here we need to provide the avatar key. So we're going to set the avatar to avatar, and if it's null, we just return undefined. Then we're going to just put the access token here, and here we have an ID. So I think ID here is a string. So now we're good to go. We create a session for the user, and then we can redirect the user to the homepage of our application. So let's import the redirect function from the next/navigation, and then pass a slash indicating that we are going to redirect the user to the homepage. All right, so let's save this and let's go to the sign-in page. And here after the sign-in form, we are going to put a link here for calling the Google login in the backend side. So we're going to put a button component here, and inside we're going to render a link with a tag. It's not going to be a link component because we are going to call an external API. So inside it, we're going to say something like sign in with Google. All right. Then here on the href, we are going to put our backend URL. So I just put the backend URL and then slash auth slash Google and then slash login. All right. Now let's get back to the browser. click on the sign in. Here we have a sign in with Google. Let's click on that. So we have an error, and that's might we have misspelled the route here. And yeah, let's fix that. Get back here. Let's click on the sign in. We are headed to the Google sign in page. Choose our account. We have a 404 error. Let's get back to the VS Code and open up the API directory. Oh yeah, as you can see, we put the Google route under the sign out route. So let's just put it directly on the auth directory. All right, it's done now. The Google API is directly under the auth directory. So let's get back to the browser, and let me just get back to our home page and click on the sign in with Google again. Go to the choose our account here. Now, as you can see, we have signed in with our Google account, and we have a problem with showing the avatar of the user that we've got from the Google API. We're going to fix that in the next section. But for now, let's get back to the route.ts file. And here, let me change the access token. For example, let's put some character after the access token. Let's save this. Now the access token that we're going to send to the verified token API is not valid. Let's get back here. Let's sign out, sign in with Google again, choose our Google account, and we have an internal server. So let's open up the terminal, and you can see that we have an error that says that JWT verification failed. So yeah, in this way we can handle the fake access token that someone might send to this API. So let's fix this here, and let's get back to our sign-in page. Again, sign in with Google, choose our account, and as you can see, we are now signed in our application with our Google account. So that's it for implementing the Google authentication in our monorepo. We implement the logic on the backend side and then call that logic on the front end side. Now, before moving to the next section of this video, let me fix the avatar picture here. So in order to fix that, let's go back to the VS Code and go to the profile component. And here on the avatar image, let's put some class name, rounded full. All right, now we need to make it a little smaller. So let's put W, for example, 14 for its width. And now let's put a border here, border, and then border white for the border color. So now here you can see we have a narrow border on the avatar image. Let's make it a little bigger. So let's change the border to border 2. All right, I think it's better now. So yeah, that's it for authentication process in our monorepo project. And now we can move on to the next section of this video, in which we are going to handle the comments and likes for each post. So now it's time to support me with your like and subscription. If you have watched up to this point of this video, please hit that little like button and subscribe to my channel for more tutorials like this. Your like and subscription really matters to me, and I really appreciate your support. Thanks for supporting me and this channel. So now if you're ready, let's get into the next section. All right, guys, in this section, we are going to add a comment section at the end of the post page. So first, we need to get back to our backend NestJS application and write a query for fetching the comments of each post. So let's get back to the VS Code and let's go to the NestJS application. And I go to the comment module. Here in the comment resolver, we need to create a query for fetching the comments of each post. So here I'm going to create a query, and the returning object should be a list of comment entities. So here it return a list, and inside it we're going to pass the comments entities. And then here we're going to create a function for it. I'm going to name it get post comments. All right, here we need to define 3 parameters. The first one is the post ID, for which we are going to fetch its comments, and then 2 parameters for pagination, take and skip. So here we're going to define our parameters in the GraphQL with Axe declarator. The first one, as I said, is going to be post ID. Let's add it here. We're going to define its type in a config object, add the type, and pass a callback which returns int type. All right, and then here we can get the post ID and set its type to number. Let's define the pagination arguments, but before doing that, let me put the body of the function. Now let's get back to the next line and define the take arguments. So use @args, and then it is going to be take, pass a config object to define its type. It takes a callback which returns int type, and we're going to set the nullable to true. So this argument can be skipped in our query. We can also define a default value for it. So we can set the default value to a constant, for example, 12 page. So in order to set the default value for this take function, let me define a constant in the constant.ts file. And as you can see, I've already created a constant for the default page size. So let's get back here and set it to the default value of the take parameter. All right, so we can now get the take which is going to be a number. All right. And in the same way, let's just copy this argument and define our last parameter. It is going to be a skip and set the default size to 0. And let's have its name, which is going to be skip here, and it is a number. So we have three parameters for this query: the post ID, take, and skip for pagination. So now let's get back to the body of the function. Now we need to go to the comment service, write a function to fetch comment by the post. So now let's just call that, and then we're going to declare that in the comment service. So here I'm going to say return this, the comment service that find one by post. As I said, we haven't declared this method in the comment service class, but for now, let's just call it, and then we're going to declare that. So we're going to pass an object with the post ID and also take and skip. All right. So now let's just go to the comment service and declare this method. Okay. Let's just cut that and paste it at the end of the comment service. As you can see, we have a bunch of the DLME functions that was created by the Nest CLI. We can just remove all of them. So now let's just remove this line, and then here, let me just set the take and skip to optional parameters here, and then we can wrap them with this structuring pattern. So we're going to get the post ID, take, and also skip. All right, now let's go to the body of the method, and let's just return await this Prisma. So we haven't injected the Prisma here. So in order to do that, I'm going to just add the constructor of the class, and inside it, we're going to say private read only Prisma and set it to Prisma service. Okay, now this is going to be injected in the comment service, and here let's set the find one by post as an async function, so we can use await here, right? So this Prisma comment find many function, pass a config object, specify the where. We're going to fetch the post by the post ID. So just put the post ID, which comes from the parameter. And then we're going to specify the include. We need also the author of the post. All right. So we're going to set the author to true. Okay. Now we're going to sort the returning comment by the date they write it. So here we're going to put the order by and add the created at, and we're going to set it to descending. So the latest comment would be first in our returning list. All right. And finally, we are going to set the skip and take. So first, we're going to set the skip to skip or 0. So if this skip is undefined, we're going to pass just 0. And we're going to do the same for take. We're going to set it to take parameter. And if it's undefined, we're going to use our default page size. All right. So that's it for fetching the comments of each post based on the post ID. Now here we are going to write another function in the comment service for counting the number of comments for each post. We're going to need that for pagination in our front end side. So here we're going to write another method. It is going to be an async, and we're going to name it count. It takes the post ID, which is going to be a number, and here inside it we are going to return this Prisma. We need to put await before it. So this Prisma comments count. This function will count the total number of comments inside our database, but if we pass a where API to it, we can count them based on condition. So we're going to pass the post ID here. So it will actually count the number of comments inside the comment table, where the post ID equals to the post ID that we feed it here in the where API, and this comes from the parameter. All right, so that's it for count function. And now we can go back to the comment resolver and create another query for counting the number of comments. So with a query again, set the returning type to just int. All right, now we're going to provide the function. I just call it post comment count. All right, it takes the post ID. So we're going to use ax decorator. It is going to be post ID, and we're going to set its type to int. So type is going to be a callback, and it returns int. And it should actually put an exclamation mark here to assert that it should be provided on the query. Now we can get the post ID here. I'm going to set its type to number, and all we need to do is to return this comment service, and then count and pass the post ID. All right, so this is for our two queries. The first one for fetching the comments of each post, and the second one for counting the total number of comments for each post. So let's save this, and now we can get back to our Next.js application or front end and use these two queries for fetching and counting the comments of each post. So I go to the front end application or Next.js application, and I go to the lib directory, and and actions directory. In the first step, I'm going to create a server action for getting the comments from the GraphQL API. So first, let me create a comment actions file, .ts, and here I'm going to mark it with use server. All right. Now all of the function inside it will be server actions. And now we're going to export an async function for retrieving the comments of each post. Async function, I'm going to just call it get post comments. And now it takes an object, and let's define inline typing for this object. It should have post ID inside it, which is going to be number, also skip and take for pagination. So skip would be number, get the take, which is going to be a number as well. All right, now let's get back to the object and get the post ID, skip, and also the take. All right, so let's put the body of the function. Here we need to call the fetch GraphQL function. We're going to say const data and equals to fetch GraphQL function. And now here we need to pass a query for getting the comment for post. So I go to the GQL queries, and here we're going to export a constant for post. So here we're going to say export const and then get post comments, and then set it to GQL function. And here let's write the comment. So let me go to the GraphQL playground to first write and test the query. So if I get back here, we have an error on the backend side. So let's get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal. As you can see, it complains about the Prisma service in the comment module. So we need to add it on the providers of the comments module. So I get back to the NestJS application and go to the comments module, and simply we need to add Prisma service here in the providers of the comments module. So let's get back here and refresh the page. Now you can see we can have GraphQL playground. So let's test our query. First, we're going to call the get post comment and pass the post ID, for example, 12. And for each post ID, for now, just fetch the ID and also the content. And now we can run another query here, post comment count, set the post ID to 12. So if I run that, you can see it is working, and the number of comments for this post is 20. So now let's get back to our VS Code and go to the GQL file. Now I am in the Next.js application. So let's write the query. It starts with query keyword, and then we're going to define list of parameters that we want to use in this query. So here I'm going to say get post comment. We're going to have a $post ID parameter, and its type is going to be of type int. Let's put an exclamation mark here, and also a $take, which is going to be int as well, and a skip. I think the order was first skip and then take. So let's get back to the comment resolver. We have the post ID, take, and then skip. Yeah, get back to GQL. So first define take, and in the same way, let's define the skip. All right, so this is our 3 parameter for this query. Then here we're going to call the get post comment. We're going to set the post ID to $post ID parameter that we have defined in the previous line. We're going to set $take and skip to $skip. And for this query, we're going to fetch the ID, content, created at, and also from the author, we are going to select the name and avatar of the user. And then after this query, we are going to call the post comment count and simply put the post ID and set it to $post ID parameter. All right, so now let's get back to the comment actions and use print function. So let's import the print function from GraphQL so we can use it and pass the get post comments query. And then we need to pass the variable list. It is going to have post ID, take, and skip. All right, now we need to return an object that contains the comments. So for the comments, let's get back to the GraphQL playground. It is going to be on data get post comments. So here we're going to set it to data that get post comments, and obviously we need to use await here. We got to do that. Okay, and we can use type assertion here and set it to comment entity. It is comment model, not the comment entity. So let's go back here and just rename that, set it to comments entity, because on the backend side it is comment entity, and it was not necessary, but it's better for more code readability. So let's get back to the comment actions, and it's going to be a list of comment entities. Next, we're going to have the count, and it is going to be under the data let's get back here and copy this post comment count, paste it here, and let's use type assertion to assert that is going to be a number. All right, so this is for get comments function. Just call the get post comments and return the comments of each post based on the post ID, also the number of the comments for each post. All right, so we're done with this function, and now we can go ahead and create a comments component which actually retrieve the comments for each post and render them into the screen. So let's get to the apps directory, and here in this route block/log/id, here as you can see we have the post page, and now we want to create a component and put it here at the end of the post page. We have already put the to-do comment here for putting the post comments here. So let's go to the components directory of this page and let's create a new component for it. I'm going to just call it comments.tsx. Let's create a React component, and here in the props we're going to get the post ID, which is going to be a number. All right, then here we're going to grab the post ID out of the props object. Now let's get back to the post page and simply render the comments here. All right, and also provide the post ID, so set it to post.id. Okay, now let's get back to the browser and go to the post page. You can see we have a comments text here, which is for comments component. So let's get back here and go to the comments. And now in the first step, we need to get the comments from the GraphQL API. So here in the comments component, we don't want to get the comments on the server. Instead, we are going to fetch them on the client side. So first, we are going to render the post page on the server and set it back to the client. And then after the post was showing, we are going to fetch the comments on the client side. I think it will actually make a better user experience. So now we're going to use this comments component as a client component. And for fetching the data from a GraphQL API on the client side, we have two options. We still can use our fetch GraphQL function in the client side, but also we can use Apollo client or 10-stack query. So here I prefer to use 10-stack query for fetching the data on the client side. I think it's a great package for handling data fetching on the client side. So let's first install the 10-stack query. So let's open up the terminal here and let's install it with npm i at 10stack/react query. All right, it's done. And now we can use it to fetch our data. So here first, let me mark this component with use client directive. Now we can use the React query here. So I'm going to say const non-empty object and set it to use query. Let's import it from the 10stack/react query. And then here we need to pass a config object. And here first we need to set the query key array. So I set it to a list here, and here I'm going to put something like get post comments, and then we're going to add the post ID to this query key. Next, we are going to define a query function. So add query fn, we'll take a callback. It should be async, and then here we need to call the get post server action. So await get post comments, which comes from the comments action, pass an object here and feed the post ID. And also we need to set the skip and takes. So here we need to define a state here for keeping the current page of the comments. So I'm going to use a use state here, page and set page. Just set it to a use state hook and pass 1 as the default value. So we're going to create a pagination component for these comments, and inside it we are going to set the value of this page. So here for the skip in the get post comments, we're going to set it to page times item per page, for example 12. So for this, let me define it in a constant. So I go to the constant.ts file inside our front end application, and as you can see we have the default page size. So let's set it to default page size here, and for the take we can set it to just default page size. All right, so this is for getting the post comment. We pass the post ID and skip and take for the pagination. Also here in the query function, we need to provide the page. So if the page number or post ID was changed, this function will be called again and fetch the data again with these 3 new parameters. So for example, if we change the page, it again call this function and fetch the comments inside that specific page. So now we can get to the returning object of the use query again, get the data and also is loading state. All right, so now we can go to the JSX and renders the the comments that we've got inside this data object. So here, let me remove this text. And first, let me add some class names, p2 for padding, rounded MD, and also a shadow MD. Okay, now inside the parent div, we are going to set a title, for example, h6, and say something like comments. All right, let's put some class name here on the h6 element and set the text LG as the text size, and also text slate 700 for the text color. Okay, now after that, we are going to render the comments inside the data object. So here, we're going to map through the data.comments. So I use the data.comments that map here and pass a callback here. It takes the comments. For each comment, we're going to render a component for showing each comment. I'm going to just call it comment card. We haven't created that component yet, but for now, let's just return comment.id. Okay, now let's get back to the browser to see if it is working or not. So we have an error here that says we need to set the query client provider to use the React query. So in order to fix that, we need to wrap our application with a query client provider. So here I go to the apps directory and create a new component. I'm going to call it providers.tsx. And here we're going to create a React component, and let's set the props to just props with children. All right, now from the props, we're going to grab the children, and here instead of this div, we are going to use a query client provider. So I add query client provider, which comes from the React query, and then here inside it, we need to put the children, and here inside the query client provider, we need to set the client prop. So for the client, we need to create a new query client. So I go outside of the component and create a new query client instance. So I'm going to say const query client and set it to a new query client class. Okay, now we can just set it to the client prop of the query client provider. Also, we need to mark this component as client component. So I use client directive here. All right, now I go to the root layout of our application and wrap the whole application with this provider's component. All right, so here you might say that since the provider's component is a client component, this will turn our entire application to a client component application. But this will not do that, because here we are going to render some server component, which is these are inside the children props of the provider's component, which is the client component. And that will actually not turn the entire application to client components. So we can have server component as the children of a client component in Next.js. It does not turn the children server components to the client components. But if we directly use a server component here in the JSX of a client component, yeah, that will actually turn that server component to a client component. But here, as you can see, we use children props, and it does not turn the entire application to client component. So don't worry about it. Okay, so I close the providers component, get back here. You can see now we have the comments section, but as you can see, we don't have any comments ID inside the comments section. So let's get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal. So we have an error here. Let's see what it is. It's a graphical fetch error, and it's a graphical validation field. It said it cannot query field created at. And did you mean create at? I think we have misspelled the created at inside our comment resolver. So let's get to the comments resolver on the NestJS side. And here, let's go to the comment entity. And here, as you can see, it's create at, not created at. So let's fix that. And let me go to the Prisma schema to see if it is create at or created at. It is created at on the Prisma schema. So it's okay. Let's save this, get back here, and now as you can see, we have the ID of each comment on the comment section. So now let's go back to the comments component. Now we're on the Next.js application, and here, instead of just rendering the comment ID, we need to create a comment card component which actually shows the comment. So now here, let's create that component. So inside the components of the post page, we're going to create a comment card component.tsx. Here, let's use a React component, and in the props, we're going to get the comment and set its type to the comment entity. All right, now here in the props, let's grab the comments out of the props, and here, let's render the comment into the screen. So here in the parent div, let's put some class name, a p2 for padding, also a shadow, and rounded for the border radius. So now inside it, first we're going to add a line which contains the avatar of the author name, and also the created at. And then in the next line, we are going to put the comment content. So with the div here, and let's first set the class name to flex because we want two items to be side by side, gap 2. Also, let's set the text color, text slate, for example, 500, and we're going to use item center to align them on the center vertically. Now inside the div, the first item is going to be avatar of the author. So I use a avatar component. Let's import it from the UI directory inside the components directory. And for the avatar, let's put some class name, put border 2, all right. And then here, you're going to have an avatar image. We're going to set the src to the comments.author.avatar. We can also have a avatar fallback here in case the author.avatar is undefined. So we're going to put the avatar fallback here, and inside it, we're going to render a user icon, and we're going to set its class name and set W8 for its width. All right, this is for the avatar component. Now let's put the author name. So I put a p tag here, and inside it, we're going to render the comment.author.name. Next, we're going to put the comment that created at date. So again, put a p tag here, and inside it, we're going to put new date and pass the comment that created at. Then we can call the to local the date string. All right, so this is for the first line. And for the second line, we just render p tag and set the comment dot content here. All right, you can put a class name and put some margin from the top. So empty 4 for the margin from top. Let's save this and get back to the comments component. And here, let's render a comment card for each comment. So put a comment card and set its comment to just comment that we've got from the callback of the map function. Also, we need to set the key here, and we can set it to comment.id. Right, so let's get back here. Now you can see the comment section. This is the avatar of the user. This is the name of the user, and this is the time the comment was created at. So let me get back to the comment card and put a separator between the name of the user and the comments. All right, so this is really good. And now let me put some gap between each comment. So here, get back to the comment section. Let's set them flex and flex cool. So now we can put gap here, gap 2. Let's get back to the browser. Oh, I did it in the wrong elements. We need to cut them from this h6 element, and actually we're going to wrap this comments inside a div. We're going to put the class name and set those 3 class names inside this parent div. All right, so now we can have some space between each comment. Let me go for gap 4. I think it's now a little better. So as you can see here, we only render 12 comments in this comment section, and then we're going to put a pagination component here to see the other pages of the comments. So now let's get back to the VS Code, and now let's create a pagination component. So we already have a pagination component inside our components directory, but this is for several components. But here we need to create a pagination component that works for client components. So let's get to the components of the comment section, and let's create comment pagination.tsx. Let's create a React component, and here in the React component, in the props, I think we have a typo with this file. So let's first fix that. Okay, and let's remove all of this. Create React component again. Okay, in the props, we need to have the total pages. It is going to be a number, current page, also a number. We need to get a function for updating the current page. So we're going to have a set current page. There's going to be a function which takes the page as a number and it returns nothing. Just update the current page state. All right. Also, let's have a class name. It's going to be optional and its type is string. I think we also have a typo here. So let's fix that, paste it here. And also let's rename the component with fixed spelling. Okay. Now let's remove this here. And now we need to calculate the page numbers. So if I get back here in the server pagination, you can see we have a calculate page numbers. We're going to put the page neighbors, current page, and total pages to it. All right, so let's copy this and get to the comment pagination. and use this helper function. So here, let's have another prop, page neighbors, which is going to be a number. Then let's have them in the props. So let's extract them from the props object, set the page neighbors default value to 2, current page, and total number of pages. Also, we need to have the set current page and also class name. So I get all of them and pass them here. So now let's go to the JSX and let's set class name of this parent div. We use cn function to do that. Cn function, pass the class name from the props, and then put our own classes, flex, item center, and also justify center, and also a gap too between the buttons of the pagination. Okay, so let's also import the cn function, and here let me go to the pagination component and just copy all of this section. All right, paste them here. And all we need to do here is that instead of these links, we are going to set the on-click event on each button. So just remove these links, also this, okay, and also this. Now let's import the icons, okay, and here in the button for rendering the page number, let's put a span here, and inside this span element, let's render the page number. Okay, I think that will do the job. And here is the number of the buttons, and here is the next button. So now let me write a handle click function. So get back out of the JSX, and here I'm going to say const handle click get the page, which is going to be a number. And here inside it, we're going to check the page number. So we're going to say if page is greater than 0 and also it is less than or equals to total pages, then probably set current page function and pass the page to it. Okay, so here we've got to put the assignment sign here, and we're good to go. Now let's go to the previous button. Here we are going to set the onClick event, call the handle click function, and pass the current page -1. Actually, we need to pass a callback and then call the handle click function. Now let's just copy this line, go to the next button and paste it here, and this time we're going to pass the handle click and then pass the current page +1. Right, now let's go to the middle section buttons. Here we're going to pass the onClick event and the handle click, which is pass the page. But here, as you can see, the type of page is a union of string or numbers, but it's not assignable to the type number. So let's get back to the handle click here and set the type to number or string. And here inside it, we're going to add a type checking. We're going to say if the type of page equals to number, and then if the page is greater than 0 or less than the total pages, then call the set current page. As you can see, the error is gone. Also in the buttons, we're going to have a disabled prop for the previous button. Actually, we don't need to have disabled for this one, because if the current page is 1, we do not render the page on the first place. But here for the middle section buttons, we need to have the disabled, and we're going to disable the button if the page equals to 3 dots. Okay, I think we're done, and now we can go to the comments component and render the pagination component. So I go after this div that contains the comments and put the comment pagination here. Okay, we're going to set the class name to p2 for padding, and then we're going to set the current page to the page state that we have defined here with useState. Next, we're going to set the set current page to a callback that takes p as the page number, and then call the set page function from the useState. Pass the p inside it. And finally, we're going to have the total pages. So for the total pages, we need to calculate the number of total pages. Here, after the use query, we are going to calculate the total pages. So I'm going to say const total pages and set it to math.sale. Pass the data count. If the data that count is not available, we just pass 0. So let's put it inside a parenthesis, and then we can divide it by default page size. All right, so if we have 24 comments, we divide it by 12 here, which yields 2 pages, right? So just set the total pages to the total pages constant that we have just calculated. All right, now let's get back to the comment section. You can see we have now 2 pages here. If I go to the second page, we don't have any comments here. So let's get back here into the comment component. And here, I think we need to pass the page -1 and then multiply it to the default page size. So if we are on the page number 2, we need to decrease it by 1. It would be 1 plus default page size, which is 1 times 12 yields 12. And then we're going to skip 12 comments and takes the next 12. All right, so I think that will fix the problem. So let's save this, get back here. Now, if I click on the second page, you can see now we can go to the second page. All right, so that's it for pagination. And now here, I'm going to create a loading state for loading the comments. So when we move through the other pages, we are going to show a loading skeleton until the data is fetched. So here, let's get back to the VS Code and go to the components directory of the post page, create a new component. I'm going to call it comments card skeleton.tsx. Okay, now let's put a React component here. Now inside it, we are going to use the skeleton component of the chat.cn UI. So if I go to the chat.cn UI, you can see the skeleton component is something like this. So here, in order to create something like this, we need to add one skeleton here, and one here. So we need to have 3 skeleton components. So if I open up the code, you can see it is for the circle one, and then we have 2 skeleton at the next call. So now let me just copy the script for adding the skeleton. Get back here, open up the terminal. Here, as you can see, we are on the front end application. Let's run the script. Okay, it's added. All right, so now let's get back to our comment card skeleton component. And here we need to have 3 skeleton. So if I get back here to the application, we are going to create one for the user avatar, and next one for this name, and the third one for the content. So let's get back here. In the parent div, we are going to have another div. We're going to set the class name to flex, item center, and also gap2. All right. Now inside it, we are going to have 2 skeleton components. So just import them from the UI directory and set the class name. The first one is going to be for avatar. So we need to pass the rounded full to make it circle. And let's set its size to W12 and its height to H12. Okay. Now let's have another skeleton for author name and created at. So here, let's set the class name H4 for the height and W, for example, 48 for its width. Now, after the second div, in the next row, we are going to have another skeleton for the content. So skeleton, set the class name H8 for the height and W96 for its width. Right, so let's get back to the comment component. And here, when we are going to render the comments, we're going to check the isLoading state. So here, we're going to say if isLoading is true, we're going to create an array of 10 skeleton. So here, we're going to call the array.from function, create an array of 10 dummy elements. We're going to set the length. I think default page size is 12. So let's put 12 here. And then we can map through this dummy array, get the value, and then pass a callback here, get the value and index for each element of this dummy array. We're going to render a comment card skeleton. So here, we'll put comment card skeleton, pass key, and pass the index to the key props. And otherwise, if the isLoading is false, we're going to map through the data and render the comments. So here, let's get back to the browser. So let me first refresh the page. And here, if I click on the second page, you can see for a little time, we see the skeleton. So let's go to the network tab and here set the throttling to something slow. And let's get back here. Let's refresh the page. And now click on the second page. Now you can see the skeletons are rendered into the screen. So let's get back here to the skeleton component. And for the parent div, let's put some class names, P2 and shadow, also rounded, and flex cool. So we can put gap now, gap 3 between the elements. Let's get back to the browser. Now, if I go to the second page, you can see now we have some padding and some space between each skeleton component. So yeah, that's it for comment section. And now in the next section of this video, we are going to add a component for writing new comments for the post. So again, it's support time. And if you have watched up to this point of this video, now you can give me a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel for more tutorials like this. Your like and subscription really gives me energy to move forward and create such a long and free tutorials for you. Thanks for supporting me and this channel. So if you're ready, let's get into the next section. All right, so for adding a new comment, first we need to get back to our NestJS application or backend and create a GraphQL mutation for creating a mutation inside our database. So let's get back to the NestJS application and go to the comments resolver. All right, now here let me create a mutation for inserting the new comment into our database. So I use add mutation here, and then the returning object should be a comment entity. Okay, and then we're going to add a function here. I'm going to call it create comment, and we need to have an create comment input argument. So first let me go to the DTOs directory, and as you can see we have a create comment input. Let's add the post ID and the content to this input type. So here let me just remove this one. We're going to have a field which is going to be int. It is going to be post ID. Its type is going to be number, and then we're going to have another field. It is going to be a string. All right, so we don't need to specify the string because it's the default type. So we're going to have the content, which is going to be string. And here you might notice that we do not include the author ID, since the mutation is going to be a protected mutation, and we are going to extract the ID of the user from the context of the GraphQL API request. So let's get back to the resolver, and for the create comment, let me just add an argument. So I put add args here, and I'm going to call it create comment input, and then we can have it here in the parameters. I'm going to call it create comment input, and we're going to set it to this class that we have just created. So let me get back here, and also let's use some class validator here. So we're going to put is number from class validator and is string to have some validation. So we need to provide these two value in our create comment input. All right, now let's put the body of the function, and here first we need to mark it with the use guard and pass the JWT auth guard. Now we can have access to the context. So here, before using the argument, we're going to use add context decorator, and then we can have the context in the parameters. Now let me just import it from the GraphQL, NestJS/GraphQL, and here in the body of the function, first we need to get the user ID. So here I'm going to say const author ID, which is going to be the ID of the authenticated user. Let's fix the typo here. I'm going to get it from the context rec.user.id. All right. So in this way, we can get the ID of the authenticated user. And now we can go to the comment service and then create a method for creating a new comment. So let me just call that, and then we're going to declare that. So here I'm going to say return this that comment service that create. As you can see, we haven't this function. So let me just put the create comment input inside it, and also the author ID. Okay, now let's declare this method. Let's get to the comment service, cut that, and paste it at the end of the comment service class. And here we need to also put the type of the author ID to number inside the create function. Let me just set it to an async function. Then we can just return await this.prisma the comment that create function, and then here inside it we are going to put data, and inside the data we are going to set the content to just create input the content, and then we're going to set the post. Actually, we are going to connect it to its post. So here inside the post object, we're going to use the connect, and we're going to provide the ID and set it to create comment input that post ID. All right. So in this way, we are actually connecting the new comment to the post with this post ID. Next, we are going to connect it to the author. So after the post, we're going to have the author inside the data object, and then we're going to just use connect here, set the ID to author ID that we've got here from the parameter. All right, so that's it for creating a new comment. Now let's open up the terminal to see if there is an error or not. All right, let's go to the GraphQL playground and let's run a mutation for creating comments. I think we need to first sign in into the application. So let's sign in and get the access token here and paste it here in the HTTP headers. All right. Now we can call the mutation for creating the comments. Create comments, and then inside it we need to put the create comment input, and here for the post ID let's set it to post ID, for example 12, and for the content let's put something random, and then from the returning object let's choose the ID and also the content. So let's run this mutation. You can see the ID is 8001 and this is the content. So now let's get to the get post comment and run the query. You can see the last comment at the first item because we are actually sorting the comment and the created ad as descending. So that's it for creating the comment mutation. We just need to put the post ID and the content, and we need to be authenticated in the backend side with the JWT. So if I tamper with the JWT and try to run the create comment mutation, you can see we have an unauthorized exception. So we don't need to provide the user ID. It will be automatically extracted from the context. So let's get back to the browser, and now we can go to the front application and create a add comment component. So I go to the Next.js application, and here in the components of the post page, let's create another component and let's call it add comment.tsx. Let's create a React component, and in the props, we need to get the post ID of which we are going to write the comment. So it is going to be number. We're going to need the user, which is going to be session user. All right. Also, we might have some class name. So let's add class name and set it to optional and set its type to string. All right. So now we are going to put a form here, but this form should be rendered as a dialog. So let's get back to the chat.cn UI and go to the dialog section, and let's copy the script for adding the dialog. Get back here, open up the terminal, and in the front end, let's run the add dialog. Okay, let's get back here and let's put the dialog here, and inside the dialog, first we are going to render a dialog trigger. So when we click on the dialog trigger, it will actually opens up the dialog. So here, let's just put a dialog trigger. Make sure to import it from the UI directory, and inside it we are going to render a button, and then inside buttons let's put the caption as something like leave your comments. All right, and here I'm going to set the as child prop to the dialog trigger. So when we click on the child of the dialog trigger, it will actually opens up the dialog for us. So after the dialog trigger, we need to create the dialog content. So here I'm going to put a dialog content imported from the UI directory. And now here in the dialog content, we are going to put a dialog title and say something like write your comments. Right now, after the dialog title, we are going to render a form, pass the class name here, use the cn function, and pass the props the class name. Now inside it, we need to render a text area. So I get back to the browser and go to the chat.cn UI, and let's copy the script for adding the text area. And here opens up the terminal, create a new terminal here, go to the front end directory, see the apps front, and then here let's put the script for installing the text area. All right, now we can put it here inside our form. But first, let me put a label here for the text area. So put label and say something like your comment in the label. All right, let's put the HTML4 for the comment, set it to comment, and then we can put the text area here, and we're going to set the name to comment, and then we're going to put a p tag here, and inside it we're going to render the name of the writer. So for example, let me say something write as, and then put the name of the user. So here inside we're going to put a span and say write as, and then another span. Inside we're going to render the username. So I'm going to say props.user.name. All right. Now we're going to put the submit button, and for the caption, just go ahead with submit. And now let's go to the comments component and put this in that component. So I go to the comments, and here, before rendering the comment, we're going to check if the user is authenticated. Then we're going to put the add comment component. So in order to see if the user is authenticated or not, we can get this session. But since this is a client component, we're going to get the session on the parent component, which is a server component, and then get the user as the props here. So here we're going to have a user. It is going to be optional, and its type is going to be session user. All right, now we can grab the user from the props object, and here now we're going to check if the user is available. We're going to render the add comment component. So here, let me first turn it to a boolean, so put 2 exclamation mark before it, and now we can use logical AND operator for conditional rendering. So if the user is not undefined, we're going to render the add comment component. So here add comment, and we're going to set the user prop, the user object that we've got from the props of this component. Also, we need to pass the post ID here. So again, we're going to set it to the post ID, which here is also comes from the props. Now let's get back to the browser and let's click on one of these posts here. And here, as you can see, we don't have any add comments component, and that's because here in the post page, we do not pass the user to the comments section. So let's get to the page component for the post page. This is the page component, and here, as you can see, we do not pass the user. So in order to get the user, first we're going to retrieve this session with the get session function. So set it to await get session function that comes from the session.ts file. And now here, let's scroll down to the comments section. Now we can set the user to the session.user object. All right, let's save this, get back to the browser. Let's refresh the page. Now you can see a button for the comment. Leave your comment. If I click on that, now you can see we have the form and dialog. So let's style a little bit the form element. We're going to put a border on entire text area and also this p tag here. So let's get back to the VS Code and here go to the comments and also add comment component. And here let's style the form element. So here I'm going to put the text area on a div. So let's put it inside a div here and let's style the div with the class name here, border on the top, so border T, border on the left and right, so I put border X, which set the border left and right. Now let's put some border radius only on the top, so rounded TMD, and let's style the text area here, class name, and we don't want to deborder, so I put border none, and where the text area is active, we're going to set the outline also to none. So outline none. And also when focus, so focus visible, let's put the ring 0 class. And also we don't want the shadow here. So shadow none. Okay. Now let's get back here. As you can see here, we have the border on the top, left and right, but it's not on the bottom of the text area. So we're going to put another div here around the p tag here and set its border. So here, I think we don't need a separate div here. We can style the p tag directly. So we're going to set the border around the p tag and then we're going to put the rounded only on the bottom. So rounded BMD. Okay. And then P2 for the padding. Let's get back to the browser to see what's going on. Yep. As you can see here, it has now a continuous box which now contains the text area and also the p tag here. Now let's put a space after right as and style this element, span element, class name, set the text color to text slate 500 and let's style the right span, put the class name here, set the text color to a lighter color, text slate, for example, 400, get back to the browser, and I think it's a little better. All right, now let's put some space between the submit button. So here, I'm going to put class name and put margin so empty too. All right, so that's it for styling the form. And now let's create the server action for saving the comment into our database. So I go to the comments actions in the lib directory, and here I'm going to export a function for saving a comment. So I'm going to say export async function save comments. So now it should take the state of the form and also the form data. So let's quickly create a state type for this create comment form state. So I go to the form state.d.ts file inside the types directory, and next let's export a type for the add comment form. So I just call it create comment form state, and it is going to have data inside it. Inside the data, we just have the content, which is going to be a string, and also we need the post ID. It is a number. We're going to have an errors object. It should only take the error on the content. I will show you why we don't need the error on the post ID. So now let's just create an error string for the content, and also we might have a message. So first let me set the errors as optional, and now we can have the message string. It also might be optional. I think we have a typo here, so let's fix that. Okay, the message should be a string. We're going to have a OK state, which actually say that the message is a error message or a info message. So if the submitting the form was successful, we're going to set the OK to true, which means that the message is a success message. But if we set the OK to false, it means that the submission of the form was not successful and the message is a error message. So we're going to set it to a Boolean. It might be also optional, and set it to Boolean as I said. And also we need to have an open state which determines whether the dialog should be open or not. So here we're going to set it to a Boolean. So this is the create comment form state. Now let's get back to the comments actions and set the state it to the create form state that we have just created. And also let's get the form data here in the parameter, which its type should be of the built-in type form data. All right. And for the returning object is returns a promise which resolve to the form state. So let's put the create comment form state type. Now let's put the body of the function. First, we need to get the form data and validate the form data. So for the validation, we're going to create a Zod schema for form validation. So here I go to the Zod schemas and create a new file, and I'm going to call it comment form schema.ts. And inside it, we're going to export a schema. So export const comment form schema and set it to z.object. It should contain a content, which is going to be z.string. And let's change the main function and put something like 5. So the minimum length of the content should be 5 characters. Then we need to have the post ID, which is going to be z.number. Okay, so this is for the comment form schema. And now here inside the save comments server action, we can validate the form data. So I'm going to say const validated fields and set it to comment form schema, call the save parse, and here we need to pass an object that should contain the content and post ID. So we're going to get that from the form data, but form data is a map object. We need to transform it to a plain JavaScript object. So here we're going to use the object class that form entries and then pass the form data that entries function. All right. So it actually transforms the form data into a plain JavaScript object and pass it to the save parse function, and it does the validation with the Zod package. All right, so now we're going to check if the validation was not successful. We're going to return error back to the form. So here I'm going to say if not validated field.success, we're going to return a form state object. First, we're going to put the data inside it and actually set it to this expression. So we're going to set the data to the form data object, and it does an error. And that's because we need to set these content post ID inside the data to optional. So let's get back here. As you can see, the error on the data is gone. And now we can have the errors object, and we're going to set it to validated fields .arrow.flatten.field errors. Okay. Also, we have an error on the errors. So let's get back here, and we need to put all of these properties inside the error object to be optional. All right. So now the error is gone. So if the validation was not successful, first we pass the data to the form again, and also pass a error object along with the data. And now here we need to run the create comment mutation from our GraphQL API. But create comment mutation is a protected mutation, and we need to have a authorization key with the access token inside the header of our request. So here, if I get to the fetch GraphQL function, as you can see, we do not include any authorization key in the fetch function here under the fetch GraphQL function. So in order to do that, let me just create another function, and let's call it auth fetch GraphQL. So just export const auth fetch GraphQL, and it should be an async function which takes the query. The query should be string, and also it takes the variables object and set the default value to a empty object. And now here in the body of the function, first we need to get the session in order to retrieve the access token of the user. So I'm going to say const session and set it to await get session function. Now here, I think the rest of the GraphQL should be the same. So just copy this and paste it here. The only change that we need to make in the fetch function is to pass the authorization key here. So here, I'm going to put a authorization and set it to bearer. I think we misspelled the authorization, so let's fix that. It's a really great extension that take care of your typo and spell checking of your code. Recommend to install the spell checker. I think the name is spell checker. Yeah. All right. So get back to the authorization key and put the access token from our session. So session.access token. Okay. Now the rest of the function would be the same as the fetch GraphQL function. So let's get back to the comments action. And now here we can run the query with the auth fetch GraphQL. So I think we need to put a closing curly braces here to close the return object here. And after that, I'm going to say const data and set it to await auth fetch GraphQL function, and then we need to pass a create comment mutation. So let's go to the GQL queries here, okay, and now let's create a create comment mutation. So I'm going to say export const create comment mutation and set it to GQL function. It's a tagged function. So we're going to start it with mutation keyword, indicating that it is going to be a mutation and it is going to be something like create comment. We need to define our parameter. So it is going to be input and set the type to the create comment inputs. So if I go to the comments resolver on the NestJS side, you can see our create comment mutation takes an input that its type is of type create comment input. So that's why we set the input type to the create comment input here. Okay, so now we can run the mutation. Its name is create comment, and we're going to set the create comment input, the name of the parameter inside the mutation. So if I get back to the comment resolver again, you can see the name of the parameter is create comment input, and its type is also create comment input. So get back here to the GQL, where as you can see the type of the input, which is a parameter. I think we misspelled that create here, create comment input, and this is the parameter. So here also we need to put the create comment input with this C in the lowercase, and then pass its value, and then set its value to the input parameter that we have created in the previous line. Okay, well, now we're going to run the comment, and from the returning object we just return the ID of the created comment. Now that's it for the create comment mutation query and query string. Now we can get back to the comment actions, and then here use print function from GraphQL and pass the create comment mutation here. And for the variable, we should have an input inside it and set the value to the validated field that data. We just spread the validated field that data. So as you can see, it contains content and post ID. Again, let me just go to the comment resolver on the NestJS side. Click on the create comment input. It should have a post ID and content inside it. So that's why we put the object that contains content and post ID inside it. Now we can check if the data is existed. So if data, we're going to return a message to the user. So here we're going to return an object, and inside it we're going to put the message here and say something like success, your comments saved. Okay, and then we're going to set the OK to true, and we're going to set the open to false, because after that we are going to close the add comment dialog. It gives us an error, and that's because it expects us to have a data inside it. So let's just put the data here as optional, and also set the whole type to a union of these objects, and also undefined, so the whole object also can be undefined. Let's save that and get back here in the comment actions, and now you can see the error is gone. And here, in case of we don't have data, we need to return error object. So return a state object. We're going to set the message and say something, oops, something went wrong. Okay, we're going to set the OK to false, and also we're going to set the open to true, because we still need the dialog to be open. So set the open to true, and also we need to have the data. Let's fix that here. So we're going to set the data and put something like object that from entries, and pass the form data that entries function. So now let's get back to the add comment form and use the use action state for submitting the form. So here I'm going to say const empty array for now, use action state. We're going to pass the save comment server action in the first parameter and undefined as the current state of the form. Then we're going to get back the returning object of the save comment in the first member of the list here. Then we're going to get back the action function in the second member of the list here. First, we're going to set the open state of the dialog here to the state that open, all right? And we're going to set the form action to the action that we've got from the use action state. Then we're going to render the error on the inputs here, the text area. So we're going to check if the state that errors the content. First, we're going to turn it to a Boolean, and we can use the conditional rendering here. It is really important if you want to use logical AND operator for conditional rendering. It is really important to first turn your state to a Boolean. Otherwise, it might render the value of the state onto the form, which is undesirable. Or you can just use the JavaScript turner operator for conditional rendering. But I prefer this pattern. I just turn it to a Boolean and then safely use the logical AND operator for conditional rendering. So we're going to render p tag here, and inside it, we're going to render the error state that errors that content. Then we're going to set the class name to text red 500 for the text color. And also we can apply a shake animation. So in order to do that, I go to the Tailwind CSS config file here in our Next.js application. And here in the extend object, we're going to create a keyframes and set it to an object with a comma after it. All right. And inside it, we're going to define a shake keyframe. And here, for example, for 0 and 100%, we're going to have the transform and set it to translate 0 pixel and 0 pixels. So in the 0 and 100%, the element should be on its original place. Now on the 20%, we're going to translate -2 pixel and 0 pixel. So move it to the left and let's copy that. And on the 75%, we're going to translate to 2 pixel and 0. So we'll move it to the right. It's going to shake the element a little bit. And then here, after the keyframes object, we're going to define a shake animation and set it to shake, which is this shake here, and the length of the animation, and is in, is out. So we need to put a comma here, and that's it. Let's get back to the comment, and we can also use animate shake. So as you can see, we have an animate shake on the autocomplete. All right, so that's it for the error on the text area. So how we can put the post ID to the save comment function. So as you can see, we're going to get the post comment from the form data. So here the login schema should have a content and post ID inside it. So how we can pass it to the form data. Here, let's get back to the add comment component. Here in the form, we are going to put a hidden input and actually embed the post ID inside it. So put an input here, a simple HTML input, and set its name to post ID. We're going to set the default value to the props.post ID. So when the form is submit, the value of the post ID will be transferred to the save comment server action through the form data. All right, now we need to render the message that comes from the save comment. For example, successful message for adding the comment or a error message. So we are going to show the error inside the toast function. And for the toast component, we are going to use the toast component of the Shadcn UI. So let's go to the Shadcn components page, and here, let me just copy the script for adding the toast component, open up the terminal and paste it here. Make sure that we are on the front end application here in the terminal. All right, so let's add it and use legacy pure depths. Okay, let's close this off. Now we need to go to the layout component, our root layout. Here we are going to render a toaster element. So toaster, which comes from the UI directory, and then get back to the add comments. And here we're going to get the toast from the use toast. So I'm going to say const an object and call the use toast, which comes from the hooks/use toast. So this directory and this file was created by the Shadcn UI. Okay, now here we can grab the toast. Now we can use a use effect here to check the state, and every time the state is changed, we're going to render a toast element with the state.message. So here I'm going to use a use effect. Actually, it's been a while since the last time I used the use effect in React, but now this is one of the use cases of the use effect. So let me put a callback inside it. And after the callback, first let me specify the dependency array. I put this state inside it. So every time the state is changed, we're going to run the use effect. And inside the use effect callback, we are going to call the toast function, which comes from the use toast here. And I'm going to pass a config object. We're going to set the title to success or error. So we're going to check if the state.OK was true. We're going to pass success as the title. And otherwise, we're going to render something like oops. Okay. And then here in the description of the state, we're going to put the state.message. Okay. Now let's get back to the browser and run this add comment. So I forgot to make this input post ID hidden. So here, as you can see, the ID of post is 4 and we rendered inside this input. We need to make it hidden. So here in the input, set the hidden prop, right? It's now hidden. And for the comments of ID 4, put some gibberish here and click on the submit here. And it said it is required. So let's fill it again. And it says it requires. Say bug here. Let's fix that. Get to the form here. See the text area. Yeah, we need to set the name to content. That's why it looks for the content. We don't have any input inside our form with the content name. Let's change it to content. Let's get back to the browser. Now let's put something inside it and click on the submit. Again, it says, oops, we have an error. And actually, we don't have any message inside it. So it might be the error with the validation field here. So I think that is for create comment schema. We have an error on the post ID because the value of the input was passed as a string. So let's change it to a string. And now let's put something here inside the content and click on the submitting. The first error was gone and now we have another error. So let's open up the terminal. It's a GraphQL error, actually GraphQL validation field, and it complains about the create comment input, which is expecting a create comment input. So I think we need to put a exclamation mark before the type of the input. So go to the GQL queries here. Let me put a exclamation mark here, and let's add a comment once again. Again, we have the error, and now it complains about the input that got the value a string of 4 as post ID, and it cannot represent it as integer value. We need to actually transform the value of post ID, which now is a string, to a integer. So let's close this off and now go to the comment from schema. Here, let's set it as a string, and now we can call the transform function and take the value that is going to be set as the post ID, and then we're going to actually parse the value. So parse int value, and also we're going to change the refund function to make sure that the return value of the parse int is not a none. So here we're going to use the value as the parameter of the callback, and in the callback here we need to return something true. If we return false, actually the form validation is going to be failed. So here we're going to return not is none and pass the value. So if the value is none, the not is none is going to be false. Refine function actually interrupt the validation, and the validation is going to be failed. So let's get back to our form again to see if it is working or not. And let's add something gibberish here in the comments. Click on the submit, and as you can see, success here. And if I refresh the page, I think we have the last comment here as the first comment. So if we don't want to refresh the page to see the last comment that we have just created, we need to invalidate the React query. So in order to do that, I get back to the VS Code, and here on the comments component, here in the use query, we're going to get the refetch, all right? And then we're going to pass it to the add comment. So I add a refetch prop here and set it to refetch function that we have just extracted from the use query returning object. I just copy the type of the refetch here and get back to the add comments and define it in the props of the add comment. So let me just add all missing import, and here in the use effect, after showing the toast, we're going to check if the state that OK is true. We are going to call the props dot refetch function. Okay, so now let's get back to the browser. Let's add a new comment here. As you can see, after form submission, the query is invalidated and refetch the query. So that's it for the comment section, and now we can move on to the next section of this video. So again, this is the support time, and if you have watched up to this point of the video, please hit the like button and subscribe to my channel. It really gives me energy to move forward and create such a long and free tutorials for you. And I want you to know that your like and subscription really matters to me. So thanks for supporting me on this channel. So now let's move on to the next section. Alright guys, in this section we are going to add a like section to this post page. So we are going to add a functionality for liking a post, unliking a post, and also we are going to render the total number of likes that this post got so far. And also if the user has already liked this post, we are going to render a red background heart icon, which indicates that the user has already liked this post. So here, let me get back to our database diagram. As you can see here in our like table, we have a user ID field and also a post ID field. It means that a user with this user ID has liked a post with this post ID. So now we are going to get back to our NestJS backend application and create a like resolver with 2 mutations and 2 queries. So first we are going to write a like post mutation. So when the user like a specific post, we are going to run this mutation. And also we're going to have a unlike post mutation. When the user unlike a post, we are going to run this mutation. Also we need 2 queries. The first one is like count query, which actually fetches the total number of likes that a specific post has got so far. And also a user like post query. Let me put a query here indicating that it is going to be a query. And yeah, as I said, we need to have a user like post query, which actually fetches a boolean that indicates whether a specific user has liked a specific post or not. So that's it for the like resolver. We're going to implement these mutations and queries. And then in the next step, we're going to get back to our Next.js application, our front end, and create a like component which handle the like functionality in our front end application. We'll actually apply the mutation and queries that we are going to write in the like resolver. So now in the first step, let's get to the backend application, our NestJS application. So I go to the VS Code and go to the NestJS backend application. And here, let me open up the like module. We already have created it in the beginning of this video. So let me find this. It is here, like module, and we have a like resolver inside it. So as you can see, it is empty now. And now we are going to write the mutations and queries that I've just mentioned in the introduction of this section. All right, so now let's write our first mutation, which is for liking a post. So here I'm going to create a mutation with @mutation decorator, and it is going to return a boolean, which means that liking a post was successful or not. So here I'm going to return a boolean in the callback here, and then we are going to create a like post function. So like post, and then we need two parameters here, the post ID and also the user ID. So we're going to get the post ID directly in the parameters of this mutation, but we don't want to get the user ID directly from the parameters here. Instead, we are going to extract the authenticated user ID from the context. So here, first we need to get access to the context, and now we can have a context here. And in order to have a user ID inside the request of the context, we need to first mark it with the use guards here. We pass JWT auth guard. So it is going to be a protected mutation in our backend application, and the client must have a valid JWT access token in its header to be able to run this mutation. So that's it for the context here in the parameter. Next, we are going to have a post ID argument. So we're going to define it with the @args decorator. It is going to be post ID, and we're going to pass a config object and specify its type. We're going to pass a callback here, which is going to return a int type of GraphQL. And now we can have the post ID in the parameter, and its type is going to be a number. All right, so let's open up the body of the function. So first we need to get the user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID and set it to context.request.direct user.id. Okay, so in this way we can access to the user object inside of the context. And also you need to make sure that you mark it with the use guard and JWT auth guard here. Otherwise you cannot access to the user object inside the request of the context. All right, now we are going to write a method in the like service and pass the post ID and also user ID to it for liking the post. So as you can see, we already have injected the like service here. So now let's call the like service dot like post function. We haven't declared this function the like service. First, let me just call it, and then we're going to declare this method in the like service. So return await this dot like service dot like post, and then we're going to pass an object which contains the post ID and also user ID. All right, now first let me mark this function with async. Then we're going to declare the like post inside the like service. Let's get to the like service. First, let me just remove all of these that were created by the Nest CLI. So we have the like post here. And before writing the body of this like post function, let me quickly inject the Prisma service into the like service. So with the constructor here, and in the constructor, I'm going to say private read only Prisma and set it to Prisma service. Also, we need to go to the like module, and in the providers list, we need to add Prisma service. Okay, now we can go back here and use the Prisma service. So now we are going to write the body of the like post, and here let me first extract the post ID and user ID from here. So post from the parameter object, post ID and user ID. And also let me just change the type of the user ID to number. Okay, now I'm going to create a try catch block. So first let me write the try block, and here we are going to return then await. So since we are using await, let me just mark the function async. So await this Prisma dot like, and then we are going to create a record inside the like table as the config object, specify the data object inside it, and we only need to pass the user ID and also the post ID. Now let me just write the catch block. I'm going to get the error, and here we are going to throw a new batch request exception, and we're going to say something like you have already liked this post. Okay, now here if I get back to the like resolver, all, you can see that the returning type of this mutation is Boolean. So we need to turn the returning here as a Boolean. So I just put double exclamation mark here before the await here. And as you can see, put the whole expression on the parentheses. So the returning object will be turned to a Boolean. If it returns an object, it will be turned to true. And otherwise, when the create function has an error inside it, it returns null and it will be turned to a false value. So here, make sure to put the double exclamation mark before the await, not before the this.prisma here. It won't work. Okay. And now let me go to the GraphQL playground and test this mutation. So first, let me sign in here and let me just copy the access token, and we have already created a like post here. Let me just put the access token here. All right, we're good to go. And now, for example, let me say that we want to like the post one. So we're going to put a mutation and just call the like post mutation. If I run this, you can see we have a value of like post true. So let me just put some character here to have an error here. Now let's remove them and run the code again. So as you can see, we have the true value for the like post, indicating that we have successfully write the liking the post. So now let me just go back here to the Prisma schema, and we need to actually get back to the like model, and we need to make the combination of this user ID and post ID unique. So it means that a user can only like a post once, not more. So here we are going to use double at sign and then call the unique, and then in the list here we're going to pass the user ID and also post ID. Okay, so now the combination of the user ID and post ID is unique. So let's now run a migration, open up a new terminal and get to the NestJS directory apps/API in our monorepo. Then we can use npx prisma migrate dev and then put a name here for the migration --name, and then just set it to likes as the name of the migration. And we have an error here. That is because we run this mutation in the playground more than once, which means that now we have more than one records in our table with the post ID 1 and the user ID of this signed in user. So now let me just open the Prisma Studio, npx Prisma Studio. To fix that, I go to the likes table, and actually I'm going to delete all of the records here. Now we can get back to our VS Code, and now let's run the migration again. And as you can see, the migration is successfully run. All right, so that was for our like mutation, and now we can go ahead and write our second mutation, which is going to be unlike mutation. So here, after the first mutation, I'm going to create another mutation. It also should return a Boolean. All right, now let me just copy this like post function and paste it here and just turn it to an unlike post. Again, we need to have the context, so let me just copy the use guard here and paste it for the unlike post mutation. So we're going to have the context and the post ID. Also, we're going to get the user from the context, and then we're going to write a method in our like service unlike post. So now let me just declare this method in the like service. Now let me get back to the like service. Let me just cut that and paste it at the end of the like service class. First, let me just extract the post ID and also user ID out of it. Okay, and turn the type of the user ID to a number. All right, now let me remove this exception here, and we're going to write a try catch block again. Inside it, we are going to await this .prisma .like then .delete function as a config object here. We're going to pass the where API, and inside it we are going to set the user ID underscore post ID, and then we are going to set the user ID and post ID here. So we have this inside our where object because we have set the combination of user ID and post ID to be unique inside the like model. Otherwise, if we don't add this line here in the where API of the like model, we do not have user ID underline post ID. So here actually we are saying that delete a post where its user ID is equal to this user ID and its post ID is also equal to this post ID. So here after the delete function, we're going to return true, indicating that the delete operation was successful. And then we can add a catch block here, get the error, and we're going to throw in new bad request exception with a message like not found. Okay, this is for the unlike post, we have an error here. That's because we need to mark this function as async. All right, now let's get back to the like resolver. So we have written our two mutations. Now it's time to write our two queries. So let me get back to the diagram tool here. We need to create like count query and also a user like post query. So now first let me write the like count query. It's for returning the total number of likes of a specific post. So let me get back to the VS Code here, and I'm going to write a query with add query decorator and then pass the return type callback. It should return int, and then we are going to create a function. I'm going to name it post like count. It is going to take the post ID as the argument, so I use args decorator here, specify post ID. Actually, we can just copy this here, paste it for the post ID argument. All right, so here we need to put the body of the function. As you can see, we do not use the add context, and we don't need to mark it with the use guard and JDBT auth guard, and that's because this query is a public query and we don't want to protect it. So it means that any user, whether authenticated or unauthenticated in our application, should be able to see the total number of like of a post inside the post page. All right, now in order to retrieve the like count of the post, we're going to write a function inside the like service. So now let me just call it, and then we're going to declare that in the like service. That like service that I'll name it get post likes count, and it should take the post ID as the parameter. Right now, let me just declare this function in the like service. And before going to the like service, let me just fix the spelling of the function. It should be post likes count. So put an S here, and then we can go to the get likes count function, cut it here and paste it at the end of our class. It should be an async. So here, just call and return the Prisma service. So return await this dot Prisma service dot like dot count, and then here pass a config object and specify where, and we just need to pass the post ID. All right, so it simply returns the number of records in the like model where their post ID equals to the post ID that we've got here in the parameters. So let's get back here, and yeah, that's it for the post likes count query. And now we can write our last query. Let me get back here. It is user like post, which actually returns if the authenticated user has liked a post or not. So let's get back here and write our last query. I use query decorator here. It should return boolean. So I pass a callback here and specify boolean as return type. And also there's going to be a protected query. So use guard here and pass the JDBT auth guard. All right. Now here, let me write the function for this query. I'm going to call it user liked post, and then it should take the context. I use the context decorator, and also it needs to take the post ID. So I just copy this argument here, paste it here in the function, and we have a error. I think we write this function out of the like resolver class. So let me put it inside the class, and the error is gone. Now here in the body of the function, first we are going to get the user ID. So just copy this line for retrieving the user ID out of the context. Let me just change the first letter of the context parameter to a lowercase c. All right. Now we need to write a function inside our like service. So let me just call it here, return like service that I'm going to name it user liked post, and then we need to pass the user ID and also post ID. So I put an object here and pass the post ID and also user ID. Right now, let me just declare this method inside the like service. Go to the like service, cut that, paste it at the end of our like service class. First, let me remove this throw exception and change the type of the user ID to number. Also, let's mark it with async. All right, now we can use Prisma here. So it's a really simple query. I'm going to just return await this that Prisma that like that find first, and then we're going to pass the where API, pass the user ID. So let me just extract the user ID and post ID from the parameter object, post ID and user ID, and here we can pass them to the where object, post ID and user ID. So it just return the first record when the post ID equals to the post ID here, and user ID is also equals to the user ID here. All right, so let me just put a double exclamation mark here to turn it to a boolean, or we can just remove this return here, put it inside a constant, example like, then we can return the like here to return like, but first we need to turn it to a boolean, so I put double exclamation mark here to turn it to a boolean. All right, now we can get back here. Let's save this and we're done with our like resolver. I think we have two error here. Let me just remove this query import from the NestJS /comma. It should be imported from the NestJS GraphQL. Let's save this and also let me remove this comma here and press Alt Shift O to remove all unnecessary imports. All right, so that's it for the like resolver, and now we can go ahead to the Next.js application, our front end, and create our like component. All right, so now we can go to the Next.js application and we can create our like component, which uses these mutation resolvers here in the backend application. So here I go to the post page directory, and here in the components directory inside the post page, I'm going to create a like.tsx, and here let me create a React component, and inside the props we need to get the post ID, which is going to be a number, and also we need to get the authenticated user, so user, and set its type to the session user because we are going to get it from the session. All right, now here let me go to the post page here, and at the end of the page before the comment we are going to render that like component, pass the post ID to it, to the post.id, and then set the user to the session.user. All right, so as you can see here in this page, we got the session with the get session function, and also we get the post with the fetch post by ID. All right, so let's go to the browser and go to the post page. Let me go to this page, and here as you can see the like component here. So let's get back to the VS Code and go to the like component. For the parent div, let me put some margin, MT3 for margin from top, and also we're going to have flex item center and also justify start because we are going to put the item inside the like on the left side of the flex item. Okay, and also put the gap of 2. So in this div here we are going to render two things: a like icon, which user can click on this to like a post or unlike a post, and then the number of the like count. So now let me create a like action file in which we are going to write our server action for relating to the likes. So inside the actions directory, we are going to create the like.ts, and here first we're going to mark it with use server. Now we are going to write a function for getting the post like data. So here I'm going to export async function. I'm going to name it get post like data, and it should take post ID, which is going to be a number. All right, now inside it we are going to run the post like count query and also user like post. So here I'm going to say const data equals to await and use auth fetch GraphQL because for calling the user like post query we need to be authenticated. So let's use the auth fetch GraphQL function, and then we need to pass a query. So I go to the GQL queries and write our query. For this I'm going to export a constant. I'm going to name it post likes and then set it to GQL function, and inside it we are going to create a query object. Let's name it post like data. All right, here we are going to create a list of parameter. So $post ID, and its type is going to be int. It is required. Now inside it we are going to run two queries. The first one is post like count and set the post ID to this $post ID. I think we have a typo here. Fix that. So this is our first query, and the second query we're going to call the user like post, user like post, and then we're going to set the post ID to the $post ID parameter that we have created in the first line. All right, so here we are creating a query object, and inside it we call two queries. The first one post like count, I think it's likes count. Yeah, the post likes count returns the total number of likes a post has, and the second one, user like post, indicates whether the current authenticated user is liked the post or not. So that's it for our query string, and now we can go back to our like action. Okay, here we are going to import the print function from the GraphQL. Then we can use it here and pass the post post likes query here, and then we need to pass a variable object. It should have post ID inside it, and we're going to pass the post ID that we've got from the parameter here. All right, now here we are going to return an object. It should have like count inside it. We're going to set it to data.post likes count, and we're going to use type assertion to say that it is going to be a number. Then we're going to have user liked post and set it to data.user like post, and use type assertion to say it is going to be a boolean. All right, this is for post like data. And now we can get back to our like.tsx component, and here we are going to call that function. So this is going to be a client component, and here we're fetching the data in our client components. We are going to use the React query. We already have installed it in our application. We have used it inside our comment section, and now we are going to use it again in the like component. So here in the component, we're going to call the use query of the React query. So first I'm going to create a object, set it to use query of the React query, and then pass an object here. First we are going to set the query key. It is going to be a list. I'm going to name it get post like data, and also we're going to put the props that post ID. All right, now in the query function we are going to pass an async callback, and inside it we are going to call the get post like data that we have just written inside the like actions. And then here we need to pass the post ID. So I pass the props.post ID. All right, now from the returning object, we're going to get the data here, and here inside the JSX, we are going to render the data. So here we are going to check if the user already liked the post. We are going to render a solid heart icon with a red color. Otherwise, we just return a outline heart icon with no background. All right, so I'm going to check the data that user liked post. It's a boolean. So if the user liked the post, we're going to return a button, plain button actually, and inside it we are going to render a solid heart icon. I'm going to just use the heart icon from the React hero icons. All right, let me just go here and rename it as solid heart icon. Okay, just copy that, paste it here. We're going to set the class name w6 for its width and text rows 600 for the color. Okay, now if the user has not liked the post before, we are going to render another button. This is going to be used for liking. So inside it we are going to use heart icon. Again, let's import it from the hero icons, and it should be a outline heart icon, not a solid. So here let me just change the path of import of this heart icon. It is from the /react 24 and then outline. All right, now let's get back here, and as you can see we have rendered the outline heart icon and pass the class name. We're going to set the w6 for its width. We don't need to have a background color. So now let's get back to the browser. As you can see, it complains about the use query, and in order to use that, we need to mark the like component as a client component. So put the use client directive here. Okay, now as you can see here we have a outline or empty like icon. So now let's render the likes count here at the right hand side of the like icon. So let's get back to the VS Code and get back here after the conditional rendering here. We're going to render a p tag, and inside it we are going to render the data.like count. Let's style the p tag text slate 600. All right, now let's get back to the browser. So we don't have the like count here. Let's get back to the VS Code and open up the terminal, and we have a graphical error on the user liked post. I think we misspelled the user liked post. So let's get back to the GQL queries, and yeah, this is going to be user liked post. I put a D here and fix that, and now let's go to the browser. You can see now we have the number of like of this post. So now when we click on this like button, we need to run the like post mutation. So let's get back to the VS Code here, and now let's go to the like actions, and let's run a like post function. So export async function like post, get the post ID is going to be a number, and then we are going to use auth fetch GraphQL and run the like post mutation. So here I'm going to say const data equals to auth fetch GraphQL. Now we need to run a mutation for liking the post. So I get to the GQL queries and write a mutation for that. Export const like post mutation, set it to GQL function. It is going to be a mutation. Let's create the variable list. I'm going to call it like post. We should get the post ID. So I create a $post ID variable here. Its type is going to be int. Now we can call the like post mutation and set the post ID. And for its value, we're going to use the $post ID variable that we have just created. Okay, that's it for our like post mutation. And now here, let me just copy that and also write a unlike post mutation. It is going to be unlike post, and here as you can see it is the same as the like post. We need to have a post ID variable, and then inside it we are going to run the unlike post mutation. That's it. And now let's get back to the like actions, and here use the print function and pass the like post mutation, and as the variable you just need to pass the post ID parameter here. All right, and let me just quickly create the unlike post function. Just copy that, paste it here, and let me just call it unlike post function, and here we just need to run the unlike post mutation. That's it. So let's get back to our like component, and here we need to use the use mutation of the React query to run the like and unlike post function. So here I'm going to say const like mutation and set it to use mutation hook from the React query. Inside it we need to specify the mutation function, which is going to be our like post server action. So pass a callback here and call the like post server action. Just pass the props.post ID here. All right, now let's go to the second button where the user haven't liked the post. We render this button, and we're going to set the onClick of this button, and I'm going to pass a callback here and run like mutation.mutate. That's it. Now let's get back to the browser and click on the like button. We need to refresh the page. Now as you can see, we render the solid red like button and the number of likes is now 1. So as you can see, we need to refresh the page to update the data, but we don't want to do that. We want to automatically refresh the data here. So in order to do that, here in the use query where we get the post like data, we are going to get the refetch function, and I'm going to just rename it to the refetch post like data. Okay, now in the like mutation, we can have a unsuccess callback, and here just call the refetch post data function. Okay, now let me get back to another post, this post for example, and if I click on the like, you can see without refreshing the page, we are going to refetch the data. So now we are going to write an unlike mutation. So when we click on this red heart icon here, we're going to unlike the post. So here I just copy this like mutation here, and I'm going to paste it here and change it to unlike mutation. And for the mutation function, we are going to call the unlike post server action. And again, on the success, we are going to refetch post like data. And here in the first button, we're going to set the onClick event, set it to a callback, and call the unlike mutation.mutate. Okay, now let's get back here. If I click on the red heart icon and it doesn't work, so let's get back to the VS Code, open up the terminal. We have a GraphQL validation field error. It says that cannot query field unlike post. I think it is with the lowercase l. Yeah, let's go to the GQL and just use it with lowercase l. Okay, now let's click on the like button here. As you can see, it's now working. So let's like again, unlike, and it is working. So let's go back and do it with this angry cat. Again, as you can see, it is working. So yeah, that's it for the like module. And now we are going to move on to the next section of this video where we are going to implement this functionality here, the post list. We are going to see all of the posts of each user, and the user actually can manage its post. It can create a new post, update and delete its post. So if you're ready, let's get to the next section of this video. But before moving forward, you can now click on the like button here, just like I like this angry cat, and make me happy. And also, if you subscribe to my channel, that would be icing on the cake. So now let's get into the next section. But before moving to the next section, I think we have a bug here. As you can see, we render the ID of the user instead of its name on the profile component. I think it might be a problem with the Google authentication. So let me go to the auth controller of our backend API, where we send the data to the front end application. And here, as you can see, we set the name as the userdata.id. Actually, we need to set it to userdata.name. Now, if I get back here, first let me sign out, sign in again. All right, now you can see the name of the user and we're good to go. So now let's move on to the next section. All right, in this section, we are going to create the user post page, and inside it, we are going to show all posts of the user. So the user can manage its post, like create a new post, update a post, or delete a post. So let's get into it. I go to the apps directory inside our Next.js application, and let me close all of the opening directory here. And now inside the app directory, I'm going to create a user directory, and inside it, we are going to create the posts directory. And now we're going to create our page.tsx file. All right. Now let's create a React component here and let's call it user post page. And now we can go to the profile component, and here inside the user post, you can see we're going to navigate the user to the /user and then /posts. All right. Let's save this. And now let's go to the browser, click on the profile and go to the post section. You can see we're on the post, but here I think the post text is behind the navbar. So in order to fix that, I'm going to create a layout component inside the post directory. So let's get back to the post directory here and create a layout component, layout.tsx, and let's create a React component here. Let's call it post layout. And here we need to get the children. So let me set the type of the props to the props with children. All right. So now we can grab the children out of the props object. And here we're going to render the children. And let's have some margin on the parent div, empty 24 for margin from top. And now let's get back to the browser. You can see the user post page here. All right. Now let's get back to the VS Code and go to the user post page. And here in the first step, we need to get the post of the authenticated user. So first we need to get back to our backend application and create a query for fetching the post of the user. And then we can call that query from our GraphQL API in the front end. So let me go to the backend application, our NestJS application, and go to the post resolver, open up the post resolver here. And here we need to create two query actually. The first one for fetching the user post and the second one for fetching the total number of the user post. So here, as you can see, we already have a post count, but this actually only return total number of the posts of all users. But here we want to only get the total number of posts of a specific user, not all of the users. So now let's create the first one, which is going to be get user post query. So I use add query decorator here. All right. It should return a list of posts. Okay. And also it is going to be a protected query. So I use guards here and pass the JWT auth guard. So here, now let me create the function. I'm going to call it just get user posts. And first we need to get access to the context. So I use add context decorator here. To get the context, we need the context because we want to get the ID of the authenticated user out of it. All right. And then let's create two arguments for the pagination. So let me just go here and copy these two arguments here, skip and take for the pagination, and just paste them inside the get user post. And now let me just put the body of the function. So first we need to get the user ID. We're going to extract that out of the context object. So let's do that. I'm going to say const user ID and set it to context.rec.user.id. Now we know we want to retrieve the post of which user, this user actually. So now we're going to create a function inside our post service, and then we're going to call that here to return the post of the user. So here, let me just call that, and then we're going to declare that inside the post service class. All right, return this post service I'm going to name it find by user, and then pass the user ID to it. Let me just put in inside an object, so user ID, and then we're going to pass the pagination parameters, which is going to be skip and take. So just put the skip and take here. Okay, now we can declare this function inside our post service class. So we're going to declare that and go to the post service class. Let me just cut that from here and paste it at the end of the post service class. So first, let me just grab the user ID out of the parameter object, skip, and also the take. All right. Now let me just remove this exception here and change the type of the user ID to a number. And now we can write the body of the function. So here we are going to use the Prisma.findMany function of the post model. So here I'm going to say return await. Let's make it async function, so we can use await here. Is that Prisma.post.findMany. All right, pass a config object inside it, specify the where, and in the where we need to find the post by its author. So here I'm going to put the author here, and then inside the author we can specify the ID and set it to user ID that we've got in the parameter object. All right, we can also just directly set the user ID to the author ID inside the where, or you can just put it inside the author and then ID. All right, now we are going to select some of the fields inside the post model. Put the select object here. We're going to set the content to true, and to speed up the process, let me just copy the list of fields that we are going to select from the post model. All right, let me put the ID at first, and then as you can see here, we are going to select the ID content created at published / title and also the thumbnail of the post. And also we need to actually count the number of each post comment and also like comment. So we are going to actually count the number of records inside the comments table and likes table, which their post ID is equal to the current post ID here. So here the Prisma provides a underscore count here, and we're going to set it to an object, and inside it we can put the select object here, and then here we can set the comments to true and also likes to true. So as I said, it will count the number of comments records which related to the current post ID, and also do the same with the likes record. So this is for selecting the field. And lastly here we need to pass the pagination properties, take and skip. Okay, so that's it for finding the posts based on their author. Now let's save this and get back to the post resolver. Also save this here, and since the skip and take might be null, we are going to pass default values for these two parameters. So we're going to pass the default values if they are null or undefined. So for the skip, we are going to set it to skip, or if it is undefined, we are going to provide 0. And for the take, we are going to set it to take. And if it is undefined, we are going to set it to default page size. And we're going to import that from our constants file. All right, so let's save this. And this is for our first query in this section. And the second query is going to be user post count. So inside it, we are going to count the number of posts for a specific user. So let me use the add query decorator here and specify the returning type to be a int. All right, then we are going to put the name of the function, which is going to be user post count. All right, we need to mark it with the useGuard and JDBT authguard. So useguards JDBT authguard, and now this is going to be protected, and also we can access to the context object and retrieve the ID of the authenticated user. So here we're going to access to the context. I'm going to just name it context. All right, and let's put the body of the function. First, we are going to retrieve the user ID. So I just copied this line here and paste it here, so we can access to the user ID of the authenticated user, and then we can return the number of posts of that user. So we're going to create a user post count in our post service class. So here, let me just return it, and then we're going to declare that inside our post service. So return this post service that I'm going to name it user post count, and I'm going to pass the user ID into it. And now we can declare this method inside our post service. So now let's get into the post service here, copy that and paste it at the end of the post service class. First, let me just change the type of the user ID to be a number. And now we can remove this exception here. And let me mark it with async. And now we can return Prisma.post the count function. And here we are going to pass the config object, specify the where, and inside it we are going to set the author, and inside it we can set the ID to the user ID here, but also we can just directly set the author ID here to the user ID parameter. That's it, really easy. We just count the post that their author ID equals to user ID that we provide in the parameter. All right, now let's get back to the post resolver and save this. As you can see, we have these two queries in the post resolver, and now we can go to our front end application on Next.js and then call these two queries to get the post of the user and also count the number of user posts. So let's do that. All right, so let's get back to the Next.js project, our front end, and here I go to the post page. Now here we need to fetch the post of the user. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a server function here inside the post actions file in the lib directory to fetch the user post. So here I'm going to export an async function and I'm going to name it fetch user posts. Here we need to get the user ID and the parameters. So we're going to pass an object here. First, let me create an inline type for this object, and we're going to have the user ID, which is going to be a number, and also the page and page size for the pagination. So both of them are going to be numbers. So let's set their type to numbers. Then page size, I'm going to set its type to number as well. Then here we can grab the user ID, page, and also page size. All right. In the first step, we need to transform the page size to the take and skip. So here I'm going to use transform take skip function and define a structuring pattern and set it to transform skip function. Call this function actually and pass the page and page size to it. All right. Now here we can grab the take and skip out of it. All right. Now we need to create a GraphQL query string. So I go to the GQL queries and here I'm going to create a GraphQL query string for getting the post of the user. So export const get user posts and set it to GQL function. Inside the GQL, it starts with the query. So let's create a query set. I'm going to name it get user post. And we're going to define the parameter of this query set. We are going to take the skip, which is going to be a int, and also $take, which is going to be a int as well. All right, now we can write our queries here. First, we are going to get user post. Let me get back to the post resolver. It is get user post. So let's copy that here, paste it here, and we need to set the skip to $skip parameter and also set the take to $take param. And now we need to take the ID. Let me just copy the values here. So let me just paste the list of fields here. We are going to select the ID, title, slide, thumbnail, published, created at content, and also number of comments of each post. All right. Now I think we have a extra closing curly braces. Let's remove that. Okay. And after the first query get user post, we are going to call the user post count. So just put the user post count. Okay. Let's save this. And now we can use it inside our server function. So let's go to the post actions file. And here we can call the auth fetch GraphQL. So I'm going to say const data, set it to await auth fetch GraphQL, and then call the print function of GraphQL, pass the get user posts, okay, then pass the variable object. It is going to have take and skip inside it. So as you might notice here, we do not need to pass the user ID because in the auth fetch GraphQL, we send the access token of the user to the backend GraphQL API, and then inside there, we are going to decode the access token and get the user ID out of the access token of the user. So we don't need to pass the user ID. We just need to pass the access token inside our request to the backend GraphQL API, which we do inside the auth fetch GraphQL function. All right. Now here we can return the data. So we're going to return an object here. We're going to have the posts inside it and set it to data dot. Let me get back to the GQL queries. Copy this, the name of the first query here. So data dot get user post. I'm going to use type assertion here and say that it is going to be of type a list of posts here. And then we're going to set the total post and we're going to set it to data dot. Get back to the GQL query again, copy the second query name, paste it here, and we're going to use type assertion to say that it is going to be a number. All right. Now let me get to the post type here to see if there is an underscore count inside it. It does not have this type. Let me go to the backend NestJS application to see if we already defined the underscore count inside our post. So let me go to the post module, go to the entities, open up the post entity. As you can see, we do not have the underscore count inside it, but here inside our post resolver, you can see we call this function and this function have this object inside its returning object. So we need to put them inside the entities and also the post model on the front end post type. So here in the post.entity.ts file, we are in the NestJS project. We're going to define a count class. So I'm going to say export class count, and let's mark it with the add object type. All right. And now inside it, we are going to have a likes, which is going to be a number. Actually, it is the number of likes. And also in the same way, we can have comments, which is going to be number of comments. So I'm going to set its type to number. And now we need to use the field decorator, add field, and set its GraphQL type to be int. All right, so let's copy that and paste it here. Okay, now we're going to get back to the post class here and put a underscore count here. So here we have underscore count, and then we're going to set its type to the count class that we have just created in the section below. Okay, and then we're going to use add field and set the return type to be of type class count that we have just created. Okay, so this is for post entity inside our NestJS backend application. We're going to go to the post type of the front end application on NextJS and put this count object inside the post. So I go to the types directory inside the lib here. Now we are on the NextJS side, and here we have the model types. We have the post type here. Now all we need to do is to put a underscore count here and set it to an object type. And inside we're going to have the likes, which is going to be a number, and also comments, which is going to be a number as well. Right, so that's it for updating our post type. Now let's close this off and also this and get back to the post action here, and we're good to go. Now we can go to the user post page and fetch the user post here. So first we need to turn it to an async component, and then here I'm going to say const an empty object for the structuring pattern, and then set it to await fetch user post. And now here we need to pass an object, and we're going to set the page size and page number. I think we have the user ID inside it, so let's get back here. We do not need the user ID, so let's just remove it from the parameter object. Now let's get back here. As I said, we're going to extract the user ID from the JWT access token, so we don't need to include it inside our query. So here we just need to specify the page number and page size. So for the page number, we are going to get that from the search params of the URL. So here, let me put a search params in the prop types. Okay, it is going to be a promise of a key value pair, which key is going to be a string and value is going to be string, list of string, or undefined. All right, now here we need to access to the search params. So I'm going to say const. We're going to get the page from the search params. So we're going to set it to await and then search params. So let me get it from the props object, search params. And in Next.js 15, it's a promise. We need to wait for this search params. And now we can access to the page. So here we can send it to the fetch user post. We're going to set the page to page that we've got here. We're going to check that if page is existed. We're going to put the page here. Actually, we're going to parse int the page to turn it to a number. And otherwise, we just pass 1. All right. And next, we are going to set the page size here. Page size is going to be default page size, which comes from the constant. And here, let me just put a plus before the page to turn it to a number. All right. Now we're good to go. And we can grab the total post here and also post list. So now we can write our JSX here to render the post into the screen. So now let's just remove this text from the JSX. And now we're going to check if the post is not available or it's a empty array, which means that the user does not have any post. We just want to render a no post yet message with a link for creating the first post of the user into the screen. Otherwise, we're going to just map through the post list here and render into the page. So for the first case, which the user does not have any post, let me just create a component here and then put it here in case of the user does not have any post. So here, let me create a underscore components directory for the post page. And then inside it, we're going to create no post.tsx. All right. And here we are going to create a React component. And in the root div here, we are going to create a p tag. And inside we're going to say no post yet. All right. Now we're going to style this for the p tag. We'll put class name here for text center for the text alignment, p4 for padding, and text 5XL for the text size and also text color of text slate 400. All right. Now let me just have some margin from the top. So empty, for example, 32. And also let's have flex and flex call. So we can use the item center here to align the elements horizontally here. So since we're using flex call, the item center align the items horizontally. If the direction of the flex is row, item center do it in the opposite direction and align the items horizontally. Okay, now use the gap 5 between the elements. So after the p tag, we are going to render a link for navigating the user to the create post page. Obviously, we haven't created the create post page, but here we just put the link, and then later in this video, we're going to create that page. So we're going to create a button, and then inside we're going to put a link component. So first, let me set the as child, which means that if the user click on the button, it means that as if user clicked on the link component. So it actually passed the onClick event to its child component. So here we're going to put the link component, next link, and set the href to /user and then /create-post. Okay. And here for the caption of the link, we are going to put a span here, and inside it we are going to pass an icon, pencil square icon, set the class name w4 for its width. Then next to the first span, we're going to render another span and say something like write your first post. Okay. Now here in the link component, we are going to put some class name, flex, item center, and justify center. All right. Now I think we're done with the no post component. So let's get back to the user post page. And here we're going to check if not post, which means that the post is undefined, or post has a length of 0. So not post dot length. All right. In this case, we are going to render the no post yet. So put them inside the process and use ternary operator. And if that's the case, we are going to render no post component. Okay. Otherwise, if we have some posts inside the post list, we are going to render them into the page. So for now, let's just save this. And now we're going to create another component, and I'm going to name it post list. So here in the components directory of the post page, we're going to create post list component. TSX, create a React component. All right. Now let's get back to the post page and pass the post list in case we have some posts here. Okay, so let's get back to the browser. We have an error here. Get back to VS Code to see what's going on here. So here we have a reference error saying that cannot access count before initialization. So get back to the post.entity file inside our NestJS application. And I think we need to cut that from here and paste it before the post class. Let's save this, open up the terminal to see if it's do the job. Yeah, it's done. And now let me refresh the page. We have another GraphQL error. So again, we have a GraphQL validation field, which says that the variable take of type int is positioned expecting float. So I think we need to get back to post resolver in the NestJS backend application. And here we're going to set the type here in the get user post of these two arguments, skip and take, to the int. So I specify the type, pass a callback, which returns the type. It is going to be int. Just copy that here, paste it here. All right. Now let's open up the terminal, get back to the browser. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see now, we have the no post component in our page. So now let's get back to the VS Code and go back to our post page inside our NextJS application. So here, as you can see, if we have any post inside our table, for the user, we need to render this post list here. So now let's go to this post list component and let's complete this component together. So now in the first step, we need to create a header for our post list component. So here, instead of this root div here, we're going to put a React fragment, and then inside it, we are going to create a div. Inside this div, actually, we are going to render the header for our list. So let me create a grid layout. So add grid, and then grid equals 8 for creating 8 grid. And then here, the first column should be for the thumbnail of the image. So here, let me put some class name here and cool span 3. So for the thumbnail, we're going to use 3 column, and then we don't need to put anything inside it. We just put the image on each row of our list. So we don't need to actually a header for the image for the thumbnail. And then we are going to put another div for next column, and we're going to name it date. The next header is going to be published. Let's fix the typo here. And the second one is going to be for number of likes. And the next is going to be for number of comments. And now we can have some action, for example, delete or updating the post. So we just create a column without any header. So why put a empty header here? Because we are going to reserve a column for the action section, or we don't need to actually put any text inside the header. So let's get back to the browser to see what's going on here. Since we don't have any post for this user, it doesn't render the post list component. So now let me get back to the Prisma Studio and grab some user from our table and log in with those users that we have created by the seed file, because for each of those users, I think we have added 20 posts, so we can render them to this page. So I open up the terminal, create a new terminal, go to the NestJS application, apps/API, and now let's run the Prisma Studio. So npx Prisma Studio. All right, get to the user table. And as you can see, the password are null because we haven't created the password for each user. So let's get to the VS Code and go to the seed file again. And here, as you can see, for each user, we haven't created a password. So here, I'm going to create a default password, name it default password. So by the way, we are in the seed file of the backend application, which seeds our database. We have created this file at the beginning of this video. So we're going to set the default password to 123, but first we need to hash this password. So we're going to use await and then call the hash function of the argon2 and pass 123 for the default password. Okay, now here we can pass the password and set it to default password here. Now let me just remove this DB. I think we need to stop the dev server and also the Prisma Studio. So let's close this off and let's remove the DB file and also remove the migrations directory. So now we can run a migration with npx Prisma migrate dev and then put a name for this migration. Just call it init. Okay, now let's run the seed file. Let's close this up and I'm going to say npm run db seed. Okay, seeding completed, and let's run the Prisma Studio again. npx Prisma Studio. All right, now here, as you can see, we have a password. So now let's copy one of these users, for example, this one, and get back to our application. Let's sign out, or we didn't start our dev server. So let's get back here to the monorepo and run the npm run dev. All right, now let's get back here and refresh the page. Okay, let's sign out and let's sign in again. Let me just sign in with this new user and put 123 for the password. Now, as you can see, we are signing with this user that we have added with the seed file. Now let's go to the post of the user. And since this user have some post in the post table, you can see we have rendered the post list here with the header. So let me go back to the post list component. First, let me close all of these tabs and open up the post list. Okay, we're on the NextJS post list component. And here, let me just have a rounded MD and a shadow for this header section. It's now a little better. We can also have some margin, for example, M3. Okay, let's get back here. I think it's now better. And let's have some padding, P3 as well. Okay, now we are going to render each post under this header section. So let me get back here, and after the header container, we are going to map through the post list. So first we need to get the post list inside the props. We are going to take the post, which is going to be a post list. All right. Also, we need to get the pagination props. So current page, which is going to be a number, and also total pages. It is also a number. Okay. Now we can have them inside the props. Let's extract them out of the prop object. So we're going to have post, current page, and also total pages. Okay. Now here we are going to map through the post list here. So post.map, pass a callback here to get the post. And for each post, now we need to render them into the screen. So for now, let's just put the ID of the post inside a p tag. I'll just put the post.id. All right. We need to set the key. Not necessary because we are going to remove this p tag. For now, let me just put it here. Let's get back to the browser. It says that it cannot read properties of undefined map. So post is undefined. And yeah, that's because because here in the page component, we haven't set the post props. So set the post to the post that we've got from this fetch user function. And also we need to set the current page. We're going to set it to page that we've got from the search prompt. So just copy this and paste it here as the current page. And also we need to set the total pages. So we're going to set the total pages and pass the math.sale function. And here inside it, we're going to divide the total posts by default page size. Okay, I think we have a typo here, so let's remove that. All right, so we have set the post props, the current page, we've got it from the search params, and also total pages. We divide the total post that we've got here from the fetch user post by the default page size. So let's get back here. As you can see, these are the idea of post of this user. So now let me create another component. I'm going to call it page list row. And for each post here, instead of this dummy p tag, we are going to render that post list row and render the post inside that component. So here in the user post page, we are going to create a post list row or post list item, for example, .tsx, create a React component here. For the props, we need to get one post. So post and set its type to a post model. Okay. And now here, let's have the post here. So here in the root div, we are going to create a grid system again with 8 columns. Grid equals 8 M2 rounded MD overflow hidden because we are going to put a image inside it. So if the corner of the image is overflow from this parentive, we are going to hidden those image corners. So overflow hidden, and also we're going to have a border and a shadow. And when hover, we are going to make it a little bigger. So on hover, we are going to use scale. For example, scale 105. I think 105 is a little big, so just use scale here and put a square brackets here. And for example, say something like 101%. So when this div is hovered, we are going to just scale it by 1% bigger. And let's add a transition and also text center for its values. And finally, let's have BG white for the background color. All right. Now inside the post here, we're going to have the image. So let's put a div here, and inside it, we are going to render actually the thumbnail of the post. So let's import the image from the next image. All right. And then pass the src prop to post that thumbnail. And if the props is undefined, we are going to show a no image, a default image actually. Its name is no image.png. It's on the public directory, so that's why we use our path with a slash, which actually refers to the public directory. So you can see we have a no image.png file inside it. It is just this, and let's close this off. Let's get back here. We need to set the alt props. I'm going to set it to post that title. Okay. And also we're going to use fill here. So it makes the position of this image absolute. So we need to size the parent div here. Class name. First, we're going to add relative class. I think we misspelled relative. So let's fix that. All right. And W48 for the width and H32 for its height. All right. So now let's get back to post list here and render the post item. So for each post here in the post list, we are going to render a post list item actually. All right. And set the post to just post that we've got here in the callback of the map function. So now let's get back here. As you can see here, we have the thumbnail of each post. We have an error here, and that's because we need to put a key prop for the post list item here. So put the key as post.id. All right. Now let's get back here. As you can see, the error is gone. So this is for the thumbnail of each post. All right. So now let's render the title and content of the post. So we are going to render them as a column. On the first row, we're going to put the title, and below it, we are going to render the content. So here, put a div here after the div containing the image, and we're going to set the class name. Inside this div, by the way, we are going to first, as I said, render the title and then render the content. So we're going to have a flex position and flex cool. So we can use gap between those two items, gap 2, and then inside it, we are going to have p tag. The first one is going to render the post.title, And the second one is going to render the post.content. All right. Now let's style the first p tag. It is going to have a flex. For the text size, we're going to say text base. And for the second div, which renders the content, let's set the text size to text SM. And let's save this, get back to the browser. You can see this line actually contains the title and this line is content. So we are going to limit the number of lines here for the title to just one, and we only need to render 3 lines of the content. So here, let's get back here, and for the first one, which contains the title, we're going to put the line camp 1. If I get back here, you can see now it just have 1 line of the title, and let me just use the text LG as the title. It gets better. All right, let's have some padding on the both side of this px2. All right, now it's better. And here for the title, we just want the first 3 lines. So put line clamp 3. All right, and let's have px1 as the padding. It's now a little better. And for the title, let's use a darker color, text slate, for example, 700. And for the content, let's use text slate 500. All right, it's now better. Now let's render it inside 2 columns here. So in order to do that, let's use span 2. Okay, now it looks better. So now let's render the date here after this div. So here we find the ending tag. We're going to put a p tag again and render the date. So new date class, and then pass the post that created at, and then call the local date string. Okay, now get back here. We have the date, and now let's use text center for all of these title. So let's get to the post list here, and here let's use text center on the parent div. Okay, now let's put the published. So let's go to the post list item, and after the date, we are going to put the published. So I'm going to put a div here, and inside this div, we are going to check if the post.published is true. We are going to render a check icon. So use a check icon from hero icon. All right, let's set the class name to w, for example, 5. Okay, as you can see, it puts a check icon here. All right, we're going to align this item on the center vertically, but for now, let's put the like and comments. And before doing that, as you can see, the check icon is not on the published header. So I think that might because of the post list header here. We have 3 columns. The first one is going to be image, and we didn't have a space here for the title and content. So let's put a empty div here, and let's get back here. Let's put some text inside it. For example, title. I'm going to remove that. So here, I think we need to make it to span 2. Okay, now the date is here. All right, it's done. Remove that title text, and now we need to center this check inside its container. So let's get back to the post list item and go here for the check icon. We're going to set the class name to flex, and then we're going to use justify center and item center. Okay, let's get back here. As you can see, it's now on the center of its container. Let's do the same for the p tag here. So let's use class name here, those 3 class name here inside the p tag. Save this, get back here, and as you can see, now it's lined vertically on the center. So let's render the number of likes here after the div containing the check icon. Let's have another div. Just gonna copy this div here, and as the content, let me just remove this and put it as post.count.likes. Get back here. You can see we have 0 like for each of these posts. Now let's put the number of comments. So again, let me just copy this and put it here, and then inside it, we're going to pass post._count and then comments. Okay, so this is for number of comments. We have 20 comments for each post. All right, now we are going to render 2 buttons here. The first one for deleting the post and the second one for updating the post. So here we need to put them here, but I prefer to create another component for these post actions and then put them here at the end of the post list item. So in the components directory of this page, we are going to create another component for this matter. We'll name it post actions.ts. Then inside it, we're going to render a React component. I think we need to rename it to TSX. All right. So now we can have a React component inside it. Okay. Inside the props, we are going to get the post ID. So post ID is going to be a number. Okay. Just let me grab it here on the props. And inside the root div here, we are going to render two link button, one for the updating a post and the second for deleting the post. So here, let me put some class name here, flex, and justify center, and also item center and gap 2. All right. Now inside it, we are going to create two link components. Link is going to be from next link, and as the href here, we are going to set it to the /user and then /posts. And then under the post, we are going to have a dynamic segment. So I put the ID of the post here, post ID, and then /edit. So we haven't created this page for editing the post, but we are going to create it in the upcoming section of this video. So for now, let's put the link here. And for the caption, I'm going to use a icon. So pencil icon, which comes from the hero icon, and set the class name, set its width, and set it to W4. Okay. Now let's style the link component here. We're going to have a border for the link and a P2 for padding. We're going to set the border color to border yellow 500. Okay. And rounded MD, and also set the text color to text yellow 500. And when hover, we are going to change the color a little darker. So on the hover, let me use border color, border yellow 700. And also let's copy that and set the text color on the hover to yellow 700. Also let's have some transition on colors. Okay. Now let me get back to the post item list. And here after this last div, we are going to render the post actions here, pass the post ID to it. It's going to be set to the post.id. All right. So let's get back to the browser. Now you can see the edit button. We are going to set a tooltip for this edit button. But for now, let me just go ahead and add another link here for delete post. So just copy this link and we're going to set the colors to red. So just replace all of the yellow colors to red. Okay. And here on the href, we're going to set the user to the /user/post and then post ID and then delete route. Okay. And for the icon, we are going to use trash icon here, which comes from the hero icon. Get back here. Now you can see we have an edit button and also a delete button. So now we are going to use a tooltip for each of these two buttons. So let's get back to VS Code, and here, as I said, we are going to put a tooltip for each of these two link buttons. So now we're going to use the shadcn UI for the tooltip component. Let me see if we have tooltip in our UI component. So we don't have the tooltip. So let's get back to the browser and go to the shadcn UI and tooltip component. And here, let me copy the script for adding the tooltip. Let me open the terminal. Let me go to the front end directory and then cd apps/front. Okay, I can paste the script for adding the tooltip here. All right, it's done. And now first we need to have a tooltip provider, and then I want to cut that link here, paste it here inside the tooltip component. So first we need to add a tooltip provider. Make sure to import it from the UI directory, and then inside it we are going to have a tooltip component. Again, import it from the UI directory. Then we are going to put a tooltip trigger. So when the user hover on that tooltip trigger, the tooltip component will show the tooltip message. So I'm going to put a tooltip trigger here, and then I'm going to use as child prop. So when we hover the child of this tooltip trigger, it actually means that we are triggering the tooltip. So inside the tooltip trigger, we are going to put this link here. So I put our first link in the tooltip trigger, and when we hover this link, we're actually triggering the tooltip. So after the tooltip trigger, we are going to put a tooltip content, which will contain the tooltip message. So use a tooltip content, and inside it, we're going to put a p tag, for example, and say something like edit this post. All right. Now let's get back to the browser. If I hover on the edit button, you can see edit this post tooltip here. So now we're going to do the same for the second link component. So just copy these tooltip trigger and then tooltip component. So for the tooltip trigger, we are going to cut the link here, paste it here. Okay. And now after the tooltip trigger, we are going to have a tooltip content. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and put a p tag inside it, we're going to say delete this post. Okay. We can also set some background color. So put class name on the tooltip content, bg red, for example, 500, and text white for the color. Okay. Let's get back here. You can see the tooltip is showing on the delete button. All right. We can also style the content of the edit tooltip with the class name here. Put some background color, bg yellow 500, and text white. All right, it's done. We're done with the post list here. And now we need to put the pagination component under the post list. So let's get back to the VS Code and go to the post list component. And here, after rendering the post, we are going to put a pagination component, pagination, and put the current page and total pages props into this component. So put an object here, then we're going to put another object and then spread it here, put the current page inside it and total pages inside it. So we're actually setting the current page and total page with those two items that we've got from the props of the post list component. So let's get back here. Now you can see we have a pagination. So let's move between each post. All right. You can see images are loading. Let's get back here, and I think we have a class name here. Yeah, let's get back and put some class name. Okay, for example, my4 for margins. Let's get back here, and now it's better. So yeah, that's it for the post list component. And now in the next section of this video, we are going to add the create post into our application so we can write new post in our application. So before moving to the next section, you can now like this video and subscribe to my channel to help me and support me on YouTube. Your like and subscription really matters to me, and I really appreciate your support. Thanks for supporting me and this channel. So now if you're ready, let's get into the next section. So before moving forward and adding the create post page, let's protect all the pages under the user segment so that only authenticated user can navigate through the pages under the user segment. So in order to do that, let me get back to the VS Code, and here we need to create a middleware for our Next.js application. The Next.js application now. Inside the src directory and side by side of our app directory, we're going to create a middleware file. So I'm going to call it middleware.ts. And here inside it, we're going to export a middleware function. So I'm going to say export async function, and we need to call it middleware. We're going to take the request object here. So request, and its type is going to be of type next request. All right, now inside the body of the middleware function, we need to get this session. So here I'm going to say const session, and I'm going to get it with get session function that we have already created inside the application from the session.ts file. And then here we simply check if the session does not existed, so not session, or session is existed but there is not a user object inside it, so not session.user, means that the user is not authenticated in our application. So we need to redirect the user to the sign-in page. So we're going to return next response. It comes from the next/server, then call the redirect function, pass a new URL, and then I want to put /auth/signin, and this is the route of the sign-in page in our Next.js application. And then we're going to put the request.url. So this would be our base URL, and this is the route inside the base URL. All right, so that's it for the middleware file. We just redirect the user to the sign-in page if we don't have any session or we don't have a user object inside this session. So that's it for the middleware file. The only thing that we need to do here now is to actually tell the Next.js for which route run this middleware. We don't want to run the middleware for the public routes like blog page or post page, so any unauthenticated users should still be able to see the post in our application, but it cannot create a new post, update, or delete its post because the user need to be authenticated to be able to go through these pages. So we need to protect only the pages under the user segment. In order to do that, we're going to export a config object here. So export const config, so return object, and inside we're going to have a matcher. It can be a string or a list of strings in which we are going to say that for which routes this middleware should be run. So here we just want to run the middleware for the /user and then every route under this segment. So I put a colon here and then path and then a star. So this means that this middleware will be run only for the routes that start with /user. All right, so let's save this, and now let's get back to the application. Let's sign out. If I try to manually go to the /user and then /post, you can see we are navigated to the sign in page because the /user/post is now a protected page. A middleware will be run before navigating to that page. So now if I log into the application and click on the sign in here, now if I click on the post here, you can see we can go through the user/post because the user is now authenticated and middleware will allow us to navigate to this page. So in this way, you can easily protect your pages with the middleware in the Next.js. So now let's move on to the next section in which we are going to add create post page. Alright, so in this section, we are going to add the create post page. So the user can write new post in our application with this page. So with that extra explanation, let me get to the VS Code and create this page. So I go to the app directory inside our Next.js application and go to the user directory here side by side of the post page. We are going to create another page and call it create post. So create dash post, and then inside it, we're going to create our page.tsx. Alright, so let me create a React component here. I'm going to call it create post page. Okay, now inside the JSX, we're going to create a root div here, and inside it, we are going to put a h2 element, which we're going to put the title of the page inside it. For example, something like create a new post. All right, let's style this h2 element. Put the class name here, text 2xl for text size, also font bold, and also text slate 700 for the text color. All right, now let's style the parent div here. I'm going to put bg white for the background, shadow md, and some border radius, so rounded md, and also p6 for padding. All right, so now let's go to the profile component, and here as you can see we have a link in the profile component which refers to the /user/create post. So we already have put this link inside the profile component. So now let's get back to the browser, open up the profile and click on the create new post. So as you can see, the h2 element is now under the navbar element. So let's go back to the VS Code, and here we already have a layout component inside the post route. So I think it's better to move it one level higher and actually put it inside the user directory. So it would be the label for the post page and also for create post page. So let me just cut that from here and paste it under the user route. Okay, now if I get back to the browser, you can see we have the create new post in our page. So let's get back here, go to the create post page and add text center to this h2 element. All right, and also let's put some width on our form. So I'm going to use max w2xl, which set the max width of the page to 42 rem or 672 pixels. So let's do that. Get back here. As you can see, we have the form here. Now let's get back to the layout components, and here let me just use flex and flex cool, justify center, and also item center in the layout. So now we have the post here. Let's get back to the create post and let's add w full here. And as you can see now, this is the create post page. Now let's get back here and set a little smaller text size, for example text LG. Okay, I think it now looks better. All right, so now we need to create a create post form for adding a new post, but here we want to create a generic form actually, which we are going to use it for both creating a new post as well as the updating an existing post. So that's why I call it generic form. All right, so let's create this form. I'm going to create a components directory inside the create form components. Then inside it, we are going to create that form. And since, as I said, we are going to use it for both creating a new post and also updating a post, I'm going to just call it upsert post form, indicating that it is for inserting and also updating the post. So upsert post form dot tsx. So here, let me create a React component. All right, and let's quickly create the form here in the JSX. So change the root div to a form, and inside the form we are going to put our inputs. So for the div here, inside this div we are going to put our first input set. First we are going to render label, set the HTML4 to title, and for the caption just put the title here. Okay, let's put the input here, set the name to title, and we're gonna have a placeholder, say something like enter the title of your post. Now let's put another div for the next input set. It is for the content of the post. So for the label here again, set the HTML4 HTML4 to content and set the caption to content as well. Okay, for the text area here, set the name to content and placeholder and say something like write your post content here. And also let's set the row props to 6 so it now can take 6 lines of text. Of course, we can also have more than 6 lines of text here in the text area. All right, then we're going to put a file input for adding the thumbnail of the page. So here I'm going to create another div for this input set. Let me just copy the label here, paste it here, set the HTML4 to the thumbnail, fix the typo here. Right, now let's put the input, set the type to file and set the name to thumbnail as well. Specify the accept, which I'm going to set it to image/everything, so it takes any format of images. And here when the user choose the image, we want to show it immediately in the form. So in order to do that, we are going to create a image URL for that image and then put it inside the form. So here first, let me create a state for keeping the image URL. So I'm going to use the use state here, const image URL and set image URL, set it to use state hook and then pass an empty string as its default value. Then here, get back to the file input and we're going to use the onChange event of this input. Here, we're going to get the event and let me put the body of the callback here. First, we need to check if the user chose any file. So in order to check that, we're going to check the e.target.files. All right. So if the files are not undefined, we are going to call the setImageURL function that we've got from the use state and then create a object URL from that selected file. I'm going to use URL class and then create object URL and then pass the e.target.files and then put the first file. So when the user select any file with this input, we immediately create a object URL based on that file and then put it inside the image URL state. And then here we can check if the image URL is not an empty string. We're going to render a image element onto the screen and show that image to the page. So here we're going to check if image URL. So let's convert it to a Boolean. So if the image URL is not an empty string, we're going to render a image component from the Next.js. All right. And here we are going to set the src to the image URL and we're going to set the alt to something like post thumbnail and we're going to set the width to 200 and height, for example, to 150. Okay, so this is for the image. And before adding the remaining inputs, let me put the observed form on the page to see if it is working properly. So put the observed form here. Okay, now let's get back to the browser. So it is complaining about the use state. That's because we didn't mark this form with use client directive. Put the use client directive here. Okay, now get to the form. So here, let me choose this file. As you can see, we can render it into the page immediately after we're selecting the image with the create object URL. Right, so for now the form is working. We still need to style the inputs a little bit. So for now, let me get back here and put the remaining inputs here. So after the div that containing the file input, we are going to add another input for tags of the post. So let me add another div here and inside it, we are going to put a label just like before and set the HTML4 to tags. And here I'm going to put the caption as tags. And also we're going to put a parenthesis here and say comma separated. And now let me put the input here, set the name to tags and also set a placeholder, say something like enter tags and then comma separated. All right. And lastly, we are going to put a checkbox here for setting published or not. So again, another div here. This time I'm going to put the input first. So I use just basic HTML input here. Set the type to checkbox. All right. Put a name here for the inputs. I'm going to name it published. And then we're going to set the label for this input. Put a label here and then set the HTML4 to published. And here I'm going to set it to published now as the caption. All right. Now let's put a submit button here. So submit button and in the caption, just say save. All right. So this is our form component. And now let's style the form component here. Let me just set the label colors to a lighter color and also put some space between these two input set here. Let's get back to the VS Code and here set the form class name flex cool. So now we can use gap here. I think gap 3 will do the job for us. All right, let me get back here and put a bigger gap between the elements. Gap 5, for example. So as you can see, we have the gap between these two input sets, but we don't have the gap here. I think we have a problem here. So this is div, we didn't close the div here. So it is here. Let me just cut that and paste it at the end of the content text area. So let's get back here. As you can see, now the form is a little better. Now let's style the label elements. So get back here. So I'm going to directly style the labels in the form component. So here I use a square brackets here, and then we are going to select the labels that are the grandchilds of the form. So as you can see, they are directly child of the div, and each div is directly child of the form element. So here we're going to put the and sign here, indicate the current element, which is form, and then we have a div, and then inside the div we are going to select the labels. All right, now we can style the label elements directly in the form. So we're going to set the text color to text slate 500. All right, so let's get back here. As you can see, now all of the label elements are styled with a single class in the form parent. So we don't need to iterate this class name on all inputs on our JSX code. So let's get back to the browser here. And now here, let me just style the ring color of the text boxes. And also let me change the default color of the button component. In order to do that, I go to the chat.cn UI and then go to the color section. And for example, let's say we want to have this color as default background color for the buttons. Let's just copy that and let me open new tab here for the theme here, and then go back to the beginning of the page and go to the documentation. And here it says that if we want to change the primary color for the button, we need to change this primary CSS variable in our global.css file. So let's get back to the VS Code and open up the global.css file and find the primary CSS variable and replace it with the color that we have just copied from the chat.cn UI. Now let's get back to the browser, and here as you can see, the background color of the button has been changed. So now let me just change the color of the ring around the inputs. So let's get to the chat.cn color documentation and I think the ring variable. So let me just go to the color and choose a color for the ring. I think this is a good choice for the ring color. So let's get back to the VS Code here and find the ring CSS variable, paste the new color here, get back here. As you can see now, the color of the rings around the inputs is now changed to this new color. All right, so now let's get back to the VS Code, close the global.css file, and let me just put a transition clause on all of the inputs inside our form. So let me go to the form element again, and we're going to style the inputs directly from the form element. So again, put a square brackets here with a and sign indicating the current element, which is the form. So then each element is inside a div. So first, let me select the div, and from the div, we are going to select the inputs. All right, I put a input with the lowercase element because each of these input component will finally rendered as a basic input element in our final HTML file. So now let's style this inputs with a transition class on this selector. Okay, let's save this, and as you can see now on the inputs, we have some transition also on this one, but we don't have the transition on the text area because it is a text area component. So let me just copy this selector here and just change the input to text area. All right, get back here. Now you can see the transition class is also applied for the text area. All right, so now as the last styling thing here, let me align the label with its corresponding checkbox. So get back here, and for the div containing the checkbox, I'm going to set the class name to flex and then item center. Okay, and also let me put some space on the input. So put a class name here and say mx2. Now I think it's much better. And lastly, let me just make this checkbox element a little bigger. So get back here to the checkbox input and set the width to W4 and also height to H4. Okay, let's get back here. Now we have a little bigger checkbox component. So this is for designing the form, and now we are going to handle form submission. So in order to do that, we do not use server action directly in this form because, as I said, we are going to use this form element for both creating a new post and also updating an existing post. So we are going to create the use action state hook in the parent of this form and then pass the state and actions of the use action state as a props to this component. So we can have different state and different actions for this form. We just pass them to the form and form will apply those states and action, which can be for updating or inserting a new post. So here, first let me create a server action for saving a new post, and then we're going to use the use action state on the parent of this form and pass the state and the action to this form. So here, as I said, first let me create the server action for creating a new post. So I get to the post actions file, I go to the lib directory and actions directory. Here we need to create a server action for saving a new post. So export async function. I'm gonna name it save new post. All right, it should take this state. We're gonna create a type for this state of the form. But for now, let's take the second parameter, which is going to be form data, and its type is going to be built-in form data. All right. Then we're going to return a promise of the form state, which we haven't created yet. So let me put a empty angle brackets here. And now we are going to create the state type for this form. So I go to the form state here. And now here I'm going to export a new type. I'm going to call it post form state. All right. And then it should have a data object inside it. It should be an optional. And let me paste the types of the data object. We're going to have a property for each input of the form: title, content, thumbnail, tags, and is published. And then we're going to have a errors object, which contains a corresponding error property for each of the inputs inside our form. So just paste the properties inside it. All right. Then we are going to have a message property, which is going to be a string, also an OK, which is going to be Boolean. All right. And lastly, we're going to put a union and add the undefined here. So the entire post form state can be undefined as well. All right. So this is for the post form state. Now let's get back to the save new post server action and set the type of the form state here to the post form state. All right. And let's just copy that and put it here in the angle brackets of the returning type of the promise here. So the returning type is a promise of the post form state. Okay. Now here in the first step, we are going to validate the entries of the form data. So in order to do that, we need to create a Zot form validation here. So I go to the Zot schemas directory in the lib directory and create a new schema file. I'm going to call it post form schema.ts. Right, and here I'm going to create a Zot schema, export const post form schema. We're going to set it to z.object. It should have a title inside it. It is going to be a string. So I put the z.string and also change the min function and set the value to 5, and max function set the value to 100. So the title should be a string with minimum length of 5 and maximum length of 100 characters. Next, we're going to have the content, which is going to be a string as well, so z.string, and then chain the min function and put 20 as the minimum characters of the content property. Next, we're going to have the tags. So tags should be a string, so z.string. All right, and put the minimum function, minimum of 1 character. And now we need to check the value of the tags, and we don't want to allow the empty tag. So as I said, the tags in the tag input should be separated by the comma by the user. So the user can put something like this. For example, for the tag, it should have DB and then comma, data science, a comma, and then web, but we should not allow empty tag. For example, a double comma here, and there is no character between the last 2 comma, indicating that we have a empty tag. So we shouldn't allow these empty tags inside our input. So in order to validate that, we're going to chain the refine function. So in the refine function, we take the value and we're going to return true or false. If we return true, we're going to allow the value, and if we return false, we're actually saying that the validation is failed for this tag, and we're going to block the validation. So here, in order to check empty string between the tags, first we are going to split the tag string based on the comma here. So we're going to split the value dot split and specify comma as a separator. All right, so now we get a array of these strings that are between these commas. Now we're going to check each of these values between the comma should not be a empty string. So we put every here. For the callback, it takes the tag as input, and for each tag we are going to check if it's not a empty string. So we're going to say something like that: tag does not equal to empty string. And since we use every function here, all of these tags should satisfy this condition here. And also let me put the trim function before the tag. So if we have something like this, a empty space, we first trim that and remove the white space and then check if it is a empty string or not. So if we have at least one empty tag, we're going to return false from this every function, and the validation for the tags would be black. All right, so that's it for tag. Next, we are going to have thumbnail, which is going to be a file. So I'm going to put the z.instance of and put the file type, and also it is going to be optional, put optional function here. And finally, we are going to have published. So we take the value of the publish from the checkbox, and the value of that input checkbox is actually a string, not a boolean, but we want the value to be a boolean. So we need to transform the value of input checkbox. So first we are going to set it to string. We get the value as a string, and then we are going to transform that value to a boolean. So use transform function here, get the value, and we're going to transform that to a boolean. So we're going to compare the value to onString. So if we check the checkbox inside our form, its value is a onString, and here we're going to compare that to the onString, and if that's the case, we're going to return true, otherwise we're going to return false. So in this way, we get this string value as published, and then we're going to transform that to a boolean. All right, so that's it for the post form schema. Now we can use it in the post actions to validate the form data. So here, in order to validate the form data, I'm going to say const validated fields and set it to post form schema and call the save parse. And then we need to pass the form data, but we cannot directly pass the form data. It takes an object. So first we need to turn it to a plain JavaScript object. I use object class and use from entries, and then pass the form data dot entries function. In this way, we can turn it to a plain JavaScript function and pass it to the save parse, and the validation process will be done by the save parse function. Now we're going to check if the validation was successful or not. So if not, validation failed, that's success. We're going to return a error object back to our form. So we're going to return a state object inside it. First, we're going to send back the data. So we're going to use object.fromEntries and then pass form data.entries. All right, so this is for data. And then we are going to pass the errors object, and we're going to set it to validated field.error.flatten function, then .field errors. All right, so we're going to send back this object to the form in case we have any error. Now we are going to upload the thumbnail image. We're going to use Supabase to host our images. So we're going to do that in the next section of this video. But for now, let me put a to-do here, to do upload thumbnail to Supabase. All right. After uploading the thumbnail to Supabase, we get a URL of that uploaded image, and then we're going to set it to thumbnail and insert it to the database. So here, I'm going to create a const thumbnail URL, and for now I'm going to set it to an empty string. I think we have a typo, so let's fix that. Thumbnail URL. Okay, as I said, for now we're going to set it to an empty string because we haven't uploaded our thumbnail to Supabase. After implementing this to do, we're going to set the thumbnail URL to the image URL inside the Supabase bucket. So for now, let's just set it to an empty string, and then we are going to use auth fetch GraphQL and then call a mutation inside our GraphQL API to insert the new post into our database. So for now, again, let me put another to do here, to do and say call GraphQL API. Okay, since we haven't created the mutation for creating the post inside the backend database, we cannot run the GraphQL mutation here. So now we're going to go to the NestJS backend project and create that mutation for the GraphQL. And then we can get back here and call that mutation to insert the new post into our backend database. So let's do that and then finish this save new post server action. So now let's go to the post resolver on the NestJS side. So now we're on the NestJS application post resolver. And here we are going to define a create post mutation. So I use at mutation. It should return a post type. And then here we are going to create a function for it. I'm going to call it just create post. And it should take the user ID from the context. So first we need to mark it with use guards and JDBT auth guard. All right. So now we can access to the user object inside the request object. So in order to do that, we're going to use the add context and then we can access to the context. Then we're going to have a create post input. So we're going to use add args and define an argument object. I'm going to just call it create post input. And then here we're going to have a create post input and set its type to the create post input that the Nest CLI has created for us. So here, if I open up the DTOs directory, you can see a create post input inside it. All right. So here, put the body of the function. And then here, first we are going to get the user ID from the context. So I'm going to say const. Let's just call it user ID and set it to context. Let me just rename the context with lowercase c at the beginning. So context.rec user.id. So in order to use the user object inside the request, make sure to guard this mutation with the JDBT auth guard. Otherwise, we don't have user object inside the request in the context. So now we are going to declare a create function inside the post service, and then we're going to call that here to create a new post inside our database. But first, let me go to the create post input. It's a class that is created by the Nest CLI. So we need to add the required field inside this input. So the first one is going to be title. So let me just put the field and then we're going to decorate them with the add field decorator. So title is going to be a string. Then we're going to have the content. It is going to be a string as well. Then we're going to have the thumbnail. It's optional and is going to be a string. Next, we're going to have the tags, which is going to be a list of string. So we get them as a list of string. And finally, we get the published as a boolean. Okay, now we're going to mark them with the add field decorator. So I put add field here. Let's just copy that, paste it for the content, also thumbnail, and here for the tag and also the published, right? So with the tag, we are going to define the GraphQL value. So it is going to be a list of string. And for the published, we are going to set the type to the boolean type of GraphQL. All right. And also for the thumbnail, we are going to put a config object here in the field decorator and set nullable to true. All right. Now let's use some class validator to put the validation in place for this input type. So here for the title, we're going to use at is string. Okay. Let's just copy that, paste it for the content and also put it for the thumbnail. So the thumbnail is going to be optional. So use is optional as well. Okay. And let's put the is string for the tags, but the tags is list of string. So put the config object in the is string and say each to true. So each member of the tags list here should be a string. All right. And finally, we're going to use is boolean for the published field here. Okay. So that's it for our create input. Now we're going to get back to the post resolver, and in the create post function, we're going to call the post service.create function. Actually, we haven't declared this method. So we're going to just call that and then we're going to declare that in the post service class. So return this.post service and then create. Then we're going to put an object here, pass the create input object and also user ID. Actually, let me just rename this user ID to author ID. Okay. And I'm going to just put the author ID here in the object parameter. So now let's declare this method inside the post service and go to the post service and then just cut that, go at the end of the class, paste it here. Okay. Now let me just extract the create input and also author ID from the parameter object, and then set the author ID value to be a number. All right. Let's remove this exception. And in the body of the function, we're going to call the create function of the Prisma to insert a new post in our database. So we're going to just return await this Prisma, post, then the create function. And let me just put the async keyword here. All right. Now we can use await here. So now let's put the config object and the create function of the Prisma. And we're going to set the data here. So we're going to spread the create input class. Then we're going to use the author. So for setting the author, we're going to set it into an object and then call the connect API. And inside it, we're going to set the ID and actually set it to author ID that we've got from the parameter object. So here we use the connect keyword here, which is used to link the new post to an existing user by the unique user ID here. So simply put, we're going to say that the author of this new post is the user inside the user table with this author ID that we provide here in the parameter. Now next, we are going to put the tags of the new post. So use tags here, and the relationship between the post and tag is a many-to-many relationship, which means that this new post can be related with multiple tags, but also each tag can be related to multiple posts. This means that some of the tags that we are going to put here for the new post might be already present in our database, and some of them might not be present in our database. So here, in order to handle this situation, we're going to use connect or create API, and this connect or create API here ensures that each tag inside our create input object.tags property is either connected to an existing tag in our database if it is existed, or is created as a new one if it doesn't exist in our database. So here we need to pass a list of tags here. In order to do that, we're going to map through the create input tags, which is a list of tags here. So we're going to map through that, get each tag, and here we're going to return an object for each tag. So this object should have a where object and also a create object. So in the where, we are going to check if the tags here is existed in our database. We are going to connect that to the new post, and if it does not existed, here the create API will comes in and create the new tag in our database, and then connect it to this new post. So here in the where, we are going to check inside the tag table, and actually we are going to check if there is any tag which its name match with the tag here. So if the Prisma finds one, it immediately connect that tag to this new post. And otherwise, if we don't have the tag with this name inside our tag table, we're going to create a new record inside our tag table and set the name of it to the new tag here. And finally, it is returning a list of these where and create objects and pass it to the connect or create object. So as you can see, this connect or create feature really simplifies managing many-to-many relationships. So yeah, that's it for creating a new post in our database with all its relationship to the user table and also tags table. So I hope this makes sense to you. And if you have any question about this, you can leave your questions in the description below and I will answer them. All right, so let's save this and get back here to the post resolver. And yeah, we're done with the create post mutation here. All right, we need to call it inside our GraphQL API and then pass the create post input to this mutation. So now let's get back to our Next.js application and open up the GQL queries. And inside this file, we are going to write our mutation query string for running this mutation. So we're going to export a new query string, export const. I'm going to call it create post mutation and set it to GQL function. Let's fix this typo here. All right. Then call the GQL function and here say mutation, create a parameter list here. Let's just call it create post mutation. And then we're going to have a $input parameter and set its type to the create post input. All right. Then we are going to call the create post input mutation and then pass the create post input argument. And we're going to set it to this $input that we have just created here. All right. And then from the returning object, we're just going to select the ID of the new post. All right. Now let's get back to the post actions here and use the auth fetch GraphQL. So I'm going to say const data equals to auth fetch GraphQL. Use the print function, pass the create post mutation, and then we need to pass the variable list here. So the name of the variable is input. I'm going to spread the validated field, the data here. So if I hover on data, you can see it contains title, content, tags, published, and also it contains the thumbnail, which is a file, but we don't need the file itself. Instead, we are going to initialize the thumbnail here and set it to the thumbnail URL. Okay. think again we have a typo here. Let's fix that. And also, as you can see, the data contains a tag which is a string. Well, actually we need to have a list of string. So we can go to the post form schema, and for the tag here, finally we are going to chain the transform function and get the value and split it by the commas. So return value dot split, pass the comma as separator. So finally it would be a list of tag strings. So let's get back here. Hover in data, you can see now the tags is a list of strings. That's what we need in our create post mutation input. All right. Then here we are going to check if the data is available. We're going to check if data. We're going to return a state object and set the message inside it to be something like success new post saved, and then we're going to set the OK to true. All right. Otherwise, we have the error on the data, and that's because we didn't use the await here. Okay, so the error is gone. Let's fix the OK here. Otherwise, we just return a message and say something like, oops, something went wrong. All right, so we have an error here, and that's because of the data field is not optional. So let's go to the post form state. It is actually optional, but the errors object is not. So let's put a question mark here. And now you can see the error on the return object is gone. And finally, if we have any error here, we need to pass also the data back to the form. So here, we're going to set the data, and then here, let me just copy this to send the data back to the form. All right, we're almost done here. We just need to configure the Supabase for thumbnail uploading. We're going to do that in the next section of this video. But for now, let's just test it with a empty thumbnail URL. So now we need to get back to our form and use the use action state for submission. So here, first let me just remove this import that causing the error. All right, now let's get to the post form component. So here it's observed post form, and as I said, now we need to handle the form submission. For submitting the form, we use the use action state to get a state object and also an action function that we can pass it to the form action. But as I said, we want to use this form for creating a new post and also updating an existing post. So we need different actions for creating and updating the post. So how we can handle that? In order to do that, instead of directly using the use action state and get the action and state of the form, we are going to get them from the props. And then here in the parent component, which is going to be whether a create post page or update post page, we are going to use different action state to create different actions for updating and creating. So here in the props type, we are going to get the state, which is going to be of type post form state. And then we're going to get the form action, which is going to be a function that needs to take a payload. And this payload is of type form data. And then it returns nothing. All right. Now we can go to the create post page and use the use action state to get the state in action and pass them to the observed post form. But this is a server component and we cannot use the use action state inside it. Instead, we are going to create a create post container, and inside that component, which is going to be a client component, we're going to use the use action state, get the state in action out of it, and then pass them to the observed post form. So here in the components directory, I'm going to create another component. I'm going to call it just create post container.tsx, and let's create a React component here. And first, let me mark it with use client. Okay, now we can use the use action state inside it. So we're going to say const an empty array for now and call the use action state, pass the server action, which is going to be save new post, and then set the undefined as the initial state of the form. So now we can get the state here and action. Okay, now here in the JSX, we're going to render a observed post form. So use observed post form, and then we just need to set the state to the state that we've got from the use action state in the previous line. And then we're going to set the form action and actually set it to the action function that we've got from the use action state. So if I hover on the action, you can see the type of the returning action is a function that takes the payload, which is going to be a form data and returns nothing. And that's exactly as the type of the form action that we set in the props of the observed post form. So now here, let me get back to the page component, our create post page actually. And instead of directly using the observed post form, we are going to use create post form container, and let's get back to the browser. So we have an error here, and it says that user directive cannot be wrapped in parentheses inside the post action. So let's get back to the post action, and here let me remove this user directive from the parentheses. All right, let's get back to the browser. Now the error is gone, so let's go to the create new post. So it just says that create post container. Get back to the create post container. We didn't save that. Now we have the form here. So now let me test it. So let me just put a dummy data inside it, and I'm going to choose this as the thumbnail. Put some tags here, and also check this button. If I click on this, it actually doesn't return anything, and that's because we didn't set the actions to this form in the observed form. So we get it from the props. Let me extract it from the props object now. Get the state and form action. So set the action here to the form action. All right, now let's put the error messages on the inputs. So we're going to check the state.errors. The first one is title, and if we have error on the title, we are going to render the error message under the title input. So first, with the double exclamation mark, we're going to turn it to a boolean, and we can safely use logical AND operator. Then we're going to render a p tag and pass the state.errors.title inside it. Let's style the p tag here. Use text red 500 for the text color and animate shake. All right, let's just copy that and go after the content. Put it here. Just replace the title with content, and also do the same here. Again, let me copy that. Go back from the input file and paste it at the end of the input. So here we need to replace the content with thumbnail and paste it also here. Again, let me copy this error section and go after the tags input. Paste it here. Change the thumbnail to tags. Let's just copy them and paste it here. Okay, and also let me do the same for the last input, which is the checkbox, and change the is published to the tags to is published, and also here. Okay, now let's get to the form component. Let's refresh the page, and let me put something dummy inside the inputs, and let's also choose the image here and click on the save. So we have a graphical error. Let's open the terminal, and it says cannot query field create post input on the type mutation. So let me just close this off and go to the GQL queries. But yeah, we need to call the create post mutation, not the create post input. Again, let me put some dummy data here. Okay, click on the save, and I think it was successful. So let me go to the post section, and let's go to the last page. And as you can see, we have our new added post here in the post page. So let me check what is the error here. And yeah, it complains about the empty string that it was passed to the src attributes of the image. So let me get back to the VS Code and fix that error. So go to the post list item. Here we have the image, and we're going to use OR operator because the OR operator will return the default value if the thumbnail has a falsy value, which means that the empty string is also a falsy value. So let's get back here, and as you can see, we have this default image on the postcard item. So now let me get back to the create post form, and in case of successful operation, we are going to toast a success message to the user. So let's get back to observed post form, and here we're going to use effect for showing the toast message. So first, let me just get the toast from the use toast const empty object and set it to use toast. All right, so now we can get the toast here, and now we're going to create a use effect as a callback object inside it. And let me first just put the dependency array and put the state here, and here we're going to put a toast function here, and for the config object for the title, we're going to check if the state that okay was true. We're going to put success as the title. Otherwise, we're going to put something like oops as the title. And then for the description, we're going to put the state.message. Okay, so now let's get back to the create post form. Put some dummy data again here. Choose a dummy picture. Now let me just put a empty tag here. As you can see here, we have a empty tag, and let me submit the form, and it says validate inputs. On the input tag, we can also have a custom error message here. And as you can see on the error, we lose the data of the form, and that's because here we need to get back here on each of these inputs. We're going to set the default value and set them to the state that data corresponding property, which is for the title. We're going to put the title here. Okay, let me just copy this, go to this input and set it to state that data.content. And then we have the input for the file. We're going to handle that in a minute. But for now, let me just put the default value on the tags here and set it to state that data.tags. Okay. And for the last input, set it to state that data that I think it is published. Yeah. So now let me go to the data and rename this is published to just published, and also go to the post form schema. And as you can see, it is published. It's okay. Now let me get back to our form. And yeah, I think we're done here. So as you can see, now we have the data here. All right. Let me just remove that empty input and click on the publish, submit the form. As you can see, success, new post saved. So let's get back to the post, go to the last page. As you can see, now we have the last post in our post list. So yeah, that's it for this section. And before moving forward and handling the image upload, let's go to the create post again. As you can see, this oops message here when we just open this page. So here, let me get back to the VS Code and fix this bug here. So as you can see, when the form is run for the first time, it will actually call the use effect and it shows the toast message. It checks the state that okay, which is now undefined, and then it just return a oops message, and the description will be an empty string because the state is also a string. So how we can handle that to not show the oops when we open the form for the first time? Here we can check if the state.message is not a empty string. Then I'm going to just run the toast function. So now let me get back to the post list and refresh the page. Now let me get back to the create new post, and this time, as you can see, we do not show the toast on the first render. I think we have the same bug in the comments list. So here, if I go to this post, and you can see this toast message here. So let's get back to the add comment form, and here let me put this condition here. If state that message does not have a false value, then run the toast function. So now let me get back to the blog page, open up a new message, and you can see the toast here doesn't show up on the first render. So that's it for fixing this bug. And now let me get back to the create new post, and here in the next section we are going to handle the file upload with Supabase for our create new post form. Alright guys, in this section we are going to handle the file upload in our monorepo. So we have two options here. The first one, which is the traditional option, is to expose an API in our backend server for file upload, and then we can call it from the frontend application, send the file inside the form data, and then in the NestJS backend project, we can receive that file through the upload API, and then usually we save the file inside the local storage of our backend server. The next option, which most of today's real-world applications now are using this approach, is to use a cloud provider to handle the file storage and file uploading. So in this monorepo, we're going to use the second approach and use Supabase as our cloud provider for handling the file uploads and file storage. Also, if you want to know how you can upload your file in the backend server using REST API or a GraphQL API, I will upload a short separate video and showing you how you can upload your file to your NestJS backend server using the GraphQL endpoint. But for now, in this project, we're going to use the second approach and use the Supabase as our cloud provider for uploading the thumbnails. So I go to the Supabase here and then click on the dashboard and click on the new project here, choose the organization. If you don't have one, you can click on the new organization here and create one. I just put a project name. I'm going to go ahead with blog Turborepo and then click on the generate password to create a password database and simply click on the create new project here. Okay, it's done, and I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. We have a project URL here and also an API key. So let's just copy the project URL and get back to the VS Code and our NextJS application. And here we need to create two variables inside our env file. Again, we are on the NextJS application, and here in the env file, I'm going to create a variable named Supabase URL and paste the value that I've just copied from the Supabase, and then get back here and copy the API key. And I'm going to create another variable. Let me call it Supabase API key and then paste its value. All right. So let's close this off and let me get back here, scroll down a little bit and go to the JavaScript documentation. Here we need to install this package at superbase/superbase-js. So let's get back here, open up the terminal. Here we are in the front end directory, our Next.js application. So we're going to install it in our Next.js application. All right, it's done. Then let's get back to the documentation here and let's copy this line for creating the client. Let's get back here. Now I'm going to create a upload file, and inside it we're going to create an upload image function for uploading the thumbnail into the Superbase server. So let me get back here into the lib directory and create a new file here. I'm going to call it just upload.ts. Okay, so I'm going to export a function. So first I'm going to import the create client from the @superbase/superbase-js, and then I'm going to export a function for uploading the images. So export async function. I'm going to call it upload thumbnail. Okay, and it takes the image, which is going to be a file, with the body of the function. And here we are going to get the Superbase URL and Superbase API key from the env file. So here I'm going to say const Superbase URL and set it to process.env. And then get back to the env file. Just copy the name of the variable. Get back here. Let's just copy this and change the second to Superbase key. Get back to the env file and copy the name of the variable and paste it here. Now we can create a Superbase client. So I'm going to say const Superbase and use the create client function that we have imported in the first line. And then we need to pass the Superbase URL and Superbase key. All right, now we can upload our images. But before doing that, let me put an exclamation mark here after these two variables name, asserting that they are not going to be undefined. All right, now we can call the Superbase API for uploading the images. So first we need to create a Superbase bucket in our project in the Superbase. So let's get back to our dashboard and here click on the storage on the left panel and create a new bucket. I'm going to just name it thumbnails. Okay, and then turn on the public bucket. So if you set it to public, anyone with the image URLs can access the images inside the public bucket. So if your data is sensitive, do not turn your bucket to public. But here the thumbnails of the posts are not sensitive data, so we can set it to public bucket. Let's save this. All right, now let's get back to the VS Code and upload thumbnail function. So here let's upload the image file. I'm going to say const data and set it to await, and then call the Superbase client dot storage and then dot from, put the name of the bucket. It is going to be a thumbnail. Let me get back here to make sure that I copy the name. All right, get back here and paste the name, and then we can call the upload function. And inside the upload, we are going to pass two arguments here. The first one is going to be name of the file, and the second is going to be the image file. So here for the name of the file, I'm going to put a template literal, and here I'm going to put the image dot name underline, and then we just put the date dot now to make sure that the file name is going to be unique. All right, so now we need to pass the second argument, which is our image file. So just pass the image that we've got it from the parameters. All right, now we need to just get back the public URL of this uploaded file from the Superbase. So in order to do that, I'm going to say const URL data and set it to await Superbase.storage, pass the name of the file. So just change the from and put the name of the bucket, and then get public URL. And then here we need to pass the data here. So data dot, again, it has data inside it. And then we're going to pass the path, and with the exclamation mark here, it complains about the path might be undefined. So here we can check that. You can check if data.path is not available. So put not before it. Then you can throw a new error here saying that failed to upload the file. Okay, now here, as you can see, the error is gone. So we can return URL data again, and then public URL. So we can get this public URL, save it into our post table, and when we're retrieving a post, we can just put that URL to the src of an image component anywhere in our application, and the image component will download and show that image. Okay, that easy. So now let me get back to the post action. So go to the post actions file and save new post. here, as you can see, we need to upload the thumbnail to the Supabase. We already have it to do comment here. So let's quickly do that here. First, I'm going to check if the validated field has a thumbnail inside it. Then we're going to upload the page. So here, I'm going to check that. I'm going to say if validated field dot data dot thumbnail. Then we're going to initialize the thumbnail URL with the returning URL from the upload thumbnail file. So let me just put it above the if statement and declare it with let keyword so we can change the value. So here I'm going to say thumbnail URL equals to await upload thumbnail and then pass the validated field data dot thumbnail. All right. Now here, as you can see, we set the thumbnail to the thumbnail URL. So now let's get back to the browser, and here in our application, let me just create a dummy file again and choose this file as the thumbnail. Click on the check the publish and click on the save. So we have an error here. Let me open up the terminal and it just threw the error that we have just created. Failed to upload the file. So in order to see what's going on here, let me get back to this upload thumbnail and just log the data that we've got from the Supabase storage. Okay, just put data inside it. Get back here and refresh the page. Create another dummy post. Okay, click on the save here. Let's get back here to see what's going on. So yeah, we have an unauthorized exception on the Supabase side, which says that new row violates the role level security policy. So in order to fix that, I get back to our Supabase dashboard, and here in the buckets, click on the policy section. And for the thumbnails bucket, I'm going to create a new policy and click on the second option, full customization, and here select insert and also update and delete. And we're going to grant these permissions to the anon role. So let me save that. So our client is the anon because we have created a Supabase client with the Supabase URL and then Supabase API key. So its name is just anon. So click on the review here. We need to provide a name. So put something like allow upload. All right. Click on the review and save the policy. Okay. Now let's get back to the application. Refresh the page. Create another dummy post. Choose the upload thumbnail tags and publish and click on the save. So as you can see, we don't have any error. Now let me open up the terminal. As you can see, we have data here, pass and also ID of the uploaded image. So let's get back to the Supabase storage. Click on the thumbnail and you can see we have our file here. Let's open that. This is our file. All right. Now let's go to the application and go to the post page. Here, let's go to the last page. Again, we have an error here, and that's because we are going to load an image from the Supabase URL and we need to add it inside our images list in the Next.js config. So let's copy the URL here, get back here and go to the Next.js config file. In the images section and the remote patterns, we need to add the Supabase URL here. So I copy this object and just change the path name to the URL from the Supabase that we have just copied. All right, let's get back here and now let's refresh the page. Okay, so as you can see, we have the thumbnail in our post page. So yeah, that's it for uploading the images into the Supabase. It was really easy with the Supabase client. And as I said, if you want to try the traditional method and upload your images directly into your backend server file storage, I'm going to create a short video and upload it after this video. So you can now subscribe to my channel to get informed about the next video, in which we are going to show you how you can upload images to your backend server through the GraphQL API. So yeah, that's it for this section. And in the next section of this video, we are going to work on the update post page. Alright, so in this section, we are going to implement the update post page in our application. So first, we need to get back to our NestJS backend application and create a mutation for updating a post. And then we're going to get back to the NextJS frontend application and call that mutation to update a post. So without extra explanation, let me get back to the VS Code and go to the post resolver of our backend API. So here, I go to the post resolver and here I'm going to create a new mutation. So add mutation. Then we're going to set the callback here and return the type of returning object, which is going to be a post. And here we're going to create a method for updating the post. I'm going to just call it update post. And now inside the parameters, we need to get access to the context to get the user ID, the ID of the post that we are going to update. So here first, let me mark this mutation with use guards and pass the JWT auth guard. All right, so now it's a protected mutation. Now we're going to access to the context. And since we use the JWT auth guard here, our context now as the user object inside it. All right, so now we can access to the context here, and then we are going to define two arguments. The first one is going to be the ID of the post, and second one is going to be update post input. So I use args decorator. For the first one, I'm going to put its name as post ID and set a type here. So we're going to set the type to the int, pass a callback here, which returns int GraphQL type. Right now we can have the post ID, which is going to be a number. Okay, now let me just copy this to define our next argument. It is going to be update post input, and then here we don't want this config object to define the type, and here we are going to have the parameter. It is going to be update post input. We're going to set the type to the update post input that the Nest CLI has created for us. All right, I think we have an error here, and that's because we need to put a comma here. Now we're good to go. So let me go to the update post input. So as you can see, it automatically creates the ID field inside the create post input. So now we can just remove that first argument, which contains the post ID. And since we have the ID here, we can get back to the post resolver and remove the first argument. So the ID now is included inside the update post input. As you can see, partially extend the create post input. So inside it, we have the title, thumbnail, tags, and other required fields for creating a new post. But the partial type makes all of them optional. So we can put a subset of the fields inside the create post input along with a required ID field. So we can just rename it to post ID here to avoid the confusion. All right, so now let's get back to the post resolver. And in the first step, we need to get the user ID from the context. So I'm going to say const user ID and set it to context.rec.user.id. So you might think why we should get the user ID. We don't want to update the author of any post. So why we should get the user ID in the first place? Because here we are going to check that the user is updating its own post, not another user. So that's why we are going to get the user ID, and then in the next step, you will see how we can control that. So we need to create an update method inside the post service, and then we can call it from here. So now let me just call it, and then we can declare that in the post service. So I'm going to call and return this dot post service dot update function. And inside it, we are going to pass an object that contains the user ID and also update post input. All right, now we can declare the update method inside the post service. So now let's get back to the post service class, cut that and paste it at the end of this class. So here, we're going to paste it here. First, let me just extract the user ID here and also the update post input. All right, set the type of the user ID to be a number. Nice. Then remove this exception. And here we are going to first check if the user is updating its own post, not any other user. So in order to do that, I'm going to say something like this: const author ID matched. And we're going to call the Prisma API. So await is that Prisma dot post, and then call find unique function. Okay, here we're going to pass a config object, and inside it we're going to pass the where API. We're going to return the post that its ID equals to update post input dot post ID, and also its author ID equals to the ID that we've got here from the parameter, and we actually extracted from the JWT of the authenticated user. So we're going to set it to this user ID here. All right, and now let me just make this function to be async. Okay, so we're going to check if the author ID match is undefined. It means that the user is trying to update another user post. So we don't have any match between the provided post ID inside the update input and the author ID of the authenticated user. All right, so as I said, it means that this user with this ID is trying to update the post which belongs to another user. So we can't find this match, and author ID matched would be undefined. So here we're going to check that. We're going to say if not author ID matched, then we're going to throw a new exception here, something like unauthorized exception. And otherwise, if we pass this exception trap, we can just call the update function of the Prisma. So we're going to return await this.prisma.post.update function. All right, and then here inside it, first we are going to set the where API and find the post with the provided post ID inside the update post input. So we'll set the ID to the update post input dot post ID, and Then we're going to have the data object in which we are going to set the fields that we want to update. So we just spread the update post input. All right. We have an error here. That's because we cannot manually just set the tags here because it has a many-to-many relationship with the tags table. So we're going to set the tags here inside the data object. And first we are going to use this set here and set it to an empty object. So the relationship of the post with all previous tags would be deleted. And then we can set up the relationship with the post tags again from scratch. All right. So here we're going to use the connect or create, which we have explained in the previous section of this video. We're going to set it to a list of objects that contains where and create objects. So in order to do that, we are going to use the update post input and map through the tags. Okay, get each tag in the callback, and for each tag we are going to return an object that contains the where and also create. So if this tag here is found in our database based on the where API here, we are going to just connect it to that existing tag. And otherwise, if we don't find it inside the where, we are going to just insert it into our database and then set up the connection between that tag and this current post. So first we're going to check if this tag is already inside the tags table or not. So we're going to find it based on this name and set the name actually to tag. So we are going to look through the tag table and check if there is any tag where its name equals to the tag here. And if the Prisma found it, it just set up the connection between that tag and this current page. And otherwise, it just creates a new tab with its name equals to this current tag from the callback here. All right, so that's it for the update function. And this is how we can update an entity with a many-to-many relationship. First, we are going to remove all its previous relationship and set up the relationship again from scratch. All right, so let's save this. Now we can go to the Next.js application. And first, we are going to create a server action for updating the post, which calls this mutation in the post resolver, update post mutation, and then we can use that server action for form submission. So let's go to the Next.js application and go to the post actions files inside the lib directory. And here we are going to create an update post server action. So I'm going to export an async function and I'm going to call it update post. It takes two arguments, the state, which is going to be post form state we have created in the previous section of this video when we wanted to create save new post server action. So here we're going to set it to this state as well. And then we're going to have the form data, which we are going to set it to built-in form data. It returns a promise of the post form state. All right. Now let's put the body of the function. So first we need to get the value of the form data and then validate them. So here, let me just go to the save new post here and just copy these lines of codes here, paste them here. First, we use the post form schema and use the save parse and turn the form data to a plain JavaScript object and pass it to the save parse function of the post form schema. Then here we're going to check if the validation was not successful. We're going to return another object along with the data of the form back to the form. All right, then we are going to get the post ID from the form. It is not inside the post form schema. So here, as you can see, it just contains title, content, tags, thumbnail, and published. So we need to get it manually from the form. I'll show you how you can put it to the form. So now let me get back here and get the post ID from the data, const post ID, and set it to form data get and pass the post ID. So we need to create a hidden field inside our update form and pass the post ID to its value, and then we can grab it here from the form data. We also need to check if the thumbnail of the post was changed. Then we need to upload the new thumbnail into the Supabase and then update the URL into our database accordingly. So here, I'm going to put a to-do here, check if thumbnail has been changed. All right, we're going to get back here and do that in a minute. But for now, let me just create an update post mutation and then call it with the auth fetch GraphQL function. So now let me go to the GQL queries and let me just create a new mutation. So export const, I'm going to call it update post mutation, and I'm going to set it to GQL function, create a mutation here, create the list of inputs, and put something like update post. It should not be the same name as our update post mutation. It can be whatever it is for declaring the name of inputs. So we are going to set the $input to the update post input. All right. Then we can call our mutation. It is going to be update post. And then here we need to pass the update post input to the input variable that we have just created in the previous line. Okay. And then from the returning object, I just call the ID. That's it for our update post mutation. Now let's get back here into the post actions. And I'm going to say const data set it to await auth fetch GraphQL, call the print function, pass the update post mutation, and then we're going to pass the list of the variables. Its name is input. We're going to spread the validated fields data, and also we need to provide a post ID, and we're going to set it to the post ID that we've got from the post form data. I just put the post ID here, and we're going to handle the update thumbnail in the next section. But for now, let me finish this update post server action. So after the auth fetch GraphQL, we're going to check if data, we can just return the same object as we have in the save new post. So let's just paste it here. All right. And here for the success message, we can just say the post updated. All right. So now we can go ahead and create the update post page. So here I go to the apps directory, and then inside the user and then post directory, we're going to create a dynamic route. I'm going to call it just ID. And then inside it, we're going to create the update directory, and then we're going to create the page.tsx. So we just go to the create new post here and just copy this JSX here, get back to the update page, paste it here. First, let me just create a React component. I'm going to name it update post page. All right. And then here for the JSX, I just paste the previous code that we have copied from the create new post. So here we're going to say something like update your post. Okay. And as I said in the previous section of this video, we are going to use the same form component that we have used for create post page. So inside the create post page, we use the create post container, and then inside it, we use the observed post form. And inside the container, we use the use action state and pass the save new server action, get the state and action out of it, pass them to the observed post form. So now let me just copy this whole component and get back here to the update page. Let's create a new components directory underscore components, and inside it we are going to create the update post container.tsx. And here let me just paste the whole component here, and let's just remove this and import the observed form again. And here let me change the name of the component to update post page. Also, we need to create a type for the props. So type props, it is going to be an object that contains the post inside it. So first we need to retrieve the post, fill up the form with the current post data, and then the user can edit the value of the field. And then we are going to update the post based on the new values in the inputs of the form. So first we're going to get the post from the post page. It is going to be of type post. All right. Let me just import it from the model type. And here, let me just export the components here. And here, as you can see, we have the use action state. Here we need to call the update post server action, and then we get the state and action out of it, pass them to the observed post form. So now we also need to pass the post to the observed post form for filling the inputs with the current post value. So the default values of the inputs inside the observed post form would be the data that we've got from the post from our database. So first, let me just get the post here from the props. And then here, we're going to get the post. Now let me get back to the post page and retrieve the post from our database and pass it to the update form container. So first, let me just put the update post container here. All right. And then we need to pass the post here. So here, we are going to get the params here from the props. So we should have a params inside our page props, because this is going to be a dynamic route with the ID. So we're going to have the ID inside the params object. I'm going to set its type to string. All right. Get back here, and first we need to get the params here out of the props object. So I'm going to say const params and set it to await props.params. We need to make this component to be async. All right. Then we are going to get the post. So I'm going to say const post, set it to await fetch post by ID, and pass the params.id. So we're going to put the parseInt function and pass the params.id to it. Now we can pass the post to the update post container. All right, so now let's go to the update post container, and here for the default values of the form, when the form is rendering for the first time, we need to put the values inside the post that we've got from the props to the initial state of the form. So we're going to put them here instead of this undefined value. We're going to put an object. This object is of type state. So if I hover on that, you can see it contains data inside it, and we need to fill this data here. So here we're going to pass a data object, and inside it we are going to set the title to the post.title, set the content to post.content, set the publish to post.published. We're going to set in the thumbnail in the next section of this video. So for now, we're going to skip that and we're going to set the tags here. So tags from the post comes from a list of tags object, but here inside the data object here, we need to set them as a whole string object separated by the comma. So in order to do that, we're going to set the tags to the post.tag, but we cannot directly set it. So we're going to map through the tags here. We're going to get each tag, and from the tag, we are going to return the tag.name. All right, so we're going to return array of tag.names, and then we need to just join them. So call the join, and as a separator, we put the comma here. And we have an error here. So let me go to the error. Let me scroll up, find what is the error. So it says that the type boolean is not assignable to type string. And yeah, here in the published, the type is string, but the post.published, the type is boolean. So here we're going to set the published of the data state with the ternary operator. We're going to check if the post.publish is true. We're going to pass on, and otherwise we're going to pass undefined. Okay, now let me get back to the browser, go to the posts of the user and click on the edit this post. So we're going to 404 error, and that's because here we are sending the user to the edit route here, but we have created an update route. So let's go to the post actions component, not post actions file that contains the server actions. We should rename this file to avoid the confusion. It's post action.tsx, and here in the link component where we send the user to the update post, we're going to pass the update as the last route segment. All right, let's save this and let's get back to the browser, go to the posts page and click on the update post page. And yeah, as you can see, the form contains the data that we've got inside the tags. So let me mark it with published here. We have the title and content, but we don't have the tags and published. So let me just get back to the update post container, and here, let me just log the post here. Okay, let's get back here. Let's refresh the page, open up the console here. It's a client component. All right, so we have the post here. Let me open that. We don't have any tags inside it. That's because in the post page, we didn't include the tags, and also we don't have the published inside the post object. So let me go back to the update post page. Here we call the fetch post by ID. We call this mutation. So inside the mutation, we didn't include the published. So let me put the published here. Now let's get back here. So let's refresh the page, and it's still not working. So let me go to the console here. As you can see, the publish is set to true. All right. Now let me get back to the upsert form. So go to the update container and open up the upsert form. Scroll down to the publish checkbox. So here we use the default value. So let me change it to default checked, and it takes a boolean here. We're going to compare the published to on, and if it is on, we're going to return true, otherwise false. Okay, so let's get back here to the browser. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see now, the publish is set. So we only need to take care of the tags. I think the tags is a empty list. So yeah, as you can see, the tag is empty, and that's why we don't have any tags by default. So let me get back to the post here and go to the last post that we have added manually. Let me update this post. So as you can see, now we have the tags. We didn't have the tags in the previous post because we insert into our database with the seed file, and in the seed file, we forgot to set the tags for each post. So let's close this off, and this is for filling the form with the default values of the post, which we've got from our database. So this is how we can load the data of the post here. And now if I click on the save, we get a GraphQL error. So let me get back to the VS Code, and we have a GraphQL validation field. It says that update input failed. It's an unknown argument, update input. So let me get back to the post resolver. The argument of the update post mutation is update post input. So now let me go to the GQL query of the Next.js, and here update post mutation. And yeah, we have a mismatch here for the name of the input. So let's fix that and set it to update post input. Let's get back here. Now, if I click on the save, again, we have another GraphQL error. Let's open up the terminal again, and it complains about the input type variable. I think we need to put a exclamation mark on the update post input. So here, let me just put a exclamation mark here. And now let's get back to the browser and click on the save. We have another GraphQL error. And yeah, the input variable got invalid value of input.postID, which is null at the input.postID. So now let me get back to the post actions and let's go to the update post here. You can see we get the post ID from the form data, but if I go to the observed post form, we don't have any post ID input inside our form. So let me just put a basic HTML input, and first let me make it hidden. All right. Then set the name to post ID, and then we're going to set the default value to the state.post ID. I think we don't have any post ID inside it, so the data does not have any post ID. So let me go to the state type here and add the post ID to the data. Let's make it optional and set its type to a number. All right, let's get back to the post form schema, and here let me add a post ID here, post ID, which is going to be a z.string. We've got the value as a string, and then we need to transform it to a number. So I use transform function here, get the value, and then inside the callback, we just return parse int of that value. All right, and then we're going to make it optional. So it can be null. For example, when we are using the observed post form for creating a new post, the post ID is going to be null. But when we are using the for updating an existing post, the post ID is going to be present on our form. So let me just remove the unnecessary imports here and get back to the post actions. I think now that we have the post ID on data and also on the form schema, we can easily get it from the form data by post form schema.saveParse and pass the form data entries to it. Okay, now here we can just actually spread the validation field. It now contains a post ID here. Okay, now here we need to get back to the observed post form. And as you can see here with the exclamation mark here, now we can set the default value of our hidden post ID to the state.data.post ID. And last thing, we need to go to the update post container. And here, when we are initializing the initial state of the form, we are going to set the post ID to the post.id that we've got from the database. All right, so now let's get back to our form here. Let's refresh the page and let's click on the save here. Again, we have another GraphQL error. Let's get back here, open up the terminal, and it says that the variable input got invalid value, an empty object at the input.thumbnail, and the string cannot represent an empty object. So here, if I go to the post actions here, you can see inside the update post function, we just spread the data object, which contains the thumbnail as a file. But here, if I go back to the save new post function, you can see first we are going to upload the thumbnail and then get its thumbnail URL and pass it back here as a string. So we pass the URL of the thumbnail, not the file itself. So first, let me just extract the thumbnail out of the validation fields.data. So here I'm going to say const empty object and set it to validated field.data. And then here we are going to extract the thumbnail and then put the rest under a property name inputs. Okay, and then here we can just spread the inputs here. So if I hover on that, you can see now it doesn't contain any thumbnail inside it. All right, so here at this step, we do not update the thumbnail. As I said, we're going to do that in the next section, but for now, let's just update the post without updating its thumbnail. So let's get back to the browser again and click on the save. So we have another GraphQL error again. Let me get back to the VS Code, open up the terminal, and let me scroll up. And we have an error on the update post of the Prisma. And here, let me scroll down a little bit. And we have an error on the post ID inside the data object. So let me go to the post service of the NestJS. You can see here, we just spread the update post input inside the data object of the update function of the Prisma, and it contains the post ID. So let me just extract the post ID out of the update post input. So I'm going to say const empty object, set it to update post input, and extract the post ID out of it, and then put the rest to the data object. Okay, now here, instead of just spreading the update post input, which contains the post ID, just spread the data object, which does not contain the post ID. I hope this will actually end these GraphQL errors. So let me now click on the save, and we have the post updated. So let me get back here and go to the last page, opens up this, and let me change the title and also change the content and add a new tag here and click on the save. All right, now let's get back to the post again and opens the last page. And here, as you can see, we have our post updated. So here we're almost done with the update post page, but as the last thing, we need to also handle the update thumbnail of the post. So now let's get into it. So let me get back to the VS Code here. And first we need to show the previous thumbnail of the post when we are loading the update post form. So here, let me get back to the post form state. Then we're going to create a previous thumbnail URL to the state of the form, and it is going to be optional and set its type to string. We're going to use this property only for passing the previous thumbnail URL of the post when we are going to load upsert post form. So I get back to the update post container. So here, open up the update post container, and here we are going to set the previous thumbnail URL to the post.thumbnail. All right. So we have an error here on the use action state. And if I scroll on that, you can see it says that the type string or null is not assignable to type string or undefined. So that's because the type of the post.thumbnail is string or null, but the type of the previous thumbnail URL is just a string or undefined. So here, in order to fix that, we're going to check if the post.thumbnail is null. We're going to just pass undefined, which is acceptable by the previous thumbnail URL. So as you can see, the error is gone. So now let's go to the upsert form state, and here let's scroll down to the image component where we render the selected image by the user. We're going to check if the image URL is a empty string. Then we're going to check the state.data. So here with an auto operator here, and we're going to check if state.data previous thumbnail URL has a data inside it. We're going to pass them to the src of the image component. So now first let me turn it to a boolean, and then we're going to check that. And here we are going to put an auto operator on the src. So if the image URL is an empty string, we're going to pass the state.data.previous thumbnail URL. All right. And we have an error on the src. So let's just put double question mark here in case the previous thumbnail URL is undefined. We're going to just pass a empty string. All right. So let's save this and let's get back to the browser. Now we can have the thumbnail of the post on the page. So now we can choose a image URL. For example, I'm going to choose this one. All right. Now here, let me go to the update post server action. And here, as you can see, we extract the thumbnail out of the validation field.data, and we are going to check it if there is a file inside it, or better to say, it's not undefined. It means that the user has chosen another file in this input. So we're going to call the upload thumbnail function and upload this file. And then we're going to get back the image URL, and then we can set it here inside the input to be updated in our backend database. So here, let me just go to the save new post, and here, let me just copy these lines. All right, get back here to the update, and here we're going to check the thumbnail. So let me put the thumbnail in the if statement. We're going to check if the thumbnail is not undefined. We're going to pass it to the upload thumbnail function. So let me just pass the thumbnail here, and then we're going to get back the thumbnail URL. And then here we're going to check if the thumbnail URL here is not a empty string. We're going to pass it to the input variable, and it will be updated in the backend database. So here we're going to put a parenthesis here and check the thumbnail URL, which we have initialized here. We're going to check it if it's not a empty string. Then we're going to put a object here. So I put a logical AND operator and pass an object here. Inside the object, we're going to pass the thumbnail, and we're going to set it to the thumbnail URL that we've got from the upload thumbnail function. Then here we're going to spread the returning object. So at the end, the thumbnail with this value will be appended to the input variable. So if I hover on that, you can see now we have a thumbnail inside it, which is type is going to be string or undefined. And here with this statement, actually, we are sure that the thumbnail will be appended to the input object here if the thumbnail URL is not a empty string. All right. So now I think we're done here. Let's get back here. Let's click on the save here. All right, so now let's get back to the post and go to the last page. You can see the thumbnail is updated in the post. So now let me update it to another thumbnail image. So here, let me choose another one. Let me set it back to this with this light margin here. So let's save this. Now let's get back to the post, go to the last page. And here, as you can see, we have our new thumbnail for the post. So yeah, that's it for uploading a post. And now we can update all properties of the post as well as its thumbnail. So now we can go to the next section of this video in which we are going to implement the delete post functionality in our monorepo. And before moving forward, if you haven't liked this video so far, please hit the like button and subscribe to my channel for more tutorials like this. Your like and subscription really matters to me, and I really appreciate your support. Thank you. So now we're ready to move to the next section of this video, which, as I said, we are going to implement the delete functionality, and we are going to apply the intercepting and parallel route features of the Next.js in order to implement the delete functionality in our application. So if you're ready, let's get into it. So now let's get back to the VS Code and go to the NestJS application and open up the post resolver. All right, here we are going to define another mutation for deleting the post. So I use add mutation here and pass the returning type as a callback. So I return a boolean indicating whether we have successfully deleted that post or not. And here we are going to just put a function for it. I'm going to call it delete post, and it should take the context or extracting the user ID out of the request object inside it. So I'm going to put the context here, and then we need to have an argument which is going to be actually ID of the post that we are going to delete. So put the @args decorator, specify the post ID, and we're going to pass the type of this argument, and we're going to return int in the callback, indicating it is going to be a int value, and then we can get the post ID here, and we're going to set its type to number. All right, now we can put the body of the function, and here first we're going to extract the user ID out of the context. So let me just mark it with the use guard here to protect it from the unauthenticated user, and we're going to pass the JWT auth guard here. All right, so now since we have marked it with the JWT auth guard, we can access to the user object inside the request. So here we can get the user ID out of it. So I'm going to say const user ID and set it to context.rec.user.id. All right, so here why are we getting the user ID? The same reason for the update post. We want to check if the user is deleting one of its own posts, not the other user posts. So here we need to get the user ID out of the context, and as you know, it will be extracted from the JWT in the header of the request. So here we are going to write a delete function in the post service and then call it here. So let me just call it here, and then we're going to declare that inside the post service class. So this post service, then we're going to call the delete method here and pass an object here, pass the post ID as well as the user ID inside it. All right, so now let me declare the delete method inside the post service, and now we can go to the post service, cut the delete method here, and we're going to paste it at the end of the post service class. Okay, let me paste it here. First, it needs to be an async function. Then we're going to extract the post ID and user ID out of the parameter object, and then change the type of the user ID to be a number. All right, let's remove this exception here. So first we need to check if the user is deleting one of its own posts. So here I go to the update function and just copy this section. All right, it's for checking whether the user is deleting one of its own posts. So for the post ID here, we just pass the post ID. All right, we're going to find the post ID by its ID and also its user ID that we've got from the JWT of the request. So if we find such a post, it means that the post that we are going to delete belongs to the user. So the author ID matched would not be undefined. We're going to check if it is undefined here with not author ID matched. Then it means that the user is trying to delete another user post. So we're going to throw an unauthorized exception here. All right. Otherwise, we can just delete the post with the provided post ID here. So we're going to say const result and set it to await this.prisma.post.delete, and then here we are going to pass a config object and specify the where, and here in the where we are going to set the ID to the post ID and also the author ID to the user ID that we've got in the parameter object. So here at the end of this function we are going to just return the result, but first I'm going to just turn it to a boolean and then return it from this function. So now here, this function, the delete post mutation, calls the delete function, pass the post ID and user ID inside it, and then it returns the returning value, which is going to be a boolean indicating that the delete operation was successful or not. So now let's get back to the Next.js application and write a server action for deleting the user. So I go to the post actions inside the Next.js app, and here we are going to create a function for deleting the post. So I'm going to export an async function. I'm going to name it just delete post. And then here we need to get the post ID, and it is going to be a number. All right. Then here in the function, we are going to call the authFetch GraphQL function and pass a delete post mutation. So first, let me go to the GQL queries and create a delete post mutation. So here I'm going to export const delete post mutation. I'm going to set it to GQL function. Then here we're going to say mutation, and then let's create a list of inputs. So I'm going to call it delete post. We're going to have a variable named post ID. So $post ID, and then it is going to be int. Now we can call our mutation, which is going to be delete post, and then pass the post ID to the $post ID variable that we have just created. Okay, this is the delete post mutation, and now we can get back to the post actions here and call this mutation to delete the post from our backend database. So here, simply say const data and set it to await auth fetch GraphQL, pass the delete mutation in the print function, delete post mutation. Then we need to pass the variables object. It is going to have a post ID inside it, which we're going to set it to the post ID, or we can just put the post ID here. All right. Then we are going to return data, the delete post. All right. So that's it for the delete post server function. Now we can go ahead and create the delete post page here. All right. So I go to the post directory inside the app directory. And here, as you can see, we have a dynamic ID segment here inside the post directory. So here we are going to create a delete page inside it. So I'm going to create another directory inside the ID directory, and I'm going to call it delete. And inside it, we are going to create the page.tsx. So let me create a React component here, and then I'm going to call this page delete post page. All right. In the props here, we are going to get the params. So we're going to add params here, and it is going to be a promise. So in the Next.js version 15, the params and search param should be a promise. All right. It is going to be a promise which finally resolves to an object that contains an ID inside it. I'm going to set the ID to string. All right. So now let me get the params here. So I'm going to say const params and set it to await props.params. Okay. Now let me just set this component to async. Then we're going to get the post here. So I'm going to say const post and set it to await fetch post by ID, and then pass the params.id to it. So params.id, and since the ID is a string, we're going to turn it to a number. All right. Now here inside the delete post page, we are going to ask something like this: are you sure to delete this post? And then we're going to provide a button, and when user click on that action button, we are going to call delete post server action from the post actions, and post will be deleted. All right. So this delete post page actually works as a confirm page for deleting the post. And here for this page, I'm going to use the card component of the chat.cn UI. So I go to the card component of the chat.cn UI, and let me just copy this script for adding the card inside our Next.js application. So let me create another terminal and go to the front end application, apps/frontend, our Next.js, and then here we can just paste that script for adding the card item. Okay, now let's close this off. And here we are going to render a card component. Okay, and inside it we are going to render a card header, and in the header we are going to render a p tag, and inside it we're going to say something like delete the post. And also we are going to pass a exclamation icon. So here after the p tag we are going to put the exclamation icon, for example exclamation circle icon from the hero icons, and let me put some class name here, w8 for its width, and text red 500 for the color. And let me style the p tag here. We also want to set the text color here to text red 500. All right, I think we have a typo here in the exclamation icon, so let me paste the text red 500 for the text color. And since we want to have these two elements side by side, let me style the card header component and set the flex here and justify between, and also item center. All right, so now let me get back to our application and click on the delete here. It will actually send us to the delete post page. So now let me just add some shadow and width for this card component. So here in the card, I'm going to put the class name W96 for the width, and also let me put some margin M12, and also let me put some padding PX6, and py12. All right, let me get back here. And now this is the card component. And these two items are not side by side. So let me get back here, and inside the card header, we are going to put a card title, then cut these two, paste it here. And now let me just cut the whole card title and paste it inside the card header, and cut the class names and paste it for the card title. Let me go back here. Yeah, we have now the delete post title. We can also use font here. So I'm going to use font thin. All right, it's a little better. Now, after the card header, I'm going to put a card description. Okay, and inside we're going to put a p tag, and I'm going to just paste some text here. This action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete your post and remove its data from our servers. All right, and let me just put a HR element for a horizontal line, and then put some class name here on the HR, M3 for the margin. Then we are going to put the title of the post here. So first, let me render a p tag and say title of the post, and let me put another p tag here, and then render the post title. Okay, now let me style the p tag here. I'm going to use text color text slate 400, a light slate color, and then font bold. Okay, and let's get back to the browser. This is our post and this is our title. Since it was a dummy post, let me get back to our post here and click delete on one of these posts that are created by the seed file. Okay, now we're going to put two buttons here, a cancel button and also a delete button here. All right, so I put a card content in which we are going to put the two buttons, and since this is a server component, we can't use the onClick event for the buttons, but instead we are going to use a form and then use a server action for submitting the form to delete this post. So I put a form here, and we're going to get back here and set the actions of the form. But now let me just put the two buttons inside it. First, let me set the class name, and I'm going to set it to flex, justify end, because we are going to push the buttons all the way to the right of the form. So justify end, and then gap 2 for the space between those two buttons. Okay, so inside the form, we are going to render a cancel button. So here, put a button here and set the variant of the button to secondary. Okay, and inside the button, we are going to put a link component from the next, set the href, and send back the user to the post page. So I'm going to put user and then slash posts. So we just send back the user to the post page. All right, and here we can set the caption to cancel. And let me put as child here. So if we click on the button, it will pass the click event to the link component. So let me see what's going on here. We have a cancel button here. I think the padding on the y-axis is a little large, so let me get back here and remove this P12 and put something like PY6. I think it's now better. Okay, now let's render a delete button. So let's get back here, and after the cancel button, we are going to put a submit button, and I'm going to set the caption to delete. We also need to set the variant to destructive. So the background color would be something like red. All right, and then when we click on the submit button, we are going to submit the form and call the actions function here. All right, so now let me get back here. So we have a delete button and also a cancel button. Get back here now, and here for the action, we need to create a server action and pass it for the action. So here we are going to create a server action. I'm going to say const form action and set it to a async function. It should take the form data, set its type to the built-in form data here, and then we're going to put a body of this function. First, it is going to be a server action. We're going to use the use server here, and then we are going to call the delete post. So await delete post here and pass the params.id. So params.id, which is the ID of the post. And then after that, we are going to redirect the user to the post page. So call the redirect from the next/navigation and pass the route of the post page. So /user/posts. Okay, now we need to get back here to the form and set the action to the form action that we have just created. So we're going to handle the form submission here without using the use action state here. We create the form action directly inside the component and pass it here to the actions of the form. All right, so now let's get back here. Oh yeah, we have a typo here. It should be use server, not user server. Oops, let's save this. Get back here. All right, so now let me delete the post, but let me just remove the last post that we have just added. It's a dummy post. So let me click on the delete and let me just delete the post here. So as you can see, if I go to the last page, we do not have the last post here, which means that it is deleted successfully from our post table. So now let's remove another post. So I click here and let's delete the post. So we have an error here. Let's get back to the VS Code to see what's going on. I scroll up here and we have a Prisma error, which actually complaining about the foreign key. So I think this is because this post that we are going to delete it has some comments inside the database. So we need to actually delete those comments when we are going to remove this post. So I get back to the Prisma schema in our NestJS backend. So here I open up the Prisma directory. We have the Prisma schema here. So here, as you can see, we have a relationship to the comments, tag, and like, and we need to set the onDelete action on the one-to-many relationship of the post table. So when we delete a post, we need to delete its comments and also its like. So here I go to the comment section where we define the relationship to the post. We're going to set onDelete to the cascade, and also we're going to do the same with the like here. So here, this is the relationship to the post table. So we're going to set the onDelete to cascade. All right, so let's save this and let's open up the terminal to do a migration. Let's open up a new terminal here. Go to the NestJS directory /apps/API. Then we can run npx prisma migrate dev. Put the name for our migration. I'm gonna say cascade delete for the name. All right. Now let's get back to our browser. And here we are on the first page. Let me delete the post with these two cats here. As you can see, it has 20 comments inside it. So let's remove this post. Click on the delete. And as you can see, it is deleted without any error. So yeah, that's it for the delete post page. And in the next section, we are going to use parallel and intercepting routes of the Next.js. And when we click on the delete here, we are going to intercept the delete post page. And instead of showing the delete post page just like this, we are going to render a dialog here. And inside that dialog, we can delete the post without navigating to the delete post page. So if you're ready, let's get into it. So in this section, as I said, we are going to use the parallel route and intercepting route feature of the Next.js, and we're going to intercept the delete route here. So when we click on the delete here, instead of just going to the delete page, we are going to just intercept the route and render a dialog here into this post page so we can delete the post directly from the post page here. All right, so now let me get back to the VS Code, and here, as I said, we are going to intercept this route /id and then /delete. And instead of showing this page, we're going to create another route, which I call it intercepting route, and show that intercepting route instead of this delete page here. So first we need to create a parallel route and put the parallel segment inside the post directory layout. So here we don't have any layout inside the post directory. So let me create just one. I'm going to just call it layout.tsx. And here we're going to create a React component post layout. Okay. Here we are going to have the children as well as the parallel routes. So set the type to the props with children. And then alongside the children, we're going to have a model parallel route. So model, and its type is going to be a React node. All right. So now here we can extract the children and model out of the props object. So children and model. All right. And here we just want to render a React fragment and just put the children here. And after the children, we are going to put our parallel routes. It is going to be model. All right. And we have a typo here. So let me fix that. Set it to layout. Okay. Just copy this, paste it here. Let's save this. And now we are going to create our parallel routes side by side of the layout.tsx that contains the parallel route segment. So here, this layout is inside the post directory. So inside that, we are going to create the directory. It should start with a @ indicating that it is going to be a parallel route. And then its name should be the same as this segment that we have here inside our layout. So it is going to be model. And then inside it, we are going to create a default.tsx component. So here I'm going to export a React component here. I'm going to just call it default. And here I'm just say model parallel segment. All right, fix the typo here. Okay. If I go to the post page, you can see we have the model parallel segment at the end of the page. So this means that this parallel segment is rendered inside our layout file after the children slot. So let's get back to the VS Code here. And here we don't want to return anything from this default. So we just return null here. All right. So if I get back here, you can see it doesn't show up inside our post page. So now we are going to create a intercepting route inside this model segment, which is going to intercept this route /id and then /delete. So when we're going to call this a route here, the intercepting route will show instead of the actual id/delete page. So now inside the model segment, we are going to use our intercepting route. So there's a naming convention here for intercepting route. So we shouldn't actually consider the model directory here. It means that everything inside the @model directory is considered to be directly inside the post. So the directories inside the model segment is considered to be side by side by the id directory here. So now here we are going to put our intercepting route. And as I said, since the directory inside the model is considered to be side by the ID, so here I put one dot here indicating that we are referring to the same directory level. So it means that we are referring to the post directory. If it wasn't a parallel segment, we should put two dots here indicating that we are going to refer to our parent directory. But since this is a parallel route, we are going to put just one dot here indicating that we are going to referring to the same directory level, which in this case is going to be post directory. So inside the post directory, we are going to intercept the ID route /ID. It's a dynamic segment. So I put it inside square brackets. Then from the ID, we are going to intercept the delete route. So I put the delete here, and then we're going to put the page.tsx. All right. So here, as you can see, inside the ID route, we have a delete route, and inside it, we have the page.tsx. So now in this intercepting page, we are going to render a dialog component, and it will be rendered into the model segment inside the layout directory. So the dialog will show up when we call /user/post and then /id and then /delete page. Simply put, this page will be rendered instead of this delete page, which is actual delete page. So now here, since we are going to create a dialog component, we are going to set it as client component. So use client here. Okay. And then here we are going to put a component from the chat.cn UI, which is the alert dialog component. So this is going to be something like this. It shows the dialog and it has an action button. If I click on that, we are going to call the delete post function to delete the selected post. So let me just add this component in our project. So let's get back to the VS Code and open a new terminal here. As you can see, we are on the app/front, our Next.js application. So I put this script for adding the alert dialog. Okay, now let's close this off. And here we are going to create a React component for the page. So I create the component and I'm calling it interceptor delete post page. So it's going to be a name of the component. You can call it whatever you want. I have a typo here, so let's fix that. All right, and paste it here. Okay, we don't want this div here. We are going to remove it. But first, let me set the props here. We need to access to the params. So we're going to have a params inside it, and it is going to be a promise which resolves to this object. It should contain the ID and its type is going to be a string. All right. So now we can extract the ID of the post out of the promise object. So here, let me first get the params here. Const params, set it to await. And actually, since this component is a client component, we can't set it to an async component, use await here. So we're going to use hook, which is now in the React 19. And then we can resolve the props.params. Okay. So again, let me remind you that this is the Next.js 15 and we get the params object inside the promise. So we need to await for that. And since this page is a client component, we are going to use hook for resolving the params promise. All right. So we can have the post ID. So I'm going to say const post ID and then call the parseInt function to turn the params.id to a number. Okay. Now here we are going to render an alert dialog. Put alert dialog here. Make sure to import it from the UI directory. Okay. And here we are going to have alert dialog content. So again, make sure to import it from the UI directory. Next, we're going to have the alert dialog header. Okay, and inside it we are going to use the title, actually alert dialog title. So again, import it from the UI directory, and inside it we are going to say something like delete this post. Okay, and we're going to have the dialog description here. So alert dialog description. You can get all of this from the Shadcn UI. Okay, so in the description, let me go to the actual delete page and just copy this, get back here to the interceptor page and paste it here inside the description. Okay, after the header, we're going to put a alert dialog footer. So alert dialog footer. Okay, and inside it, we are going to use a alert dialog cancel button. So let me import it from the UI and let's say something like cancel, or we can just actually put a link component from next link and paste it here. And inside we can say cancel as the caption. Okay, and then here put the as child. So if we click on the dialog cancel, we are going to send the click event to the child component. Inside the child, we are going to set the href. I'm going to send back the user to the /user and then /posts. Okay. Now, after that, we are going to have a alert dialog action. So alert dialog action. Okay. And here we're going to name it delete. Okay, and set some class name here, bg red 500 and text white. Okay, and here we're going to set the onClick event. It's a client component, so we can directly use the onClick here. Okay, and pass a callback here, then call the delete post from the post actions, and then pass the post ID here to it. All right, now here the alert dialog gets a open state here, indicating whether the dialog should be open or not. So we just set it to true, or just put it here, which means that we are setting that to true. So when we go to this interceptor page, it will automatically be mounted to the layout component and will show to the users. So that's why we set the open to true in the first place here. Okay, so now let's get back to the application and let me click on the delete here. You can see it shows the dialog instead of sending the user to the delete page. But here, as you can see, we're on the delete route and we can access to the ID of the selected post from the params. So now let me put a button here instead of this alert dialog action. So just put a button component here. Okay, put the delete inside it, and I'm going to set its variant to destructive, which makes it a red background color, and then just copy this onClick event and put it here inside the button. And all we need to do is to set the as child here. So when we click on the dialog action, it will transfer the click event to the child button here. So it renders a blue button. Oh yeah, we should set the variant to destructive. Okay, now it's a red button here. So if I click on the delete, I think it will delete the post, but it stays under the same route. So we need to send back the user to the /user post. In order to do that, let me put a tag here because we want the page to be refreshed. Otherwise, since the alert dialog is always open, it will not be unmounted from the screen. So that's why we use a tag. Then put the delete here, set the href to /user /posts. Okay, and here let me change this link component here to an a tag again. We'll cancel, so we need to refresh the page so it will actually erase this dialog from the screen. So now let me click on the cancel here. For example, let me go here and click on the delete and then delete here. As you can see, it will send the user back to the user post and the post was deleted. Now let me click on the delete here and click on the cancel. You can see we're getting back to the post page and the dialog will not be shown anymore into the screen. So again, let me do a recap here. We put a dialog, it should be always open, but here when on the cancel and also on the action, we are going to use a tag to send back user to the user /post and refresh the page because this dialog is always should be open. This is the way this dialog component works in the Shadcn UI. If you have any other library for your dialog here, you might not need to use an a tag and refreshing the page for hiding the dialog component from the screen when you click on the cancel or the dialog action. But here in the Shadcn alert dialog, we need to actually refresh the page in order to remove the alert dialog from the screen. So that's it for intercepting and parallel routes for delete post page. And if you have any suggestion for this section, please let me know in the comment section below. And yeah, that brings us to the end of this video. So thank you for watching this tutorial on creating a monorepo blog project with NextJS and NestJS. I hope you found it informative and helpful as you build your own full stack applications. So if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and share it with others who might benefit from it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more tutorials on web development and JavaScript frameworks like Next.js and NestJS. And if you have any questions or topics you'd like me to cover in the future videos, drop them in the comments below. I would love to hear your feedback and suggestions. So once again, thank you for your time and support. Keep coding, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next video.